2023 Budget Committee meetings. Our first agenda item is to elect the chair, so I'll open nominations for chair.
Bruce, I'd be honored if you would chair this operation one more time. You're experienced in that and a great public member of this process.
Well, I appreciate it. I was just talking with Dave. I think it's been 15 years I've been there. Wow. Because Eric said he was here 14 years.
Yeah, sure.
So I've
Run the
been
show.
here a year more than you. So yeah, it's officially 15, so we'll declare that. And out of that, I've been chair 13 of the 15. Mike did it 1 year, and Clay did it 1 year, so.
I'll second his nomination.
Your even-keeled leadership of this committee.
There you
I
go.
appreciate your confidence. Any other nominations? If not, we'll have a motion to approve.
Vote, yep. Aye.
Yes.
Motion, second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion, opposed? Motion approved. Thank you. We need to select a representative to the Investment Advisory Committee. We did that last year, I believe. And somebody, Wayne, can you explain that?
Yeah, the Investment Advisory Committee has 4 citizens and I believe 1 commissioner. So one of the 3 commissioners gets nominated to this committee
We're
each
looking
year.
for a commissioner.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
I've served on the investment advisory committee for the past year.
So we'll make that nomination. All in favor?
Oh,
Opposed?
I'd be happy to do it, but.
Thank you.
Thank you for volunteering.
Thank you very much.
Motion is approved.
We also ended up nominating an appointed member of the budget committee to the investment advisory committee last year. And I mean, that's not a requirement, I don't think, but if, I would just say that if anyone is interested in
Somebody
that.
would serve on that as a,
It's quarterly, is that correct?
I think the next meeting is in the fall. So Greg left me some instructions on when that would be, and I haven't looked at it yet to see what, if all the spots are full or how that would go. So
okay. So do we need to select that person?
I don't think you need to today. We'll sort that out and,
We can do it later in the week, don't you think?
well.
Me too. We want to.
Yeah.
Y'all can think about it. All the money that's not the operating budget, and actually some of the operating budget, while it's kind of on hold, basically it's the oversight of many tens, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars.
Since it's harmless to volunteer without knowing whether you're needed or not, I'm always happy if you need someone.
Okay. Thank you. All right, our next duty is to open the public meeting, and there is time here allowed for public comment. Dave, you taking care of that for us? Okay. All right.
Well, and this is being remotely attended possibly, so we will always check to see if there's anybody online. So yeah, we do have
Dave
a
Doyle.
legal counsel attending remotely, but yeah, no other public comment? Thank you.
Well, let's move over to Nick then for the Deschutes County budget message. Nick?
Great, thank you, Chair. I'm really pleased to provide, and maybe I'm a little bit too loud here, I can really hear it. I guess important for people online to hear it as well, but I'm really pleased to provide my first budget message to the Budget Committee. Certainly a very important day for all of us, and I want to start by really thanking the Budget Committee for all of your work to prepare for the meeting. That you've got a couple of big binders. You've already attended at least one meeting. I want to welcome our 2 new members, Jim Pfister and Judy Trego. Thank you very much for joining us and helping us make these really important decisions this week and beyond. So we're really pleased that you're here. I also just want to acknowledge the immense amount of preparation that goes into creating the budget. As a department head, I had a small piece of it. Last year, as the incoming administrator, I observed the week, and so I could see the depth and breadth and diversity of all the issues that we tackle. But certainly not until I was actually in this position did I actually have a front row seat to it and experience it and see all of the people and all of the organizations and departments that contribute so much to creating this budget document. Meeting with departments multiple times to understand their requests, their operations, their issues, and their proposals are really, really critical. So, and I'll thank the team here at the end of my remarks more specifically, but just to recognize what a monumental effort this is for our county to go through this process. And I'm sure organizations it is as well. This week, we're going to hear from all of our operations across our organization, some of our service partners, on so many diverse issues and topics, all with the fundamental goal of implementing the Board of County Commissioners' annual goals and objectives and meeting the needs of our growing and changing residents. It's going to be, I think it's going to be a really great week. And I'll touch just a bit in a few minutes on the board's goals and objectives, because those are really the foundation of what we're aiming to achieve. I thought it would be helpful for you to know the direction that, and I coordinated with finance on this, the direction that I provided to departments in particular as they present their budget proposals this week. First, let's not have the department spend a lot of time on their background, their service, their organizational chart, but instead really focus on their budget proposals and how their budget proposals implement the board's goals and objectives, your goals and policies, and how our departments are going to meet the needs and desires of our residents. So that's what they're really going to focus on, with particular emphasis on areas where they're proposing additional spending or programs, staffing, et cetera, to meet those goals and objectives and those needs. I also asked them to highlight any financial issues, and this was a great recommendation, I thought, from finance, to really talk about opportunities and challenges related to their proposed budget this next year, as well as, if possible, touch on those for future years, just so that we have those in the back of our minds as we're considering the budget proposal this week. In the past year, we have seen pretty significant change across our organization. To begin with, as you know, we've hired 3 new department heads in community justice, the solid waste department, and community development. And the board has also appointed a 4th new department head in our new county clerk, Steve Dennison. 3 of the 4 were as a result of retirements. Of course, community development was not, because in addition to those 4 new staff, you also have a new county administrator, which is another important change that I've certainly enjoyed and appreciate being here in a new capacity. But those are significant changes. We've formalized and adopted a remote work program for our staff, which has been extremely well received, and it continues to evolve as we move forward together. And we'll continue to evaluate the impacts and how it's working out. And the reason I mentioned that as part of our budget meeting is that one of the themes, and I'll touch on this in just a moment, is we're going to hear a lot about our capital needs, and we're going to hear about offices and all kinds of things, and how does that remote work, how might it translate into savings with shared offices or shared parking or things of that nature? How does that affect our operations? How does it impact our operations as we go forward? The not so pleasant news is we are experiencing and navigating the great resignation like so many others. And I'll touch on in a moment on this soon. But it does have a really significant impact on just our operations, our staffing, a lot of aspects of our business. We're continuing to adapt and move forward from the operational impacts from the pandemic into a new normal. Of course, this isn't necessarily new for our budget committee, because last year we also had a hybrid meeting of both in-person and remote, virtual for those that wishes for those people that I hope are watching and streaming in. But it is combined with our remote work and our hybrid meetings, et cetera, we're continuing to adjust our operations. And we have some significant changes ahead. As we know, did we just lose the mics? Not that I want to hear myself, but I want to make sure that we're still having I think that's probably the same as the other one. Did we just lose it? Shall I keep going? There we go. Okay, perfect,
Mine-
good, okay.
It's making noises.
But as we go forward, we know we're going to have a new health services director, our largest department in the county. We're going to have a new chief financial officer, a critically important position for our county. And we'll have at least a new district attorney, given the election and our district attorneys not seeking re-election. So over the course of about 18 months, as we go back to last summer until early 2023, we're going to have at least 7 new positions, 8, 5 new appointed department heads, 2 new elected department heads, and a new county administrator. So that's a lot of change that we're all navigating together. So I just wanted to touch on the foundation of our budget proposal are the board's goals and objectives. And I know these are on pages 15 and 16 of your budget document. But since this is the direction that I've provided to departments, I just thought it would be helpful that these are fresh in our mind as we start the week. So we begin with safe communities, protecting the community through planning, preparedness, and delivery of coordinated services. Here we're talking about public safety and crisis management, crime reduction, supporting victim restoration and well-being through equitable management, prevention, reparation of harm, and more. So there's a lot to that. Healthy people. Enhance and protect the health and well-being of communities and their residents, and I should say, and our residents. We promote well-being through behavioral health, community support programs, sustaining our natural resources, and continuing support for pandemic response and community recovery. A resilient county. This is a slightly revised goal from prior years. In this goal, we're promoting policies and actions that sustain and stimulate economic resilience and a strong regional workforce. In this goal, we cover economic resilience. We talk about updating county land use plans and policies to promote livability, economic opportunity, disaster preparedness, and a healthy environment, safe and efficient and economically sustainable transportation system, managing county assets, and more. A new goal, and this is just such a critical goal for us, is housing stability and supply. As a new goal, and this is a new goal to support actions to increase housing production and to achieve stability, both including on county-owned lands as well as with our partner organizations throughout the county. And the final one, our service delivery. These are really going to be our operations, day-to-day operations, providing solution-oriented services that are cost-effective and efficient. Continuing to sustain and provide high-quality customer services, using innovative technology and systems, maintaining our strong financial practices, and so much more. So I just wanted to summarize our goals and our priorities, just so that those are forefront in our mind as we think about the budget this week. I summarized the state of the county, and again, thanks to our team for helping me with this. In the budget message in the document. And this morning we're going to provide an overview of the county, regional growth, expansionary pressure, and then we're going to move toward a rundown of successes and challenges within our organization. To summarize a few, regional growth continues to translate into a growing tax base, which in turn supports departmental operations, operational increases in staffing, and in some cases programs in order to meet, again, the needs of our county and our residents. Tourism is at an all-time high and continues to drive a strong fund of transient room tax, which of course we use for tourism promotion, and we're going to begin to think about tourism infrastructure, but also other Board of County Commission goals and priorities as we go forward. Permit levels in our community development department across the street continue to be strong, not quite as strong as last year, but strong in terms of, as we look at the trends, sustaining very high levels there. And we have also increased, as I mentioned, personnel and programs in some departments. But I do want to mention that one of our biggest challenges is retaining and recruiting employees. I'd mentioned I was going to talk about this for just a moment, the Great Resignation. As of May 1st, we have 134 vacancies out of a total county staff of about just over 1,200 approved positions. for us, it's a real double impact, because at one time, we're losing our critical staff members providing great services. That has a real impact to our relationships with our customers and to our service partners, to our teams and our culture and institutional knowledge. And at the same time, we're trying to hire more people to continue to provide the great resources. So we're trying to retain the people we have and then hire more people and then filling those positions. And we're spending a lot of time and money and resources on hiring new people, training new people, getting them up to speed so that we can sustain these high-quality services. So very, very important to us. And I really want to recognize that the Board of Commissioners recognizes that. And it was the Board of Commissioners just less than a couple of months ago, within about the last 6 weeks, approved a 2% salary adjustment for all county staff. And this is in addition to the cost of living adjustment of 3.5%. So that was a very significant step forward. In addition, we're seeing inflationary pressures and supply chain issues that have real impacts on some of our capital improvements that we're experiencing now, and we're projecting for those costs going forward. Those, you'll hear about those. That'll be a theme that we'll hear about throughout the week, are the capital costs. And I know Dan's going to touch on those here pretty soon, and what those mean to us, and again, critical to our providing services to our residents. And the final piece is that while we remain in a very strong financial position, we're going to hear later today from our finance team about some of the ways in which our financial position is changing. We have significant capital needs on the horizon, and you're going to hear about that throughout the week, but we're going to hear about what does that mean for our changing financial position here shortly. So in conclusion, our FY fiscal year 23 budget, proposed budget, is balanced. We believe it continues to support the delivery of quality services to our growing and changing community. There are many very positive factors contributing to our economy, including the long-term strength of the tourism and business environment, our entrepreneurial spirit in Deschutes County. The strength of our small businesses is critical. Our rising real estate values, which is helpful for our tax base. It's not necessarily always great for our employees and for our small businesses in that regard, but for our budget, it is a good thing. And we have manageable operating budget increases. I just want to take a moment to really thank our team that prepared our budget. Dan Emerson, Betsy Tucker, Wayne Lowry, Eric Kropp, Whitney Hale, and virtually is Kathleen Hinman upstairs. They have just been instrumental to me in my first budget officer experience, preparing and presenting the budget to you. They're a terrific team. They're going to be here all week to help support. All of us will help support you in reviewing the budget and making the important budget decisions for our county. And I just want to reach out and thank all of the people in all of our departments. We have financial managers across the county that worked with their department heads, and they collectively spent a lot of time as well preparing their budgets, and we look forward to hearing from them throughout the week. So again, I look forward to our team supporting you this week. I thank you again for your time preparing for the week, reviewing the budget, and letting us know throughout the week how we can best support you. So with that concludes my budget message. I thank you very much, and with that, I will turn it over to Wayne.
One comment real quick. Thank you very much. This is a very, very dynamic time with the leadership of the county, and inflation and energy costs, everything's changing. I'm happy that we were able to come to that 2% choice about the cost of living adjustment. That 1.5 to 3.5 range that we've held for so many years. It was really subsidized on the low end the last 10 years, because it was just always kind of bouncing around that low end. All of a sudden it spiked to the high end at 3.5, and the economy's even going farther than that. So being able to make that 2% choice, as I say, about 6 weeks ago or whatever it was, being able to digest it into the budget before we sat down here, which is very valuable, knowing that the tax assessed value, new construction is going to be out there. But it's kind of the unknown. Things are moving a lot faster than we've even seen. Just the dynamics of finances and interest rates. So, as I say, kind of celebrate the fact that we're there. This is a permanent level of government. You think of corporate America, where sometimes sometimes you make a big risky move and you kind of have to make it just, you think the customers are going to be there, whatever, in the business world. But this is the permanent level of government. We just need to be here through thick and thin for the long run. So just kind of smoothing that out and working our way up was a great choice, and I'm real happy we were able to do that.
Could some or you, Commissioner, comment on what the conversation thinking was behind the 2%, how that was arrived at, and what that will do?
Well, and the dynamics of that was the leadership by the sheriff, right? So there was a negotiation getting into the sheriff's contract starting July 1st, and 2% was advocated for. And then, you know, as I say, sitting up there, seeing that come our way, it was like, okay, well, you know, I support this and that, you know, the public safety and the employees' efforts there, knowing that there was going to be a request, me too, by the rest of the organization, and it came on quick. And as I say, the inflation happening out there, this was that point. So there could be other comments on that, but you know, as I say, it was sheriff's office leading the way, and then we just said, okay, well, let's go for everybody. And as I say, I'm glad we did it quickly and decisively, so then we were able to schedule it into this proposed budget.
I think sitting by Josh Lerner, hearing him speak about the fact that the great resignation has been happening, and where most people make their money is switching from companies, and we truly have, our employees are our number one asset. Right now, I think our vacancy is at 11% for the county. I mean, you know, it's still really high, but we really wanted our employees to know that they are valued, and just add that little bit on to their salaries, because truly, do we want them going somewhere else? No. Their knowledge, their expertise, and the value that they serve, you know, the residents of Deschutes County is just, it's unbelievable. You know, and this morning, in fact, I was hearing from someone, they were saying, why is it taking up to 2 months to get a single-family permit? And so I responded back and I said, you know, we're doing our best. I copied Peter on the email, but I go, when you have the vacancies that we've been dealing with, and truly, as commissioners, I thought we added employees as soon as we could, and yet actually to find those employees is another challenge. When you have, just talking to Steve Gunnels the other day, they only had 3 applicants for a job that in the past they would have had 30 to 50 applicants in the DA's office. So truly, things are different out there, and you know, our employees are, they are our number one asset.
Bruce, I would also add that the Deschutes County Sheriff's Employees Association decision was made in early March. Just a few months before, in late November, after seeing a year of, I believe, around 7 or 8% inflation, one of the county's largest union, the AFSCME, had asked for consideration of a wage adjustment beyond COLA, and had been denied. So it, you know, the board looked favorably upon the Sheriff's Employees Association request after denying other unions a similar request, and then we needed to sort of catch up afterwards. So it was politically, I would say it wasn't the smoothest process. You know, at the time when the the Sheriff's Employees Association brought the request forward, I suggested that we look at doing, you know, pulling that piece, that 2% piece, and looking at something countywide. And, you know, if we had done that, we could have done something more like a 1% across the board increase, instead of, you know, approving a 2% here and then having to kind of catch up in the midst of quite a lot of outcry from the county employees about unfair treatment among unions.
Okay, that makes sense. Any other questions to Nick? All right, Wayne.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to be here again.
Thank you for joining us.
It's good that you're here, Wade.
So I just have 3 quick comments to make. I'd just like to address the Budget Committee's statutory role. I'd like to talk about the budget process itself, what happens after we do our work here, and then just briefly touch on a budget overview, and then turn it over to Dan for some details about the overview part. So the Budget Committee's role is ultimately to do just two things. It's, in the statutes, it's not very extensive, although there is about a 100-page budget manual for the whole budget process. The Budget Committee is really a pretty small part of that. But ultimately, it's to approve the budget, or a budget, as amended by the committee if amendments are proposed. And it's to approve tax rates. Those are the two things that the Budget Committee specifically needs to address during our time here the next couple of days. And then all of those approvals go forward to the board for final adoption. So we're not adopting a budget here, we're approving a budget. And that's the stage just before adoption. So it's an important stage, and this is where the citizens get represented by the commission and the citizen members to vet the budget proposal that's put forth by the county administrator. The other thing is we're really just looking at 1 year. I mean, legally, we need to pass a budget for fiscal year 23 because you can't really get to July 1st without an adopted budget. So it's a critical process, part of the process here, to get us to that point. Because you got to have a legal appropriations and legally approved tax rates to move past July 1st with your operations. So Nick mentioned the budget process. This actually started back in November. So as he said, a lot of work's been done to get to where we are today. And Dan and Betsy did great work getting the documents together from all the departments. So once you all do your job here and reach, make whatever motions we propose to you as we go through the process and get the tax rates and the budgets approved, they go to the board for final adoption. And there's a form that gets filled out and advertised, and it's a pretty lengthy form. And back in the old days, you had to publish these in newspapers, and they went on for pages and pages, and they cost thousands of dollars to advertise the proposed budget or the approved budget for the final hearing. So I think a lot of that is done online now, and so maybe finance officers aren't as goofed up about the cost of that publishing. But that'll happen. There'll be a final hearing at the board. That happens, I think, on June 22nd, according to our schedule. So the board moves through about 7 different resolutions to adopt the budget for the county and all the service districts that are related entities. The budget process is also a unique opportunity, really, to understand how all the county resources are used to provide services. And so that's why we're going to hear from all these departments, and that's why your budget is, 100 and some pages long, because there's a lot of resources. Some have restrictions, some don't. Some are general kind of revenues, like the general fund is mostly tax revenues, property tax. That's totally unrestricted, so the county can use it for whatever it sees fit. So you have 2 documents in front of you. One is the program budget. That's the one with all the stuff in it, the really good stuff, all the narratives about what departments do, little grids about FTE and total budget and changes year to year, and goals and objectives. That's the program budget. The detailed budget, which I hesitate to mention because a lot of people love their detailed budget and they get into it. That's the line item budget, and that's where every single line is detailed and they all add up to what's in the program budget. So that document's there in case we need it to look at some details. But I encourage you to try to focus on the program side of things. That's the bigger picture where the real game is. It's really not the details, although the details are necessary sometimes. Also, the last point I want to make is there is, I mentioned that this is a 1-year deal. We're trying to get a budget in place by July 1st for fiscal year 23. But we're doing that in a much broader perspective because we all know that future planning is really important, and decisions you make today affect decisions you can make in the future. And so know that many departments, solid waste, the health department, the road department, and others, look at things in a long-term perspective. In fact, when we sit down and talk about their budgets, we look at 1 year, but we also want to know what's going on in the future. So there are future perspectives at play here. And the general fund is one of those funds that has several functions and several ancillary funds to it, like general capital projects and the general county reserve. So Dan's going to talk about some planning that he's done, some forecasting that he's done, that we've already shared with 3 commissioners, and you budget citizen members will see that today as well. And that kind of gets us to some of the comments Nick was making about, our fiscal situation is kind of changing. And revenues are streaming in, and we're doing great on the revenue side, but we have a lot of capital needs, and at some point, we're not going to be able to just fund those as we go. We're going to have to think of other strategies to fund large capital, and we haven't really had to do much of that in the past. So I want to hand this off to Dan to talk in more detail about the document, what's in there, and then some of the highlights that will come across as we talk to departments later in the week. So thanks again for your commitment of the time here. I've been doing local government budgets in Oregon for about 30 years or so. And I had a running competition with the finance director at the city of Hillsborough to see who could get their budget adopted in the least number of hours at their budget committee. And Hillsborough set the record with 1 hour. Now you can question like how great of a review was that. But I quit competing when I came to Deschutes County because we do it like for an entire week. And I think there's some real pluses to that. But I get mocked when I'm with other finance people for not exerting some control over this process. But here we are, and this is a great process we have at the county, and it gives everyone really, by the end, I think, a great grasp on what it is we're doing here at the county. And again, the county is a fabulous organization. It always has been, and it has so many positive financial attributes that other governments that I've seen just don't have. And so we're very fortunate to be here and getting to spend 4 days together to talk about all of this. So Dan, back to you.
Thank you, Wayne. Okay, so I'll just start us off with a brief overview of the general assumptions that were built into this proposed budget before moving on to kind of the budget highlights, reoccurring themes that we'll hear in this budget document, and potential budget committee decisions here that we'll deliberate on Thursday. So first off, let's start with some assumptions. The personnel in COLA, we've heard a little bit about this so far. The county is no exception to the rest of the country and is feeling the effects of larger inflationary rates than recent years. The cost of living adjustment this year was set at the bargain unit maximum of 3.5%. We also had a 2% wage adjustment, which Nick and the commissioner spoke to. These inflationary factors, plus a countywide increase of 52.1 FTE this year, and employee step increases contribute to a total personnel budget of $154.5 million, and that's an approximate $9.2 million increase over fiscal year 22, or 6.4%, which is kind of what you'd expect with inflationary factors and step increases and whatnot. Page 27 in your budget binder has a breakdown of the personnel expenditure history year over year, if you'd like to review that. All right, another kind of large assumption that we make is the health benefits and insurance rates. There's no increase in departmental or employee health insurance rates within the fiscal year 23 proposed budget, as the county will continue to subsidize the health insurance costs with reserve funding. That being said, the county has experienced a significant and unanticipated increase in claims costs in fiscal year 22 related to deferred health care and medical needs due to the pandemic. We just found this out about a month or two ago here. So the finance department will likely bring a $3 million budget adjustment in fiscal year 22 to cover these unanticipated costs. And preliminary conversations and analysis regarding potential fee or insurance rate increases in the future may need to occur here relatively quickly. And for more detail on that, you can look at the Health Benefits Fund, which is on page 162 of your binder.
Dan,
Mhm.
did we, so you mentioned deferred care that people were catching up on. Does that mean that we had lighter health expenditures in FY '21?
I would have to look at the numbers. I know that Kathleen will speak more to this on the health reserve, but from what I've briefly heard is that, yes, it was a kind of a deferred healthcare cost, but I'm sure Kathleen knows if we saw a dip during those years.
And you said you thought it was a $2 million charge?
3 million.
3 million?
Unanticipated. Mhm. So we have a healthy health reserve, but that will, eat into it by some amount, and that's why we'll need to do some analysis in conjunction with human resources to determine if we need to do health insurance rate increases to cover future claim costs.
If you look at page 162 in the program budget, under materials and services, that's where the claims costs come in. You can see how flat they were in 20 and 21, and even the budget in 22. And there hasn't been an increase in the rate that's charged to departments, I think, since 2020 or maybe 2019. So it's been really flat. I don't know that there was a decline, certainly, but, and I think the hope here is that this is not a new level of claims cost. It's a blip in the curve for pent-up procedures, if you will. So we kind of have to wait and see how that pans out over the next few months.
Although, I mean, the concern would be if historically it's been steady state and you get the lump, I mean, it could be a lump in the snake that's just going to pass through, but the question is how many years does that lump exist?
Right. And this fund, I believe, has a very healthy reserve and has had that, and the intent has been for a number of years to bring that reserve down to a little more reasonable level, and so that's why the rate's been held constant. So I think it's a strong fund, but yeah, this presents an unexpected event, and we're not sure exactly how long that's going to be showing itself.
And Jim, when we do that analysis with HR after, starting early in fiscal year 23, we'll look into actuarial rates of medical costs and those kind of things and see, how long the experts are projecting out. We might see a blip and then try to adjust accordingly and look at it from a holistic perspective there.
Mhm.
So.
And, a little bit more context. It's been a point of pride for the county that, for over the last decade or maybe 15 years, you see most employers' healthcare costs,
Exactly.
escalating at a very aggressive rate. Ours has been pretty flat, and that's, with innovations like the Deschutes on-site clinic and other things have allowed us to accomplish, and healthy employees have allowed us to accomplish that. And so, come off of many years of below average growth in healthcare costs, and see a blip is, I mean, had to catch up with us sometime. But yeah, how long it's going to last, how big the lump in the snake is going to be is the question.
What's the optimal reserve percentage? If it eats into the...
Early, I think, shortly after this fund was set up, the county policy was 1 year's claims, which is an immense reserve for a fund like this. And then I think probably back in the 16, 17, right in there, we all determined, or it was determined that a 6-month reserve would be sufficient. And really 4 months is probably the target. So I don't know where it's gone since then. Maybe Dan, you know.
I don't. I believe that's correct. And when you look at the contingency line here, it says 11 million, but it'll probably be closer to 8 million because this was not put into the proposed budget, correct? And I think
Wasn't that the number that we were actually trying to go to, but we just didn't think we were going to go to it in 1 year?
right.
Yeah.
Right. So we'll probably have to do that'll probably be included in the analysis too, is what is a new healthy baseline for the general health benefits fund, especially giving maybe some volatility in claims and whatnot. So we'll reanalyze that, I'm sure, when we do this analysis.
And the interesting fact was that they did do surveying for, I believe, 4 different surveys in the county, and the health insurance was the top, or only one survey said compensation and health insurance, because I personally kept saying, please, let's add pet insurance or something. When we kept losing so many people, what is it that's going to attract them to want to stay? But everyone actually does appreciate our health plan is, of course, as you know, outstanding.
Thank you.
Okay, of course. Thank you. The last major driver of personnel costs is PERS rates. These are rates charged against payroll to fund employee retirements, and they are adjusted every 2 years by the state. Fiscal year 23 is actually the second year of this 2-year cycle. The rates will be the same as the current year, and I believe the future rates are not expected to increase very much. It's very marginal, so that's good for us as well. I'm going to move on to some revenue assumptions here. Large revenue assumptions impacting the proposed budget center on property taxes and transient room tax. In many ways, property taxes are the backbone of our revenue funding streams here. They are the major funding source of the county general fund, as well as the sheriff's office, 911, which in turn is the primary support of the assessor's office. The county general fund is the primary support of the assessor's office, the clerk's office, the board of property tax appeals, district attorney, tax veterans services, property management, and our medical examiner here. Additionally, other departments receive substantial general fund transfers for their operating budgets, including community justice, juvenile, health services, dog control, victims assistance, and the board of county commissioners. The proposed budget assumes the current property tax levy of 1.2183 cents per $1,000 of assessed value. The assessed value is projected to increase by 5.5% this year, which is consistent with the fiscal year 22 actual increase of 5.58%. And the collection rate of taxes is assumed to be at 96%, which is generally kind of the collection rate we pull in over the last few years. The above factors give us a fiscal year 23 general fund projected property tax revenue of $35.5 million, which is approximately $2 million or 5.5% more than was budgeted in fiscal year 22. More details on the assessed value and property taxes can be found in the budget message on page 2 and 3 of your binders if you're interested in that. Transient room tax can be found on page 156 of your budget binder. Transient room tax from the tourism industry is another very large revenue source in the proposed budget and is used to fund internal operations, including the sheriff's office, the Fair and Expo Center, health services, and the Justice Court recently. TRT funds are also used to support the Central Oregon Visitors Association and discretionary board projects with unallocated TRT, such as the Sun River Public Safety Project, which is going to be $4 million in this fiscal year, or in fiscal year 23, and one-time transfers to the trail systems of $600,000 in fiscal year 23, and Mount Bachelor's large biomass project of $1 million here in fiscal 23. And those are budgeted here under the TRT fund. We are currently projecting TRT revenue for fiscal year 23 at $13.6 million, which is a slight increase of the projected fiscal year 22 ending collections of $13.1 million. It should be noted that projecting TRT funds is a difficult task due to it being strongly correlated with the tourism industry, wildfires and smoke, changing short-term lodging demands, and national economic swings and other factors can have a significant and unanticipated effects on these revenue. I just want to thank Mr. Pfister as well. He spent some time with me going over TRT assumptions and showing me a compound annual growth rate model that was very helpful, and just us kind of looking forward for TRT. So thank you.
No problem.
Investment earnings are projected at $1.5 million, and that is mirroring our actual projection for fiscal year 22. Should the Federal Reserve continue to contract credit and raise the interest rates to combat inflation, we could potentially see a rise in actual investments earnings in fiscal year 23 because we hold so many bonds. Any questions on revenue assumptions?
Just like to make one little comment here about investment earnings.
Sure.
Investment earnings prior to 2008 for about $5.5 million for the county, countywide, across all of its funds. And, you know, the recession back then in 2008, one of the largest impacts on the county was the loss of about $4.5 million of that earnings. And no one ever talked about that because it was just not a revenue source that people think much about. That started to come back in 2018 and 19 as the Fed started raising rates, you might recall. But that didn't last too long because the stock market took a dive and they sort of backed off on their raising rates. But, so this is $1.5 million, it's pretty small return for the county. The potential is much greater than that. And, you know, it takes a little while for the new rates that are being put out there every couple of weeks by the Fed to get to us, only because we already hold an investment portfolio based on rates a year, 2 years ago, and 6 months ago, and yesterday. So eventually our portfolio will catch up with that. The pool rate is already going up about every 2 or 3 weeks. It's up at 75 basis points already. So
That's the LGIP.
yeah. So anyway, to me, investment earnings is kind of the sleeper impact of recessions here at the county financially.
Hey,
Right.
Dan,
Mhm.
could you just briefly explain how TRT is distributed to the, like one is a fixed
Sure.
payment and the others are variable based on the amount received? How does that work?
Thank you. Yeah, it will have an individual department or a TRT program presentation as well, but briefly to explain it, there's a 7% TRT that is, part of it is unallocated and part of it is allocated to tourism. And of that, a lot of it goes to the sheriff's office and then to other departments. And then we have a percentage contract with Central Oregon Visitors Association. And so they get a percentage of the TRT for their contract, which funds the majority of their budget, as far as I can tell. And then on top of that, there is unallocated TRT. Those are allocated TRT. There's unallocated TRT that can be used at the board's discretion. This year, the board chose to fund the Sun River Safety Campus, which is $4 million in fiscal year '23, but is expected to be $8 million total. The Mount Bachelor Biomass Project, which was $1 million of that unallocated TRT, and that will be just a one-year payment in fiscal year '23 and a one-year payment of $600,000 to the trail system. And then additionally, we have Fund 170, which is our 1% TRT, which was passed to go to the fair and expo. And so those funds, the allocated funds from that, go to marketing for the fair and expo fund. The unallocated generally drop into the fair and expo's kind of capital reserve for maintenance and improvement of their fair facilities to continue to bring in tourism. So that's kind of the high level. Is that a good enough explanation, or want to go in more detail?
And what's been the general increase over the last couple of years? I know the
Oh,
numbers are here, but.
yeah, let me see here. That's on page,
It's like 5.8 if I remember.
Go to page
Yeah.
156.
156. There was a large spike, I believe, during COVID, and that was an interesting thing. We projected that we might see less tourism, and we saw a lot more. And so if we look at Fund 160, you can see in fiscal year 2020, we had about $6 million. It's that other tax line right there. We had 6.5 million, and then it jumped up to 9.68 in 21. And the 22 budget is going to be low, because what the number that we're projecting coming into the 22 budget, I believe, is close to about 11.7 or so. I'd have to look, because I'm combining them both together to get 13 million. So, or probably closer to about 11.3 million. And so then we're doing I believe a 5% increase in the proposed budget for TRT, up to 11.8 million in Fund 160 and 1.7 million in Fund 170. So I would have to run the calculator numbers there, but there's been substantial increases since fiscal year 2020. And because COVA, the Central Oregon Visitors Association, has a percentage of those TRT, their budget and their contract has also gone up at the same rate, essentially. And so one of the things that's difficult about the TRT fund is the volatility of it. It's very hard to just say, okay, let's put a 5 or 6% growth rate in there, because if we have a wildfire and we have tourism cancellations, or an economic recession and people just don't have the money to come travel as often, or there's some kind of impact on the short-term rental situation here in the county, we could really see that kind of dive back to potentially 2020 levels, and there's just a lot of volatility there. But we have been in a very strong situation where I'm sure, as everyone's noticed, the county continues to grow and we continue to have more tourism and revenue coming in from those things.
But this is how I don't think we can expect tourism to just continuously grow in perpetuity. There's only a certain number of square feet of lake for people to put their tube in, and linear miles of trail, and restaurants and tables to eat your dinner at in this community. So and we've also seen COVID kept people from traveling internationally and doing all sorts of stuff. So a lot more people came here, and we can't expect that to continue. We've also, and Dan mentioned wildfire smoke. We've sort of dodged the bullet in terms of having a really bad fire right in the middle of Deschutes County. We've had fires on the edges, but we haven't had a year with a really bad fire in the middle of Deschutes County for a number of years, and that's we're doing a lot of good fuels reduction work, but we've just been lucky.
The other side of it, though, is the fact that hotel room rates have gone up. They've been a major increase through inflation, and yet with the inflation and what gas prices are doing now, it's like it's got to balance out. I think it's really a hard call, honestly, because room rates, that was one of the, 28% or something? I mean, really big room rates for hotel rooms.
Yeah.
And the volatility of it, where does it come from? So is fiscal year 23 the Sun River Safety Campus, the trails, Fair and Expo facilities, Fair and Expo marketing, COVA, Mount Bachelor biomass, and the sheriff's office? So if it's volatile, I don't know if that 650 is already gone. Was that last, or it's coming out of this fiscal?
We approved it.
Yeah, it's all those have been approved and are in fiscal year 23. And again, as we get into the TRT presentation, I'm happy to go over it. But if you look at the materials and services line on Fund 160 here, and this is probably what Ms. Trego is talking about here, it goes from 3.3 million in fiscal year 22 to fiscal year 23 is 9.4 million approximately. And so that is where you're seeing those expenditures on the discretionary grants. So we definitely have the money to cover that. We also have a healthy reserve in TRT of 7.5 million. But right, you wouldn't want to potentially make ongoing commitments without having a healthy reserve because of the volatility there.
Because that's 182%.
Yes.
And that's,
I'm just, yeah.
It is. It was a.
And Judy, that specific investment, the trails investment, when we hear from COVA later this week, I think we will hear about basically how I view that trails investment is, investing in the golden goose, right? The trails are one of the key amenities that keeps people coming here, and so we will hear from COVA, I believe, a proposal to kind of internalize some of that investment in the amenities that keep tourists coming here into their allocation of TRT. With a stable operating budget kind of level, and then the surplus beyond that being available for these amenity investments.
Thank you for that. And I know we'll talk about it when we get to that section, but prioritization of facilities and funding facilities and the golden gooses, geese.
Yes, we like these.
Because
Gaggle.
it can be trails, or it can be swimming pools, or it can be fair and expo, and I'm sure you have a line of facility and property folks who would line up to ask requests for that funding as well. So I don't know if COVA makes a prioritization list or make recommendation for future requests out of this fund, because I imagine they will come fast and furious.
We're just at the beginning process of figuring out how that will work and what would be eligible, but yeah, that's the intention, is that, the amenities that keep people coming here need to be maintained, and they need to expand.
Thank you.
Well, and according to state law, these are the unallocated transient room taxes that could also be thought of as general fund dollars. As I say, it's volatile general fund dollars, but they could be used for county facilities and not even offered out. So I'm just saying there's two sides to that equation. And that's why, the sheriff's office has been in a spot where, there's X amount there, and that's been discussed every year. But that's a kind of a general fund authority that we have on that also. It's nice to be able to know we can invest in the community, and it's kind of a backup for the general fund if there's ever that opportunity or need.
And safety absolutely makes sense, because there's impacts, I'm sure, to the sheriff's office due to tourism.
Well, and search and rescue and jail operations, anything.
That's definitely, what part of the way that I think about the TRT is we want to mitigate, as well as investing in the amenities that keep people coming here. We want to mitigate the impacts, and the sheriff's office allocation is how I think of that. And the other really big piece that I've been thinking about, one of the reasons I want to try to, with the county's unrestricted allocation of TRT, one of the things I really think we should be thinking about investing some of that in is housing, because the county TRT, a huge amount of that is generated off of short-term rentals, and every short-term rental takes a housing unit off of the long-term rental market, or out of kind of long-term permanent resident status, and I think that contributes to the scarcity that drives up the prices and makes housing unaffordable. So, in terms of mitigating the impact of that, if we were to take some TRT on an annual basis and invest it in workforce and affordable housing projects, it just kind of seems to make sense to me.
We've had the conversation in the past about how hard we push to get people here, and the good news is it helps us build more hotel rooms, and it provides revenue streams for a lot of our county residents and businesses. On the other hand, we've got the impacts that we've mentioned, and how much do we ask COVA to work to bring people here at this point? And I know the Forest Service is struggling, and they're shutting things down more because of the impact on the forests, and so there seems to be a point. That's all I'm asking. What is that point that we continue to encourage them to spend more money, and we give them more money to spend to get people here without addressing the impact and the cost to the community for that? So that's the discussion I'd like to have when we talk about TRT. Let's think a little harder about that.
And we certainly will, and COVA is changing how they promote tourism and who do they promote tourism to, and there's a lot of dynamics that we will learn from them here in just a couple of days, and we've been working closely with them, and as Commissioner Chang mentioned, we're just beginning the process, and we'll talk about an approach in a couple of days about how we will work with them going forward. I will just say it is interesting to kind of summarize some of the keys is, while our risks are certainly increasing each year, so too are we going to experience increases in TRT, because we will see a doubling of Caldera Springs. The whole second phase it's been approved, and they're just getting ready to build. So that'll bring a lot of units online. Thornburg Resort, as controversial as it is, it's proceeding toward development, and that will bring in a lot more. So it's interesting as the potential for significant increases skyrocket, so too do the risks. And so hence I think we could very well see that volatility in the future.
Just a quick question. What's the current term of the COVA contract?
The what?
How long?
It's annual, and, or it just continues to automatically renew. And so for us to have a conversation with them, which they're open to, and we've had really good discussions even over the last couple of weeks, Wayne and I did with their executive director. There are opt-out periods for both sides, should we want to change the formula or something of that nature. There's a time frame to do it. And so the conversations to this point have been very productive, and we'll discuss an approach here in a couple of days to the budget committee about what that might look at going forward. Yeah.
Thank you for expanding on that. I know it's an important conversation, and as we receive the request from the Ben Chamber for the Workforce Housing Initiative, as you were saying, this might be one way to help fund things like that, but I would like to see some kind of prioritization list because of the increases and the volatility of the fund. If there's one wildfire and all of this is allocated out of this fund and then the funding isn't there, it could be a problem, so thank you.
So real quick, there's one acronym, the LGIP, just acknowledging that's the Local Government Investment Pool. And it's a statewide operation where we can put dollars in, overnight money where you can put it in and take it out any day. And it's a interest opportunity for public agencies. I don't know if you want to say any more. It's just an acronym that I noted. It's like, oh, that slipped by real quick.
But what is our maximum in that investment? Is it 50?
About 54 million.
54 million now?
The state, they have a formula each year that's increased by the CPI about how much you can keep in there. And it's really, the county years ago had all of its funds in there.
And then you had to straighten it out, I
And
remember.
We went back to complying with the law, but it really has to do with diversification of assets and investments. And so it's kind of good to abide by the limit. But we do keep it at its limit because it's a rising interest situation. So, and it's also provides liquidity, meaning you can cover your bills quickly without having to sell investments. So.
Thank you.
Just one other piece of the investment story is, as a public entity, our investment options are constrained. So the LGIP is like a really good one within the pool of things that we're allowed to invest in.
Oh, I've done the bonds and T-bills route before. I like algebra a lot better.
All right, well, thank you. That was a great conversation. I'm going to move on to debt here after we cover the revenue assumptions. So expenditures to repay borrowed funds are budgeted at $6.3 million for this year, fiscal year 23 roughly. This is a 4.2% increase over fiscal year 22 and is due to scheduled increases in debt service and amortization amounts. New debt was anticipated in the FY22 budget to fund the Negus transfer station. Improvements are being included again in the fiscal year 23 budget as the project is now set to begin in fiscal year 23. And we'll hear more about that transfer station from Chad Santola and Solid Waste there. The improvements are estimated to cost just over $21 million with an estimated debt service of $1.3 to $1.6 million annually depending on the terms of the bonds. And Solid Waste does have a reserve fund that is able to cover those, so that isn't coming from the general fund or anything else. The courthouse expansion project is estimated to cost just over $40 million, and construction is anticipated to begin in fiscal year 24. At that time, if approved, new debt would be issued. With the increasing interest rates, we project the debt service for this issue would be between $2.5 and $3 million annually, depending on the duration and the terms of the bond. The county has historically funded capital needs through cash reserves in the county's general reserve fund, which is Fund 060. The balance of this fund has decreased over the last 4 years, and its ability to fund capital outlay has been significantly reduced. In future years, the county may need to rely on other revenue sources or increased debt financing for larger capital expenditures. This conversation and the situation here will be addressed in more depth when the general capital reserve is discussed. More information on debt can be found on page 8 of the budget book, and actuals history can be found on page 27 on the countywide summary. Moving on to capital outlay. For the fiscal year 23, the county has increased as an increase of $6 million in capital investments, including road construction, maintenance, and solid waste improvements, including the Negus Transfer Station project in Redmond that I just spoke about there. Further projects include the adult parole and probation expansion, the completion of the North County campus, and the Worrell Park redevelopment. Historical capital outlay actuals can be found on page 32, and a more detailed conversation of current project as well as future capital plans and funding sources will occur during review of departmental funds in the general capital reserve. So facilities will talk about Worrell Park and North County and adult parole and probation expansion. Solid waste we'll talk a lot about in the Negus Transfer Station. The road department will talk about all the capital improvement projects happening there. So I'm going to move on to some highlights and decision points with the assumptions in, well, let's see here, sorry. So the proposed budget includes some special requests. As in the past year, the budget officer, Nick Lelock, has included some special requests within the proposed budget. I would ask you to turn to page 201. In your budget binder for a quick review of these requests. The majority of the requests included in the budget, and those are the ones at the top half of this page here. I'll let everybody turn there. So the majority of requests included in the budget are long-term supported by departmental funding. That means they are not asking for additional general fund to support these requests. Positions that were included that have general fund costs have been deemed necessary by the director for the continued functioning of service levels. And special requests outside of the proposed budget, those are the ones at the bottom half of this page here on 201, either report to an elected official or have a general fund cost associated with them. So this will be one of the bigger things that this committee is responsible for. There will be deliberations on all of these special requests, especially the ones not included in the proposed budget during Thursday's budget session.
Dan, if I can just emphasize your last point there for just a moment. One of the, in my first year, I continued one of Tom's Anderson, our prior county administrator's practices of not making decisions on the elected department heads' special requests. So there wasn't a decision either way. Those will all be before the budget committee. Whereas we did strategically look at those requests submitted by the appointed department heads, so many of which are included. We evaluated those closely based on funding sources or other general fund. We also considered what the budget committee's direction was last year with a couple of those positions. So I just wanted to put those into context so you'll have decisions to make there, so you just have an understanding of why you have the recommendations that you have and the decision points that you have.
And on Thursday, we will definitely go through each one of these special requests and explain this this paper, this graphic, a little bit more detail, but it should be pretty simple to see the funding sources off to the right. If they're program revenues, that means that your department can cover it. And if it's general fund or TRT, it's coming out of one of our fiscal entities kind of supporting those positions. So another decision will be property taxes are also levied by the Deschutes County Sheriff's Office to fund county law enforcement activities. Capacity exists in these levies as the maximum amounts approved by voters has not yet been reached. The rates in the Sheriff's Office fiscal year 23 proposed budget for the countywide law enforcement district tax remains unchanged at $1.05. The rural law enforcement district rate, however, is in the proposed budget as an increase of 9 cents from $1.34 to $1.43. And this increase is to fund the sheriff's ongoing operations. And this will be, it is in the proposed budget, but it is a decision point for the budget, for the Board of County Commissioners and the committee. It's baked into the proposed budget. But there is also an extension of a 1-year increase of TRT in the amount of $500,000 baked into the proposed budget for the sheriff's office as well to continue to support mostly their rural operations there. There's going to be a few decision points around the general fund reserve and unallocated TRT. As mentioned earlier, the total balance of the general county reserve has been declining for the last 4 years. The transfer into the reserve of general fund operating revenue excess is $5 million this year and represents a $2 million decline from fiscal year '22. The reserve is then transferring out $10 million in FY23 countywide capital needs to other funds. Therefore, the reserve transfers out are greater than the revenue being transferred in and is decreasing the overall balance of our reserve fund. A financial summary of the reserve fund can be found on pages 34 and 158. A more detailed conversation of this fund will ensue during the departmental conversation, but it includes a discussion on future capital needs and budget committee decisions, points relating and regarding potentially to transferring or reserving unallocated TRT reserves into the general county reserve to bolster its balance for future capital needs and operational sustainability, and for future debt needs, near-term future debt needs potentially in fiscal year '24 for the courthouse. Moving on, when we're looking at transient room tax, as Nick has spoken to and a few others here, the Central Oregon Visitors Association contract will be discussed as it is based on a percentage of TRT collections and has increased in value from approximately $2 million in 2020 to its current proposed value of $3.67 million. There is conversation regarding potentially changing this contract, and excess TRT revenue would be placed into a sustainability fund, which Nick and others can speak more to, and that fund would be used to promote tourism and projects within the region. Further conversation can occur in a couple days there. All right, and last but not least, we want to do a couple budgetary highlights.
Real quick, so that Central Oregon Visitors Association contract and a sustainability fund, that's coming from the legislatively required promotion portion of the transient room tax. So that's that line between promotion and now a sustainability fund, or general fund and discretionary choices. So that's the kind of the window that we're looking at there.
Correct, entirely in the required, statutorily required tourism promotion and infrastructure piece, correct.
From the allocated.
Mm-hmm.
Are those percentages then, or how does that work, the required?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You mean between operations and tourism
Said there's a
facilities for
required
them?
promotion amount, and that's the amount we give to COVA?
There's a percentage that goes to COVA, but how they use that for promotion versus tourism-related facilities is discretionary.
So, right, in TRT, there's the 7% TRT, which goes to the board discretionary projects, COVA, and internal services. And there's a split between allocated funds, which have to be used for the promotion of tourism, and as Commissioner DeBone said, unallocated, which can almost be used for anything in general fund. I believe it's a 70-30 split, or a 30-70 split in this case. And then we also have Fund 170, which is much smaller, but that's the 1% TRT, and all of that revenue goes to the Fair and Expo Center.
And I would just offer that we have more flexibility than a lot of other local governments because of the timing of when we created the TRT program, which is pre-2003. So that gives us a lot of flexibility. Anything that happened, if I recall correctly, after 2003, there are a lot more constraints. And so,
If I could just enter, historically, as Nick just said, the county had the original 6% of its TRT before there were really any restrictions in state law about what you could use it for. And the county chose to use it through two different formulas that applied to COVA. And so in that original 6%, COVA gets some money based on the formula. As state law kind of migrated or evolved over time, and I don't know when this happened exactly, I don't know the history of it, but at some point, the state said, okay, from this point forward, if you have one in place already, you just have to keep doing what you're doing. Well, we were using this couple of formulas, and the rest was unallocated, and so that's why we have kind of a large unallocated piece from the past. Then the 1% was slightly restricted, and then the newest 1% that passed, I think in 2014 for the fair, that was the 30-70 split. You had to use 70% for tourism and 30% for general purposes. So you add all those together, we have a pretty large unallocated piece that we can use, because we're still doing what we said we were going to do back before any of it was restricted. So that has become restricted, and we've chosen to spend these percentage formulas, and so we'll continue to do that. We're restricted to continue doing that. But as that revenue grows, we continue to get unallocated resources that we have choices over. So,
And the portion that the sheriff gets, that was on the original side, I
yeah,
believe.
right.
And is that out of discretionary?
Well, that's out of that original 6% formula.
Yeah.
And so
2003, yeah.
prior to 2003, yeah. And I think that when the jail was built, my recollection is that about $2.5 million or so was earmarked for the sheriff, and not to apply to the jail, but that's sort of how it was calculated, that, hey, their costs are going way up, we should chip in some of this, and this was way back. And that has grown to this 3.651 million number over a couple of decades, perhaps, of decisions made by the Budget Committee and the board to increase that.
And then last year or the year before, we put a cap on the sheriff.
It was $3,151,000. I believe last year they were granted a one-time $500,000 bump by this committee and the board, and they're asking for that to continue for a second year, and that's why they're still at $3.6 million in the proposed budget.
And that's in the proposed budget? I
It
think?
is.
Yeah, so it's
It
already
is.
in there, so it'd be a choice to take it out if, by this.
Mhm. Correct.
And at the time last year, I asked a lot of hard questions, which we really didn't have enough time to answer, because it was like 5 o'clock on Friday. Yeah, but, you know, I asked the sheriff's office to help me understand why an increase from TRT was appropriate. You know, the broad statement they made was, well, tourism went up this year, to which I said, well, if there's a whole lot of people renting short-term rentals in Sun River during COVID and buying $800 worth of groceries and hunkering down with their family while their kid goes to school online, how does that affect your rural patrol services? Because Sun River has its own police department. And I didn't get it. I wasn't particularly satisfied with the answer, but they are going to bring more substantial information this year when they make the request for the continuation of the $500,000.
Mr. Chair, if I have a comment. Also in that scenario, if somebody owns a house and they're renting it out and they're not living in it, then they're not using the services. And so really the person who is renting their house is using the service instead of them. So I'm not a big fan of tourism is, you know, hugely impacting all these county operations. I think it was departments seeing an opportunity to ask for it and make the link. Just a personal opinion.
Yeah, I think the same way. I think the sheriff has a little more comprehensive approach to it this year, so it'll be interesting to hear.
Well, one of my arguments for why we needed more judges, though, the 2 judges, was because I was told that the tourists account for like 25% of things that do happen in Deschutes County. So that's maybe the other side of the story. They aren't always following the rules. And
I
are
can
we
just-
getting we have a stolen car every day, and in Deschutes County, and the DUI numbers I know are really over the top now. I know that Bend is really watching those numbers, but it's truly a problem.
We've studied TRT quite a bit over the last several months, and I'll just leave our listening public with this, and that is that while we have significant TRT revenues, our rate is actually significantly lower than a lot of other local governments around the state. We are just so successful because we have so many rural tourism facilities that are collecting in our destination resorts and the short-term rentals, and so many facilities in the rural county that are generating the revenue. So just the point is that our rate still doesn't match that of many other local governments. We're not even close with some.
Good to know.
Yes, we're at the frugal end of rates, truly. And I don't think we've upgraded it for quite a while, have we?
2014.
2014
was our last.
1% for the.
That was the fairgrounds.
Yeah, that the voters approved. Right.
But our options, I mean, if we, because our original 6% was back in the time when there weren't a lot of restrictions around what you could raise and then use TRT for. If we were to add, my interest in, connecting TRT to our housing needs, that's not an allowable use for an additional, if we were to add a 1% now, for example.
If you added anything to it, it would be the 70-30 requirement for tourism, 30% general purpose.
So the 30% could be used for, but not the majority of it,
Right.
right? Yeah, yeah.
Well, and then that 1% approved by the voters in 2014, supported by the tourism industry, because that was a point in time also. That 30% is discretionary / general fund choice to be able to support capital needs at the fairgrounds, which is, it's wonderful knowing that, and if, you read their memos in here about their position, reinvesting in that facility is going to be really important in the next few years, just paint and floor carpeting and different things. But that's a kind of a general fund support choice here also, that 30% of that next 1%.
Yeah, as I remember that, I think that's what put it over with the voters, is understanding the need for that at the fairgrounds. That was an important feature. We just didn't have another way to fund that at the time, and it really helped.
Unless we did a capital bond of some sort by the voters.
Right, yeah. Go ahead, Dan.
Oh, okay. Budgetary highlights include the creation of Fund 205, which has $500,000 to establish a coordinated office to strengthen our regional response to homelessness. This new funding is allocated through House Bill 4123, which designated Deschutes County and local cities as one of 8 pilots in the state. The county expects to receive an additional $500,000 for this pilot in fiscal year 24, so that's pretty exciting. Also, the Board of County Commissioner has allocated over $37 million of the $38.4 million in the American Rescue Plan Act funds, and that can be seen on page 36. These federal funds have been distributed to help the area recover from the pandemic and have been dispersed to small businesses, child cares, creation of affordable housing and homeless dwellings, improving water efficiency and wastewater systems, and bolstering the COVID-19 response through contact tracing, case investigation, logistics support, and data analysis. So that's actually been really huge for our community and has been one of our great successes in fiscal year 22 here. And so those are some of the highlights and kind of the issues that will continue recurring. Real quick, I'd like to thank Betsy Tucker as our senior budget analyst. She produced the majority of this book that you are holding right now and just did an amazing job. So thank you. And thank you all for your time and volunteering. And I'd just like to invite you to ask any questions regarding kind of the overview of the budget at this time.
Quick question. So page 36, you mentioned American Rescue Plan Act. I'm looking at the second to last column, American Rescue Plan Act. So is that Fund 200 at that point?
Yeah, Fund 200.
So we know it's a $38 million fund or so, and it says 23. How do we read that?
Yeah, so I did this projection.
For this next.
This is, so the board is obligated or allocated $37 million, but the beginning net and working capital represents the estimate of the actuals, not the obligation. And there is some.
Next fiscal year.
For this next fiscal year. So basically you can read it as, I'm estimating that we will have actually given out $15 million of actuals, and there'll be $23 million remaining in beginning working capital.
So it's, that minus what we've done this fiscal year.
Right, exactly. There is some delay as we have to go through, fiscal assessments and all those things, subrecipient compliance after the obligation is made in contracts and whatnot, so.
So that helps, yeah. So we think of it as the 38 minus what we've done this year.
Mhm.
And then also we know that there's a horizon of expenditure activity to fiscal year 24, or federal fiscal year 24 probably,
Yeah.
right? So
Mhm.
we'll be doing that for this year and the next year.
Right, and for capital projects, we could actually see that through December 31st, I think, of, or 30 through 2026 for some of those capital projects. Mhm.
Next
couple, 3-4 years.
Yeah, we'll just kind of see that being spent down as it's transferred out to those recipients that you all have approved.
And the second payment did arrive then?
I've filed for the second payment. It should arrive shortly. I filed in mid-May, so
Okay.
it should be here within a couple weeks, I would imagine.
One other thing I'd just like to flag right now for us to think about over the course of the week is our assessed property tax rate for the general fund. We've been able, and we'll hear a lot more about this later on today when we're talking about large capital projects and the capital reserve fund. But as you heard briefly, our capital reserve fund has been declining, or we've been drawing it down over the last 4 years. This coincides with the reduction of the assessed property tax rates by 6 cents over the course of FY 2018 and 2019. If we had not done those assessed property tax rate reductions, our capital reserve fund wouldn't be drawing close to zero this year relative to past levels. You've also heard about the large capital construction projects that we have to initiate in the next couple of years. Courthouse expansion the construction will start in FY 2024. We could actually have been in a position to have started that earlier, but that project will come due. The bill for that project will start to come due in 2024. And so if we're looking ahead towards incurring substantial debt with our capital reserve funds drawing steadily downward, I think it's actually reasonable to ask whether we should look at that assessed property tax rate this year instead of in future years. When I asked our finance staff whether we should be looking at that now, they said we don't have to do that until 2024. But there's a lot of things that there's a lot of times when it's better to take your medicine sooner than later. If we did decide that we wanted to start to dial up that assessed rate now, it would mean we would need to incur less debt for our courthouse expansion, saddle the Deschutes County taxpayers with less debt for years to come. And we could add a little bit to our reserve this year in preparation for that big investment that's coming in the future. So just again, we can discuss that now if people want to, but I think we will hear a lot more context to evaluate that later on today.
So it's a prime the pump mentality is what you're advocating.
Yeah. I mean, and again, if these last 4 or 5 years, we've seen the capital reserve go down. We know, I think it was very predictable that we would need the kinds of capital facility expansion and construction projects that we are looking at all coming online in the next couple of years. And in that light, we could have been working on these projects. We could have been maintaining higher capital reserves. I think it was unfortunate, in my opinion, that we did the assessed property tax rate reduction in 2018 and 2019, or at least did those to the level that we did.
So we will make a note of that as a budget decision committee point for Thursday deliberations. And as Commissioner Cheng said, I'll speak more to the general capital reserve, and that might today, and that might bring up some more conversation as well.
And if we're flagging stuff, I wanted to throw one out. I wasn't sure when to talk about it, but now's a good time to get started because it'll be a good thing to think about for the week. I was looking at the full-time equivalent charts on page 187, and I was playing around a little bit. I was actually comparing the full-time equivalent running in the county employment versus Deschutes County total population. In 2015, 2015, we were actually at the lowest ratio at about a 0.53% of county employees to population. We're climbing up above 0.56 with this current proposed, which is the highest it's ever been. There've been a couple of 5.5s, but talking about the number of employees that are coming in, or at least that we're proposing to add in, we're actually growing out. And if you add some of those unallocated special requests, that actually puts it above 0.57%. So it's something. It's something I look at, and it's something that I've looked at a lot in my historical budget work on, are you actually maintaining a comprehensive ratio, or are you trying to right size to go fix something? What I worry about a little bit, this is an editorial, is I think what we're trying to do is increase a number of FTEs based on the fact that there's a lot of unfilled positions. And what I wonder is, should there be some discussion in at least a couple of the different organizations that are really requesting some heavy FTE growth on, do you need to rejigger what it is that you're hiring first before you think about adding more people, either that you can't hire or that aren't going to fit the needs of the department. So I just wanted to put that out there to think about for the week.
Okay.
So could you just clarify what your factor is? I mean, what, you had a ratio or a percentage?
I did the ratio of
So is it
FTEs in the county based off of what I could find for estimated county population.
So FTE to population?
Yeah, so, and I can give you the numbers I worked for. I went to a really, definitive source, i.e. Google, and played around. But I do have the numbers that I worked with, and I can stick them in a spreadsheet.
No, I was just curious what the, okay. thank
But
you.
I know that chart is specifically in the back of the consolidated annual financial report, the look back. So if we could find that page, I bet that chart, that exact chart is in there.
We have a chart on 187 that is maybe, or are you talking about a different chart than this, Commissioner DeBon, with the?
CAFR, we have,
The ratio.
Oh, okay. Oh,
I bet it's in
the
there.
ratio chart, right.
it's in the financial report, I think,
Mhm.
the audited finance.
And that's a great point, Mr. Pfister, because as you pointed out, not only is that ratio increasing, but our vacancy rate is increasing too as a county as a whole. So I understand what you're talking about there, and analyzing that and seeing what the best ratios are.
Honestly, when you look at an 11% vacancy rate in a pretty critical area, i.e. Employees serving the public need, sometimes what you might need to do is actually think about resourcing the ability to recruit them rather than actually resourcing new people to go perform a task that's not already being done.
I pick up on a couple of comments you made about what the options are. Are we trying to fill vacancy to meet a need, or are we finding new needs? And that's what I kind of picked up on in reading through, is we've identified some new, desperate need in the community. One is one we discussed at length last year, and that's in school population health, let's call it. We're adding a significant number of people to cover that new need that we've identified. And then there are others, special projects. We're asking for somebody to do something like that. There's a homeless issue out in our community. So, yeah, I would say it's maybe more than the other, is we found new opportunities to provide service to the public.
Mm-hmm. Well, and just running on that train, one of the things that I asked when I was in the interviews for the Budget Committee, and we all talked about it with all three of the commissioners, but haven't had an opportunity to really talk about it to the other two Budget Committee members, is if we're building new programs to address issues in the county, homelessness would be one, but there's probably, mental health would be another that we're really seeing. If we start to apply money to that and that problem starts to grow significantly, so if our number of homeless grows 2x, or if our number of mental health diversions grows 2x, do we have to spend 2x the money to be able to take care of that? That's not an efficient or effective program, and we probably need to rethink how we're allocating. And it's tough. I mean, as a citizen budget committee member, I'm not here to set policy. That's what the three commissioners do. So I want to be careful, but I want to also make sure that I'm highlighting, if this is scaling out of control, I would, as a budget committee member, request that the county come back and rethink the policy.
One important other piece of this is thinking about who pays. You know, we just heard, you know, the county's operating budget is close to 400 million. We just heard that general fund property tax collection is only about 35, right? So there are instances where you know, we're getting new mandates, you know, from the state or federal government, and we need to do X, and you know that ideally that comes with money as well. But there's also there are things like, you know, our community development department. You know, before the Great Recession, we were at 80-something, you know, employees. It crashed to 20, you know, in the 20s, after the bust, and we've been building back. And you know, the number of applications that each community development, each current planner carries is huge. So I mean, there are places where there is just direct growth-related need, and there's probably some kind of correlation between new houses and and remodels and stuff like that and population, but it's also that is something that's growing that's somewhat independent of population as well.
I'm with you on that. I haven't done that. I haven't done the well, I did actually do a deep dive in a couple of them, and they'll come up. But I haven't done the deep dive all the way across. Just on the other thing, in terms of federal or state requirements that are coming into the county, while we can talk about, yes, we're voting on a county budget, I need to remember that I'm still a state and a federal taxpayer. So if there's more things coming in and we're directing state or federal funds that, again, aren't scaling, I want to be responsible as a citizen member of this budget committee, not only for Deschutes County taxes, but also for state and federal taxes that are going to come out of everybody's pockets.
I mean, you know, I as you were talking, I just started thinking about, well, what have we seen recently in terms of, because the Board of Commissioners, we see, you know, on a monthly basis, you know, okay, we need a new FTA to do X, Y, or Z, and you know, one of the most recent ones we've seen is from the sheriff's office to add, black market marijuana interdiction capacity. That is something that appears to be growing at a faster rate than our population is growing. And so it is a need. It is something that you can only get a certain amount of state or federal funding for, and then the rest we've sort of got to just bite the bullet. And you know, the sheriff, I believe, is paying in part for that with the 9-cent increase on the rural district rate. Mm-hmm. So there are, I guess, you know, sitting up on the dais, hearing about, you know, we need new specialized staff to do X, Y, or Z on a monthly basis. A lot of the things are like that. You know, right. There are needs that are growing that may be, you know, kind of, an issue that might be growing faster than the population is growing. That, that's certainly a service that our community needs. You know, it's quite possible that, you know, to go to your homeless analogy, it's quite possible that black market marijuana production is going to continue to get worse, even though we're adding more capacity, because right now we're triaging. We are going to the biggest, most egregious, most well-documented cases of people who are doing black market marijuana production. Mm-hmm. And there's a whole bunch of code complaints that, they basically are lower, like way down on the list in terms of priority. And, so that's just an example of something that could grow worse even as we are doing more and having more people. So
yeah, I think we're going to run into several cases of that this week.
Yeah.
If I can just provide a couple comments. Number one, I really appreciate the data. I always find data fascinating, and that does drive decisions. And So I appreciate you're doing that analysis.
I'm a
because
geek, let me
I
know
had to
about as
do it.
best I can.
Oh, but I really appreciate it, number one. Number two, I think it's a really, really good question of why we are increasing and if we're going to exceed that data. And that was one of my points of direction to department heads of, we really need to hear why we're going to be adding costs, staff, programs, et cetera, in their budget proposals this week, rather than focusing on the organization and services. Why do we need more people to provide? What is it? And so I appreciate the question now at the start of the week, so I can remind them as they come in throughout the week to really drill down on that. I will just say, as a department head in 2015, and that's an interesting year because I started working for Deschutes County in 2009. I was here for 4 of the 5 rounds of layoffs. I can just tell you that the mental impact of what we went through in those layoffs through 2012, we didn't start to just barely emerge in 2013. 2014, our budget committee chair, Barrett, will recall community development. We were always so conservative when we came into every budget committee hearing because we were fearful that if this economy tips, we're going to be right back there again. And so we were so conservative through 2015 in adding staff. Mm-hmm. And so we were paying a lot of overtime. We were doing a lot of other things, and dare I say, burning some people out. But that was really, I can vividly remember my mindset in 2015, which was the lowest ratio. But I really appreciate the question, and we'll be sure we address this throughout the week. Thank you.
So my thought about Commissioner Chang's comment of cutting tax rates or increasing tax rates, it's we have the opportunity to look back and look forward. We have a lot of data that helps us make decisions but it's really a snapshot in time. This year I see as different than what those environments were when we were cutting tax rates. There's such there's urgent demand on our society right now, and we're seeing it in a lot of different ways. We've mentioned several of those here that are having an impact at the county. One is just, the mass change of employees, and that's huge for the county because it's a big employer, and most of the services are through employees. But the other is, what are the citizens that we represent and are paying taxes to provide service, what are they expecting from the county? So we really have to be sensitive to that. In those days, we were, I think, just coming out of a recession at least, and trying to balance things, and we saw the need for the citizens they would respond to that decision that we made. Now we're in a different scenario. We have much more urgent, and we have this ongoing capital needs. We weren't as sensitive to that in those times because we have some significant reserves and felt like that would continue, and so it's hard to compare then with now. I think it's important to say, where are we at right now, and what do we need to do to respond to it? We've gone through the PERS discussion, excruciating decisions we had to make because we could see the future was not bright, and we had to make those decisions. We're not as sensitive to that right now, so it just depends. Every year is a little bit different. Any other comments or thoughts? So far, we're a little bit early, which is great. And so if you're okay with it, let's take a 15-minute break.
Great.
We did good. Next up is Board of County Commissioners, and Eric, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. I'm actually going to have Whitney do it. She and Laura put together this budget.
Good morning. I'm going to walk you through Funds 628 and 625, which are the budgets for the Board of Commissioners and Administrative Services. Before I get started, I should acknowledge that putting together these budgets is a team effort, and I want to thank and recognize Laura Skendrick for the expanded role she took in preparing these budgets this year, so thank you for that.
Is 133? I got you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to start with Fund 628, which is our budget for the Board of Commissioners. As most of you know, Fund 628 is funded through a combination of internal service fund charges and general fund. This year, there isn't a ton of change in the board's budget. There's a 12% increase in personnel and a 3% increase in materials and services. I'm going to walk you through a few of the changes in this year's proposed budget for Fund 628. Fund 628, in addition to supporting general office operations, and the board also supports a couple of specific operational functions. One of those is our legislative representation and our lobbyist services. Oops. We currently have an RFP out for lobbying services, and in recognition of that effort, we've budgeted a slight increase in this line just to allow the board flexibility as you review RFP proposals. We actually budgeted that same increase in fiscal 22 in case we had a need for it, but we are gonna, that will be at board discretion, but there is a little bit of an increase in that lobbying line in case the board wants to exercise it.
Do you have, I'm into ratios today, do you have a ratio of dollars we get back for lobbying dollars we put in? That's a corporate metric that's always looked at.
That is we don't currently, but that's a great suggestion and recommendation and something we can take note of.
Some of it would be quite intangible, right? You talk about one of the major legislative accomplishments in the last long session was getting authorization for rural ADUs. And I mean, I guess you could come up with some assumption of how many are going to be built, what that's going to add to our assessed property tax base, and what that'll produce in terms of property tax yield. But it's I don't.
Well, seeing some of the projection analytics that I've seen coming out of the finance department, you have a pretty good finance department that can generate some of that if you're looking for it.
But it's kind of speculative. Like the judges,
yeah,
the judges is a little bit easier, right? We advocated for judges. We got 2 judges.
And it cost us $40 million.
You could estimate how much that how much the state expends each year to support those judges. That's but some of it's really pretty complicated. And I guess the other thing is that. SB 391, that rural ADU bill, I think, frankly, I don't think our lobbyists did that much to make that move. I think it was much more staff work that made that move. So, like, I don't know how how that factors into your ratio.
There could be a good conversation there, as in the lobbyists could say these are the things that were tangibly and financially, focused on the county, and it could change at all times, because I agree with Commissioner Chang, it's kind of nebulous about, well, did this cost, but one of the goals always is no unfunded mandates, as in the state says it's going to be a great idea if you go hire a bunch more people to do something, and they don't help pay for it. So there is definitely a conversation there. We could probably step into that slowly, and now we're adding to the staff task here, but I mean, there's an opportunity to just kind of list some things off, as time goes on, associated with the lobbying efforts.
You can look at an intangible metrics and say we lobbied hard for these 5 things, and 4 of the 5 of them came out. Now, there's some political reality that comes in around that lobbying, but there's metrics that you can put in, both hard and soft, that would come back and say, because the first thing that I looked at is, when I was looking at the line item the other day, is, wow, I wonder why they're not looking to increase lobbying if we think that there's going to be a pretty tough legislative session coming up. So I'm not making a call one way or another. I'm just saying that's an observational piece.
I don't know if this is an appropriate time or not, but, okay, so originally the courthouse was going to cost $27 million, and then all of a sudden I hear this number, $13 million more. But honestly, we are probably already in our second quarter of a downturn, and you know what happens when you have a downturn. Some costs will start dropping, and even though you can't get product, it's got to be out there that 13 million, that increase may not actually, when we get to 24, be something that we're going to have to come up with all 13 million. I don't know. I mean, you would never have thought Deschutes County was going to have to let so many people go in that last downturn, but we've been there before, and you have to learn by history.
So moving on from lobbying, Fund 628 also supports the software that we use to generate agendas, to live stream our meetings, and it also helps pay for the contractor support that we have in place to live stream board meetings. So we have new statutory requirements to live stream and make digital participation an option for members of the public, and have been growing and expanding that program. So specific to the live streaming of meetings and helping the public engage with the board, you'll see a decrease in one of the software lines, and that's, we've made a transition in the software we're using to generate packets and live stream meetings. Last year was our cutover year, and we kind of had some dual costs from both programs in that cutover year. This year's budget is reflective of the new software and program that we're using, so a savings there. We have budgeted a slight increase in funds used to cover the contractor costs of live streaming meetings, and that's just in recognition of we're live streaming more meetings and longer meetings than we historically have, and we want to make sure we have capacity in the budget to cover those costs.
Well, one comment on that. We were at a point where we put cameras in here, we're recording audio and video on all meetings, and making it all available to the public. But having the interactive opportunity, public testimony at the beginning, public hearings, fully remote availability, that's the next step that we're doing right now. So, as I say, we've kind of transitioned and now we're transitioning again. And it's working pretty well. I think, it's been very good for the people that participate.
I think so too, and kind of like we think about with social media, I think this is something that we're going to continue to evolve, and it's not going to be a year-to-year set it and forget it. I think we're going to continue to see changes and opportunities to enhance what we're doing, and we're certainly working to do that as best we can. And the last thing I'll just touch on with respect to Fund 628 is just in some of the lines, you'll see what I think you're going to see across a lot of funds and a lot of departments, which is kind of more of a return to normal, what we would consider to be normal operations. So one example is Association of Oregon Counties meetings have been virtual for some time now. In fiscal 23, we're budgeting with an understanding and a hope that those meetings may return to in-person. And so when you're looking at actuals for the past 2 years, those last 2 years' actuals are not what we would consider to be typical. So both in the admin and the board budgets, you're seeing sort of a right sizing as we look for those opportunities to get out and connect with AOC and other organizations that we haven't had a chance to connect with in person for some time. So that's Fund 628. I'm happy to answer any questions before I move on to admin. Okay. All right, Fund 625, administration. Administration is funded through internal service fund charges. As you may recall, last year the Budget Committee approved a few special requests for new positions in administration. We have a new performance auditor, Aaron Kay, and I want to flag that Aaron did not quite make it into the admin org chart, but we are very happy he has joined us. So
he's in his office, though. I just saw him.
Upstairs just now. That has been a great addition for David Givens and the internal audit team. So our fiscal 23, we had partial year expenses related to that position, and we're budgeting obviously forward into 23. The other special request that the Budget Committee approved last year was our Public Information Officer position. That was filled for a portion of this year. It's currently vacant, and we're recruiting. That should close here in a few weeks. So both of those positions really give us some great expanded capacity within the department to really I think, implement the board's goals in unique ways. Those look different from communications to audit, but the one thing that those two programs share is that we really touch the breadth of the organization and work to support all programs and teams. So some great additional capacity for our department with those new positions.
So one comment on PIO. I know there's a request from health, and during COVID, PIO at health was very important. And that was just daily briefing, daily information, lots of media contacts. But this is our opportunity to think about what do we want to see there as an organization. It's very important to have a well-informed, enthusiastic, engaging public information officer for all the duties we do at Deschutes County. But I think there's a balance between, do we want another one in health, a second one? Would they work together? Is there a kind of an avenue of information? In the future is what I'm referring to. Hopefully not in a pandemic situation, because it was very important what we had done in the last few years. So I would advocate for one PIO, but we'll see if we get there by the end of this week.
I don't know, would the health PIO, because he loves his job, want to take on more responsibility? But
Well,
yesterday, talking to someone who had no idea that the cartel is busy in Oregon, I thought, and, they're here in Deschutes County, the Chinese and Mexican cartel, I thought, wow, do we need to get some more information out to the public about that?
Right.
She had no idea.
Well, and the other thing we're seeing is, like this budget committee, thank you very much for the new public members here, the planning commission, we're sending out press releases and talking to the media traditionally, and some people are not on those avenues. And I've seen it just through a political process in the last couple months. They're like, I don't have this information. Why don't I have this information? Well, we're putting it out. We've got a press release and we did this, and we're just not seeing the same set of information these days. So this is it looks like, oh yeah, we'll just get the PIO, but it is a changing environment right now.
One of the things I would just follow up with, we've actually reconfigured what was our traditional PIO position. What's posted right now is actually a digital communications coordinator position, and that's going to be a unique skill set with a specific focus on digital marketing, digital communication, things like podcast and video. So really taking what has traditionally been a pretty broad role and trying to focus it in. And I think as we grow our communications capacity within the organization, we'll likely look to have some specialization in positions rather than in the admin positions, sort of generalists that are trying to do everything. So we're working to kind of adapt to the changing demands of how residents want to connect with us and receive that information.
So Whitney, sorry, I don't think I caught all of that. So this more specialized digital communications person, that's what you're looking for the admin PIO?
Yep.
Okay.
So in the past, I think the public has relied primarily on the commissioners and maybe department heads like health to get information out to the public. Do you see a hazard in insulating yourself from public expression, or how do you see that?
Oh, I don't see it. This is when we make it a big ARPA allocation, we get the facts out, a couple paragraphs that are very specific about the choice we made, who's going to receive the money, how it's going to happen. And I don't see, it's not disconnecting me personally. I mean, everybody can talk about it, but no, I don't see it like that at all. This is just getting the information organized. Usually there's an email chain about this release is going to go out tomorrow, any feedback. So we're all well informed of that. I'm just referring to, it used to be, you'd read it in the Bend Bulletin, you'd hear a radio station pick up what the bulletin printed, and then maybe there was a news story on TV. And now it's people going to different websites, not watching the news or the same channel or reading the newspaper. So that's what I'm referring to. But no, I would fully take the responsibility of getting the information out the best we can.
And also a question, in the past we had a person at an administrative level, I forget just where they resided, but I'm thinking of Anna, if you remember her. She was responsible for communicating at some level, and we allocated certain funds for her to do that. She had cranked up newsletters and online presence and so on. Do we still have that budget item, or is this something different, or is it changing?
We still have that in the admin budget, so we have $20,000 that comes in each year for public information, and we use that in a variety of ways. It used to be used, when Anna was here, I think more focused purely on marketing, and we still do that, but we've taken those funds, we're using them to support things like translation and interpretation as well. So really working to use those funds to help achieve board priorities and to help support departments with marketing their services. So yeah, those are still.
So I highlight that as another example of what we were talking about before, is the changing environment and then the demand that we have today that didn't look like it did 5 years ago, and how we have to respond, and it costs more money.
And if I can just offer that, just referring to our org chart, what it doesn't cover is that Whitney is also still .25 our communications director. And so for everybody that might be informative, as Eric is also .25 our risk manager, those other pieces that, other duties that are not on this. So the intent is this person really complements and helps support Whitney's communication director role.
So we have a, you'll see in the special request section of the binder that there is a position for admin noted, and that is the strategic initiatives manager position, which the board gave their blessing for earlier this year, but with a start date of July 1st. So we're tracking that in the special request section so that we're all aware it's there, and it has been included in the fiscal year 23 budget. That's a new position for administration. The board this year especially has indicated support for a number of specific initiatives and programs and different priorities, and we really see this position as being critical for the department to have expanded capacity to help implement and lift some of those programs. A few examples that have been mentioned already today are the Joint Office on Homelessness. We also, there's been, the commercial property assessed clean energy CPACE. That will be another project that the Strategic Initiatives Manager helps to coordinate camping feasibility study, cannabis advisory panel. When we initially drafted the list for this position, I think there were upwards of about 15 different initiatives just out of the gate that we could see this person tackling. So we're really excited to fill this position and add this capacity to the team. This position is also currently posted and will close in a few weeks as well. So we'll have, we'll look through that application pool here in a few weeks.
Just as a side note, I've always been interested in government job offer. The way they're written, you just wonder who in the world would actually be able to do that job. So I'll be curious to see if anybody is qualified.
Yeah, I think there's a broad skill set that we would look to fill that position, but obviously someone that doesn't manage juggling quite a few different balls at once would probably be one of the things off the top. So just, I highlight those things to recognize that our administration team is growing, and I think that's a great thing for us to continue to implement the board's goals and also to be able to support departments. It also is resulting in an increase in our personnel costs. It is also, which you may have noticed in reviewing the budget, it's increasing the amount of general fund transfer that we receive in administration. So our strategic initiatives manager position is funded completely out of the general fund due to the nature of the work that they're going to be doing. Our public information officer position is half funded out of the general fund. The funds that you mentioned earlier, Bruce, that $20,000, that has historically been a general fund transfer. And then we have a portion of our administrative analyst that is funded out of the general fund. So with the addition of some of these new positions, we are seeing an increase in general fund transfer into admin in 23.
Whitney, the strategic initiatives manager, if commercial property assessed clean energy, CPACE, is a big chunk of their portfolio, and if we are processing applications from people who are going to go, basically who need our blessing to go get private financing, we are going to be generating fee revenue off of that. Isn't that correct?
It's something that we've talked about, and Eric, I don't know if you want to speak to that.
Yeah, that is the goal, is that the position would partially be funded by that. It might be a little bit of a delay, but we do see that as a revenue source for the position.
So maybe fully general funded this year, but then there'll be.
So there would be would it be like planning department fees, or where do the fees come in?
It would be based on the application. Some organizations do a percentage of the loan up to a certain amount, but it'd be some type of fee structure like that.
Would that be administered by CDD?
It'll start in administration and then work closely and collaboratively with CDD. Down the road, it could move there, but at least to start with, CDD is so swamped right now that we're going to start it in admin.
And it's more the property, any property in the county, so it could be in the city. So it's not really a land use application through community development. It's more of a financing tool for the property owner that could end up, maybe the assessor's office, it'll be on the books, but it's not a land use application per se in community development, because it could be in any of the cities also.
Yeah, it just seems like we'd be building a new infrastructure to manage one program, and where we already have that infrastructure at the county.
Well, and we did our homework on this, and maybe Commissioner Chang's going to have a different view a little bit, but we've heard of other jurisdictions doing this. There may be a surge of projects, and then it might come and go. It may not be a lot long-term, or it could be a steady state for a while, and maybe they'll go up. But it's kind of unknown across the country, as in some jurisdictions have put it in place, a couple projects showed up, and then no activity. So we'll see what happens. Do you have any other?
Yeah, I mean, we do know, like in a place like Washington County,
Clark County in Washington State.
Clark County in Washington State, that they set their program in motion, and within a year there were so many applicants for to have access to this financing that the program was fully paying for itself. The processing of applications was supporting one FTE full time.
And that was like last year, though. That's kind of a new program. So we'll see what 3 or 5 years from now looks like.
And there's things about Washington State that make it a more favorable place to have a CPACE program that we don't have. So we can't guarantee that we would have the exact same experience. But we have heard from a large number of commercial property owners in Deschutes County that they're interested in accessing this financing. So we'll just have to see.
And the only other piece I would offer is that this is a program that is both in the cities and in the unincorporated area. So it could be in resorts, or it could be in the cities of Bend and Redmond, where we've heard a lot of the interest.
Good point, yeah.
So we are seeing an increase in materials and services in admin. There's, part of that is due to the fact that we have more folks in the department, and with more people comes more computers, more training, all of the things that, come along with each person. But I think this year we're really focusing on training and professional development opportunities across the department, and that's something that, as we see a return to in-person conferences and those types of things, we're excited to get out and connect with our peers from audit to communications and across the admin team. We also have budgeted a small remodel of our front office area, so that's included in materials and services for this year, and just sustaining funding for some of our other programs and services that we support, such as translation and interpretation, our whistleblower hotline. All of those things are sustained in our proposed budget for this coming year. I did just want to highlight, as Nick has kind of put the call out to departments to highlight their how they're working to achieve the board's goals and objectives. One of the things we did this year in admin was we launched a new dashboard where we're giving the public updated quarterly a look at how we're doing in meeting the performance measures that each department proposes in the budget. So on page, early on in your budget, 16, I believe, 15 or 16, 15, you have a full list of all of the board's goals and objectives, and then all of the performance measures that departments have proposed. This website, if I can get this to, there we go, is a way that you can drill in and look at kind of the real-time status of how we're doing in meeting the board's goals. My mouse is dead, otherwise I would give you a more robust tour of this. But it's a great way to look at kind of our outcomes as that data gets updated quarterly. And our real goal in doing this long-term is that we'll be able to have historical data captured so that we can see for those departments that maintain a measure year to year kind of what the historical trends are with that data. So a helpful tool potentially for the budget committee and also for members of the public.
And we've been doing quarterly review of goals and objectives with department head feedback and input in our board meetings for years now. And it's very valuable. Just those, when we started the year, we thought we were going to do this, and this is what's happening. And there's some really interesting metrics that come out for that. And we've had the media pick that up a little once in a while, not a whole lot, but it's good for us to toot our own horn about the great work we do.
Yeah. And then just looking ahead to fiscal '23 for both the board and admin, as Nick mentioned, we're going to be supporting HR with recruitments and hiring for some key positions within the organization. And then just some specific focus areas, prioritizing recruitment and retention, supporting our new department leadership as we continue to see new leaders come on board in the organization, strategic planning efforts, and prioritizing collaboration across the organization. We've been implementing some tweaks to things as simple as how the department leadership team comes together and meets and kind of the format in which that occurs, and just looking, especially as we come out of these past 2 years, for ways that we can prioritize that connection and building relationships across the organization. And as I mentioned earlier, we anticipate some increased capacity this year as those key positions are filled, so we're excited for that opportunity. But that's, in a nutshell, Fund 625 and 628. I'm happy to take any questions if anyone has any on Fund 625.
Oh, Whitney, I was wondering, when are those positions, the opportunity to apply for, and when are those closing? I mean, I thought they were already really closed and we extended them or something. Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, we extended the Strategic Initiatives Manager just due to the number of applications that we had received. I think there were a handful that had come in. So that is going to close on May 30th. And then the second position is going to...
So we have to remember now it's called a Digital Communication Coordinator, not a PIO.
Well, HR
Okay.
would tell you it's a PIO that I've given a new name to, but, we could go either way.
Okay,
That's
just
pretty
want to be,
Skill set.
That's
I want to
gonna
be
close-
current.
That's going to close on June 8th.
Okay, so right away then.
So we should see outcomes for that soon. All right. If there are no other questions, I'll turn it over to Eric for risk management.
Thank you, Whitney. I'm going to pass around a one-pager that has everything you need to know as a budget committee member about risk management. As you'll see from the one-pager, this is kind of reflective of risk management. We're not flashy. We're kind of behind the scenes, but we get things done. Risk management is 2.25 FTEs. I'm the 0.25 county risk manager. The very top of the page has kind of the risk management philosophy and goals. In risk management, we want to avoid claims. That's the best claim, is not to have one. That's how you save money, is to avoid a claim. And you do that by reducing risk. Also, one of our goals is to financially protect the county through a mixture of purchasing insurance and also responsibly managing self-insurance. And many of our programs have a mix of both. We also settle claims where there is liability on behalf of the county, and if there isn't, we deny claims. And then the fourth thing is risk management. We're really the county's insurance company, so departments can get back to what they do best, and that's focus on service and operations. When a claim comes in, especially from like our road department, we say, give it to us, we'll take it from here, go back to the chip sealing and doing your operations. We don't want you dealing with insurance and insurance claims. And they love it because they don't want to deal with it. That's what we're here for. The next 5 points are really the five insurance programs within the county. And what we do is we pool together all county departments and these 5 insurance programs, because like anything in insurance, the more you pool together things, the more predictability you have, the less fluctuations you have, and you're able to manage the risk management more effectively. So the first program is general liability. For general liability, we are self-insured up to $1 million. So you can think of that as a deductible, or we call it a self-insured retention. And then any claim that's $1 million and up to $10 million, we purchase an excess general liability policy. For workers' comp, we're self-insured except for excess workers' comp policies. We purchase, and that covers claims for $500,000 and up for the general county employee, and $1 million for public safety. Public safety has a higher workers' comp rate and costs, and so insurance companies won't sell you less than $1 million for public safety. For property, because the county has a large number of properties and assets, we purchase a policy for buildings and heavy equipment. Our deductible is $10,000. So the first, if a claim is $10,000 or even $12,000, we'll pay out of pocket. And then if there's a larger claim, sometimes we've had floodings in buildings and things like that, or the roof collapse at the Fair and Expo Center, the property insurance covers that. Vehicles, very simple. We just charge departments based on the number of vehicles they have. For emergency vehicles, because of they drive faster and around the clock, we charge a little bit higher rate there. And then the last piece is unemployment. We're completely self-insured. It's the state of Oregon that determines whether or not somebody gets that benefit, and then if the benefit is awarded, we just pay that out. The current fiscal year, several things happened. One is there was a large federal jury award last summer. I'm going to talk about this in an open session because it was widely reported by the media, because it was a federal court case. It was the Eric Kalzowski who ran for sheriff and did not win the seat, was later terminated, and the jury found on behalf of Eric Kalzowski. So I just want to point out that claim because it kind of shows what we do in risk management. The actual election for sheriff was May of 2016. Then the employee was terminated in January of 2018. The lawsuit was filed 1 month later in February of 2018. And then the federal trial in Eugene did not occur until August of 2021. So you can see you have election in May of 2016, and years go by, and this is a claim that once we received a lawsuit, we start to set aside funds, knowing that we're going to have to pay at least for the defense costs and possibly a settlement. And then the claim progresses, and last summer the jury awarded the defendant or the plaintiff $1 million. So the total claim cost us $2.2 million. We, as I mentioned, we purchased insurance that covers a claim over $1 million. So that $2.2 million, we were able to get $1.2 million of that covered by insurance. But here's a claim that went on for a number of years, and actually the costs went throughout the fiscal years because of the defense costs. This year there was also there was a large settlement out of the sheriff's office, unemployment-related matter for $500,000. So those are some large costs that the insurance fund incurred. Funny story, when we received the settlement on the Kalzowski lawsuit, our finance director at the time, who, not Wayne, but the finance director called me up and said, how are we going to pay for this? And I said with a straight face, TRT. And I said, no, it's okay. That's what the risk fund is for. That's how we manage it. We when these claims come in, we manage the claims, start putting money aside so that when there is a payout, there's not an impact on the operations. Despite those two big, one settlement and one jury award, we did not eliminate positions because we had managed the claims effectively and had the funds to pay those out. Also, the current fiscal year, we saw fewer workers' comp claims because of the remote work, with fewer people coming into the office, fewer employees walking on the sidewalks during the slippery months in the parking lots. We saw a decrease in workers' comp claims. People often ask about, well, what if I'm working remotely and I'm injured at home? That is a workers' comp claim, so there is a risk there, but I would deem the risk less than coming into the office. We also saw a number of COVID-related workers' comp claims. If an employee contracted COVID through the workplace, it's eligible for a workers' comp claim.
Go ahead and finish. And then
Okay. I was going to go to what's ahead next fiscal year.
Just a couple of clarifying questions. So, did you do any baseline, or do you do any baselining in terms of employee health to then, as a risk management item, in order to counter any workers' comp claims?
What do you mean by baselining?
Well, I know especially in some emergency services, they actually do health baselining to determine if there's, if there's pre-indicators for disease or other things like that. I didn't know, especially, I would think a lot of your workers' comp claims were probably ergonomic based, working from home or other things like that. Was there any baselining that was done to say that, or have you considered doing any baselining as a risk management item to try and counter that?
We do baselining, but it's through our health plan.
Okay.
And each year for the last 8 to 10 years, the county's done, the name changes, but a personal health assessment, and employees are encouraged to go in. It's voluntary, and if they do it, they don't have to pay that month of premium, and there's also a gift that they get immediately, but it involves going into our Deschutes on-site clinic, getting finger pricked or blood drawn so that we get those measurements. And if the person has high risk levels, they go in and meet with a physician. If they don't, they meet with our wellness coordinator, and that helps us look at, on an individual basis, employees are able to see the risk level and hopefully manage it. And then we're also able, on a countywide basis, to look at the risk level throughout the organization, and then work with our providers to address those and have programs on cholesterol and reducing blood pressure and things like that.
Okay, you answered my question. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Eric, do you assess the replacement cost of buildings on an annual basis?
Yes, we work with our insurer and we submit an application. There's an escalating factor that's added for the replacement cost of buildings.
Is that done through risk management, or is that done?
It's done through the insurance company.
I'll ask later in a couple of cases about reserve studies, and I didn't know whether risk management got involved with that or not.
Yeah, what we do is each year we have an actuarial study done that looks at our claims, our reserves, and comes up with a target number. In general, right now we want to have about $6 to $7 million worth of I don't like to call them reserves because we're an insurance company. So reserves, you think of, oh, you put it away for the rainy day, but really what we're doing in risk management is as claims come on board, we want to book them and make sure we have funds to pay them out. A workers' comp claim could be paid out over a 20-year period. So if there's a 20-year workers' comp claim, we want to put the money aside now because that claim occurred now.
Eric?
Yes.
So what's the impact to different departments? I think we've talked about this before, but if the sheriff has a large claim and that affects the fund, how does that affect other departments?
Yeah, it impacts the sheriff's office by increasing rates, and it impacts the other departments as well, but not as much. Because it's insurance, you pull together the risks. So the department's rates are based on claims, previous 4 years of claims, but it's not, the costs are not solely borne by one department. If you wanted to go to that model, what you would do is just have a year lag where we would just charge department a year later of any cost of a claim. But what you would see is risk charges to departments would just spike and valley. They would just go up and down, which would make it very difficult for departments to budget. A good example of this is there was a department that had 2 large workers' comp settlements in 1 year, and because the risk is pooled together, we try to kind of smooth the increases and the decreases. So that department did see an increase for a couple of years, but it was not as dramatic had we just charged departments directly for those claims.
Some insurance companies handle it a little differently, like, I don't want to name names, but I know I've been associated with them in the past, and I'm not anymore, but if you have an auto accident, they'll recover it over the next 5 years.
And that's what we try to smooth it out. So a department would rather have a 2% increase over a 5-year period rather than a 20% increase, a 15% decrease.
So, I mean, would it be accurate to say it's kind of like paying premiums to your insurer and your premium going up?
Yes, yeah. Because we pull together all departments and all the programs, the increases and decreases are less because we're broadening the risk. But there is an incentive for departments to have less claims.
I guess that was my point, yeah. Is there some way to impact them so that they work a little more diligently?
Oh, they know. In terms of what's ahead, a couple of years ago, the state legislature passed a law saying that for first responders, so this applies to our sheriff's office, 911, parole and probation. For first responders, if there is a PTSD claim, it's presumed to be work-related unless the employer proves otherwise. Other workers' comp claims are kind of the opposite, where the employee and their doctor needs to make the connection to the workplace. But the state legislature passed a law saying that for first responders, if they have a verified case of PTSD, it's work-related unless proven otherwise. And we have seen an increase in these types of claims, which we would expect. That'll be continued increased cost to the workers' comp program.
Are budget committee members covered under that program? Or?
Not until you get recategorized as a first responder.
From the state legislature.
Yes.
Are you feeling PTSD from prior budget committee
Yeah, you
hearings?
should have seen me 13 years ago.
Although how far does that extend from a legislative perspective? Would parole and probation or juvenile be covered under something like that, or is it truly only the first responders?
The current definition is for the county, well, it's police and fire, and then for the county, it's the sheriff's deputies, 911 telecommunicators, and parole and probation officers. That's the current definition.
Okay.
The other thing is cybersecurity. Wow. A number of years ago, cybersecurity insurance first came on the market, and probably the first 2 or 3 years I looked at it and I said, no, we're not purchasing that. It was a new insurance product, and when there's a new insurance product, there's a lot of unknowns, and it didn't seem to protect us very much. And then a number of years ago, maybe 5 years ago, we started purchasing cyber security insurance, and that's done well to protect the county. There has not been a claim, although every minute of every day there's risks coming in, and people are trying to, email phishing. We see it everywhere. But we just got our insurance quotes for next fiscal year, and cybersecurity premium is going to triple. And this is for all agencies. We actually purchase cyber insurance and excess general liability through a pool. We pool together with Washington County, Clackamas County, and CIS. CIS stands for City County Insurance Services. That's they have most of the smaller cities and medium-sized cities and other counties. So we pool together our purchasing power, and all entities are seeing this cybersecurity increase. Through the application process, it's actually a very good process because we have to submit an application. We have to tell them, we have to fill out several pages of our current situation. Risk staff works with IT staff on answering these questionnaires, And then they also sometimes will tell you, if you want to continue purchasing this insurance, you need to do these 3 things to manage your risk. And that's very helpful because it helps us implement best practices and also helps in case we get pushback from departments about why they have to, now when they log on at home, they have to do multi-factor authentication. I can never say that word. MFA. So that's something that we implemented because we were told if you don't do this, you're not going to be able to purchase the insurance. So that was a huge risk management tool that we implemented working with our IT folks. So that's what's ahead for next year.
I'm going to say I'm impressed it's only $75K. I would think, especially for the exposure profile and for the amount of money that the county's carrying, I would have guessed significantly higher than that before you told me.
Also, our IT folks have implemented a program called Know Before. It's kind of the education side of it, working with employees. They'll send out some fake email phishing, and if people click on the links, there's an education component saying there was a red flag that you should have seen. But it's a very good program.
Oh, if you want some fun ones, I can give you some fun ones at lunch.
There, I think it was Tillamook County who had some serious issues a couple of years back. I mean,
Yeah, that's a ransomware.
give us a sense of like what the potential impact, consequences of not doing a good job with cybersecurity are. Could you tell us about that?
Yes, Tillamook County had the ransomware where they basically were locked out of their systems for several weeks, and I can't remember if they ultimately paid the ransom or not, but it was a huge disruption to their operations. I know Joe Sidoni has been to several conferences and actually heard directly from the Tillamook IT folks. They were also going through a transition where I think they had like two IT staff. One was leaving, one was just coming in. But our IT department, you'll hear from them later, but they've been focusing on cybersecurity for a number of years.
If you want the real benchmark for cybersecurity breaches and ransomware, you can play Google with City of Baltimore ransomware. I think that was a $60 million impact to the city, and it cost a former friend of mine his CIO job. So he's still my friend. I guess he's former CIO.
Yes, he's still your friend.
Yeah, I like him still.
Any additional questions about risk management?
I really thought we brought it in like maybe my first year because I was worried about it. I can't remember how soon after we brought it in, but then, Tillamook was incapacitated for a while.
Yes.
All right, good job, Eric.
Thank you.
Nice job.
Keith is here.
At a time, but I see Keith here. You want to come on up, and I guess, are we having him up there?
Get the hot seat up front.
Yeah.
First one today.
Thank you.
Keith, we'll turn it over to you for Veteran Services.
Okay. Keith McNamara, Manager for the Veteran Service Office.
Could you pull that microphone a little bit closer, please? If you could pull that microphone a little bit closer, please.
Oh, there we go. Is that better? All right. The Veteran Service budget has stayed pretty stable this year from previous years. We did with our ODBA funding or Measure 96 funding is expected to stay the same at $182,000 this year. So last year we had a little carryover that we were allowed to do because of the pandemic. Don't know what the policy is going to be this year, but so far if we do have any carryover, it won't be near as much as it was last year. So we've done pretty good at taking care of that. We did submit a special request, which is in the budget already, to have the admin support limited duration changed to a regular employee, full-time employee. not only it was granted as a 2-year due to doing a special project of scanning approximately 7,000 records into an electronic database. We have continued to do that. However, she has also taken on the duties of a regular admin support tech, does all the medical transportation scheduling, appointment scheduling, promotional doing. So it's a pretty valuable asset to the office to have her full-time regular employee instead of a limited duration. There is no additional cost. It's already in the budget right now for that. And also, there'll be in that special request is a reorganization for one of the admin support techs that we have to move into an assistant VSO position, which she has been working in now since approximately February anyway, so there's no real increase or in the budget for that. It's all in the proposed budget already. We've recently received, more demand for outlying areas of the county with the kind of reopening, shall we say, with everything. So we're going to Lapine again, conducting outreach down there. When the North County Service Building opens, we'll have an office there. So that puts an additional demand on staffing. So having that assistant VSO will considerably help in that area to help us through that. The budget, other than employee costs and benefit increases, things like that, as far as materials and services, stayed pretty much exactly the same as last year, with the exception of the carryover funding we had. So in the requested budget last year is about what we requested this year for everything. So not much change.
Keith, do you have the number of veterans now in Deschutes County that our population is up over 200,000?
Yeah, last count, just veterans alone was approximately 15,600. That does not include spouses, widows, widowers, dependents. We serve all of those, but just the veterans alone was right about 15,600. So, and it is growing, especially in the outlying areas, Lapine for sure. Definitely seeing a big increase in veteran population down there. A lot of us like to go hide in the back country, So, and it's a great service that we're going to be able to offer again, since we weren't able to do that during the last couple of years with the pandemic. So, I've met recently down there with the mayor and the Veterans Outreach and stuff like that. So we're going to be, we already are going down there now to the Veterans Outreach, providing services down there. So, but other than that, everything has stayed fairly consistent throughout the years, with the exception of just the cost of living increases, step increases, things like that, but materials and services. And part of that 182,000 does pay for the position of the admin support tech. So that's already, everything is within the budget. There's no added costs that aren't already in there. So,
Keith, can you give us a sense of how the scale of the benefits that our veteran services group helps veterans secure from the federal government? Basically, what we invest a certain amount of money, and then what's the return on that in terms of what federal benefits are coming here?
Yeah, normally within, say, in the last couple of years, it's been a little bit different. But, what we do is get veterans their federal benefits, which in turn can get them compensation, which brings funding into the county, or they spend their money here in the county. One quarter I believe it was September through December last year. We brought in $1.2 million to the veterans in that quarter alone. Now, this last quarter was about 700 and some odd thousand, 790 some $1,000. So that's money that we're helping the veterans get to bring, which they are in turn spending it here in the county. Whether it's mortgage payments or groceries, it's helping them survive, and it's well deserved. So,
Well, whether they're spending it on local services or not, I mean, those are benefits that our veterans are due.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree.
Just a quick question, do you track the number of assists that you do in any given year, and have you been tracking that over time?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the database we use for applying for benefits and stuff, there's a reports in there, and it tracks everything that we do, every form we submit, every person we see, all the funding. I do quarterly reports, which I submit to the state and the finance office. And we submit those every quarter about what our total activities are. That includes phone calls, can be upwards of 1,100 in a quarter, just for the phone calls. But, yeah, we track everything. So, yep.
Keith, did you see a significant increase over the last 2 years over COVID, or did it stay pretty steady?
Actually, it was an increase. There was a slight increase compared to what it was prior. And I guess I attribute that to, either veteran population increase or people just seeking out and needing more benefits that they never had to ask for before. So it was a slight increase, yes. Yeah. And I predict that's going to keep on going now. So, yeah.
Keith, one of your revenue streams is state government payments.
Yes.
And how is that determined? Do they use a ratio or something? And with the increase in activity in your office, why is it decreased?
The way they do that is it's Measure 96 funding, which is lottery funding. Veterans get 1.5% of all lottery funds, which goes through the Oregon Department of Veterans Affairs. And what they do is they distribute it to every county in the state of Oregon. There's a set rate of $65,000 for every county, and then the rest is all based on veteran population. So if veteran population goes up, you get more funding. We are the 6th largest county veteran population in the state. So, we get at $362,000 or $365,000 for a biennium. And we get that in quarterly payments once we submit the reports. So.
Mr. Chair, I think the reason that you're seeing the decrease when you compare the fiscal year 22 budget versus the proposed budget is just that one-time COVID carryover.
Yeah.
So that $259,000, that includes one-time carryover from the previous year. Yeah, so it looks like it's going down, but it's not really.
Lump in the snake, so to speak.
Yeah.
Let's see how many times I can say that this week.
There's a lot of lumps.
Any connections to the Veterans Village and housing opportunity that you've really seen?
Not yet. We did ask the state if we could get the equipment for out there. They didn't allow us to do that.
For an office out there, you mean?
Yeah, to set up, just go out to the common or community building and set up out there. Yeah, they wouldn't allow me to do that. I'm not sure why, because it does benefit the veterans. It is an outreach. However, we do have portable offices basically now that we do. So.
I was going to say, will they let you do it once a month, or can you go out once a month?
Yeah, right now, like in Lapine, since we're starting, we're doing bi-monthly, or, every other week out there. And then we're going to do the same in Redmond when that office opens up there, at least until we see the demand for services. And if that demand increases, then we'll provide more services out there. So, Pardon me?
Is there any demand in Sisters?
It's kind of been very limited. I know I used to go out there. Yeah. Yeah, I used to use the Malta Bailey building out there, yeah. And we'd be more than happy to do that again. Just we're not having a huge demand right now for out in that area. But if that increases, we're gonna be more than happy to go back out there. So, yeah, as long as we can use the building again.
You can.
Okay.
Actually, it's a museum
Wheeling
now.
and dealing.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
We'll have to figure something else out.
I'm sure I can find a place.
If the demand increases.
There's the Band of Brothers meetings and things like that out there too, that, American Legion, or BFW, yeah. I'm sure we could find a place to go visit. We can set up anywhere, so,
Thank you.
yeah. Any other questions?
So just acknowledging, I mean, it's a general fund bump, but it definitely sounds like it's in proportion with everything else that's going on, the growing population, the growing just needs out there. So thank you and the staff for doing what you're doing, and I'm happy to support.
Thank you very much. It's much appreciated.
Okay, are we going to do like the expo in September that we used to do before COVID?
We're hoping to be able to do that, yeah. We did a big fair sponsorship this year. Coming up, we're bringing in a big memorial. It's not the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, but it's a post 9/11 Veterans Memorial. We happen to have just an open opportunity this year, and so I jumped on that to bring that there. And we did a lot of fair sponsorship right there in the middle of the fairgrounds with the big pond and everything. That's where we're all going to be set up, in the memorial out there. So it's going to be a good fair this year for veterans, I believe, and get a lot more traffic.
Oh, I thought you were fabulous last year.
Yeah.
You were right out there in a good spot.
Oh, we'll be right in the middle of it again. So
Okay.
yeah. So,
Good job.
all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Keith.
Thank you.
All right, we're up to lunchtime. It looks like it might be close to ready. So let's take a lunch break. I guess, are we working through lunch, or? Usually we do, but you guys are being easy on us.
Not today, right?
Okay.
It's up to you. I mean, if
All these departments are in the building, I assume, or nearby, so if they want to just keep going, probably.
We're 10 minutes early.
you want to go, yeah, I'm sorry, do you want to go early?
It's up to you guys.
Kathleen's here.
It's up to our chair. Human Resources is here if you'd like Human Resources to go, if we would like to take lunch.
You're 20 minutes. I hate my lunch to get cold, but it looks like it's cold.
All right, lunch it is.
In case the committee.
Let's take a few minutes break, and then,
That sounds great.
yeah, we can maybe get started a little early. All right.
There you go.
Good.
So Kathleen, when I was working full-time, one of the things that I always angled for the annual reviews was to get a slot right after lunch. So you did something right today.
Oh.
Get that blood sugar down a little bit and everybody, the questions get a little quieter.
It's nap time.
Uh-huh.
It's earlier, now that we're already.
Say you take a nap after lunch every day?
No, I was talking about your nap.
Oh.
Recognizing we're.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric knows what we do, but just in case.
So next up is Human Resources. I'll turn it over to Kathleen.
Thank you. Okay, so I didn't prepare a slide presentation necessarily, just kind of wanted to talk a little bit about the HR's operating budget and then the health benefit fund, which is the benefits budget, right? So just a little bit about what we do. I know that there's some new budget members, and HR can be, if you've seen one HR department, you've seen one HR department. And so here we are. This is HR at Deschutes County. We have our mission statement on the front, which is that we champion a culture of inclusion, innovation, and engagement to realize the full potential of the people who support our community. So that's kind of how HR envisions our work within the organization. A little bit of a department overview. Current staffing, we have 9 FTE. That was an addition from 8. So last year, our position was approved. We added a new administrative assistant. Yevra De Palma, we're thrilled to have her. I think she's watching, so hello. But just a kind of idea about how we are organized. There's myself, director. Robin Edwards is the administrative assistant who works really kind of our record keeping and front desk area and supports our benefits team. And we have a little bit of a rearrangement. We have Terry Lorenz, our HR analyst, who does HRIS compensation and then supporting recruiting. Jennifer Clemens and Yevra both work within our recruiting and also supporting compensation there and classifications. And then we have Jason Bavuso, who's another HR analyst with employment and labor relations, and Natalie Jones, who supports our employment team as well. She's our specialist there, and she's really our kind of HRIS guru, which is our human resources information system. And then we have our benefits team, which is Trygve Bolkin and Sue Henderson, and Trygve really focuses on our kind of health, our traditional health insurance benefits, and then Sue, who works on our leave administration and benefits as well there. So we do have a proposed addition of 1 FTE in the budget, and that is set at an HR manager level. So we are looking as the organization grows, as the list of sort of requests and the planning for the future of the organization grows. We really evaluated the HR structure and realized that we really needed some additional decision-making abilities at that level. So looking to kind of maybe undo some bottlenecks in terms of supporting departments at sort of the more complex decision-making levels and authority there. So that's the plan for the position, and we'll talk a little bit more about that.
And this is the first person you've added in a while, right?
Other than last year, we added the 1 FTE, the administrative assistant.
Okay.
We did add that, but I would say before that, it has been a while, yes. Actually, just to make a comment real quick, HR actually realized we have had a really steady group, and I just can't say enough about what a great team we have here. I looked back, and 2016 was the last time that we had movement within HR. So a really committed team, and I think a real value to the organization. So a little bit about what we do. We, in HR, we have, compliance, reporting, investigations, employee relations, policy and procedures, contract negotiations, training, HR information system, status changes, record management, recruiting, classification, compensation, leave administration, employee recognition, performance management, discipline, volunteer coordination, benefit administration, unemployment claims, and of course we do work with, administration or risk services, and then of course departments as we go through those areas, but that's some of the areas in which we touch. So thinking about this past year, some of the accomplishments, we completed implementation of the new vendor for services at our on-site clinic, which we came up with the really genius name, the DOC, Deschutes On-Site Clinic, but it works. And we have, just a little bit of insight there, we have an on-site clinic, wellness program, and pharmacy, and that's part of our employee benefit plan that's available to folks. In addition to these services, this contract also touches on the juvenile detention, their medical unit. So we actually help to staff that with this contract. So it's always a fun one to evaluate there. This was the first full RFP that we have done in years, possibly even 10 if I can count correctly. And we did a full RFP, and we did actually end up changing vendors. So we maintained the vendor at the pharmacy, and that was the vendor who, through a series of committee review, we ended up selecting them for the clinic and wellness as well. So there's a significant implementation there, and we did complete that, as well as a facility refresh is what we're calling it. We didn't remodel, we just sort of updated some of the areas that needed to be updated, like flooring, for instance, and paint, which after 10 years of a clinic can see some wear.
Question.
Yeah?
Through that RFP process, did you get a feel for, is this a trend that's growing for other organizations around the country, from our 10 years ago effort to putting it in place? Is it a model that's starting to resonate in other places?
It is. It really is. In fact, the responses, we got a lot more responses than we did originally. There's a lot more vendors out there. There's also a lot more folks that you can go out to reference, right? So we can learn more about kind of that vendor, how they do the work that they do. And so it was actually nice to be able to see that. So we are seeing a lot more on-site clinic work out there. The pharmacy, though, we're not seeing as much. It's just a lot to get sort of up and going and maintain, but there are others. So we were able to, reference that as well. And we had multiple bids on the pharmacy as well.
Great, thank you.
We completed over 300 recruitments, including a few director-level recruitments, and we have a couple open right now, so if you know of anyone. And then, I'm always recruiting. And we supported the county in navigating the ever-changing requirements associated with COVID-19. So we did have to bring out some policies related to, processes around vaccination verifications and, supported departments as we kind of navigated staffing when there was exposure or things like that. So a lot of work there. And then our training program, which for benefit of the committee, we actually partner with the Public Sector Partner Training Group. I think I probably say that name different every time I say it, but what it is it is a group of our local public sector entities who we determined that we didn't have great buying power or really ability to fill seats in trainings. In bringing folks to Central Oregon to provide trainings. And so what we did is we pooled our resources and our purchase power, and we can bring in some pretty significant training or really focused trainings and get a really great training catalog for all of these different organizations. And with that, there's a couple areas of focus this past year, as you may imagine, for all of us, and that was that we provided some training on managing remote workforce. And then there is a focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion trainings throughout the program. And so those were a couple of areas that we really focused. The other nice thing about it is that we were able to actually bring some of our trainings back to in-person, because there are just certain situations where in-person training is absolutely more effective. We do still have some virtual opportunities, and we also have been working with our trainers to make sure that we have the ability to flex if situations change sort of unexpectedly. And so rather than having to cancel a class, we're then able to flex back to that virtual opportunity. And then we have really had an opportunity this past year to increase our collaboration with union partners on a variety of topics. So really just engaging a lot with our unions and, particularly with AFSCME, our larger union, and just a lot of partnership and working together and collaborating on the work that we do. So turnover metrics, just kind of a little bit of what our year has looked like. We projected mid-year that we'd be at about 14% at the end of this year, and our current projections have us actually at 13.6, which I think is pretty spot on. You can tell that that is quite a bit higher than where we've been in the past. And that is not unusual right now with the state of the country and recruiting and turnover kind of in general. So we are a little bit higher than we want to be, and we would like to bring that number down. We've taken some efforts to kind of evaluate what we can do there.
Do your exit interviews give you any good indicator on what's new that's causing that?
The exit interviews probably aren't our best. It's a resource that we have. Actually, a really effective tool that we just completed with administration was that we did the employee survey and focused a little bit more on what would make you leave, what would you consider. And so using those two reference points, we were kind of able to come up with some areas in which we feel we should be focusing more. And that's exactly what informed us with the kind of the what's to come next year, the work that we'll be focusing on.
And was there any correlation to pushing people to return to the office and seeing some exits?
Pretty minimal. And I would actually say that, the county remained open, which that created some, issues sort of when that was occurring. But in terms of getting people back, that actually wasn't as difficult for us, we found, when we actually had to make that return, because folks were already here in some capacity. If we were to have totally closed down and then asked people to come back, I could see how that would have been a bigger impact for sure. But actually remaining open kind of helped us. For instance, in HR, we have a hybrid situation for most of our staff, but we've always had positions that are just going to be here in office because of the nature of the work they do. And then that hybrid situation actually hasn't changed since we were more closed to the public. We're actually seeing reference to being able to be flexible, so even greater than that remote work, but the flexibility is definitely one. Career advancement opportunities are reasons why folks would consider leaving Deschutes County employment, is at least what the survey brought to light.
Kathleen, on this turnover statistic, I mean, we hear nationally about lots of baby boomers retiring out, and we saw it in our director ranks directly in the last year and a half. Does that account for some of this large turnover number in below the director level as well?
It does, yeah. So when we look at the types of, this of course is sort of a broad overview, but we do evaluate why people are leaving, at least what information they give us, right? Relocation, other work, family issues, retirement, right? So we evaluate if they're leaving the workforce completely. And we do see actually a bit more of that. And we also can tell that that is accurate because HR counsels with employees as they move into retirement. And so we have an increased request for those types of meetings. So that is occurring.
And will that, I mean, oftentimes people who are retiring from the county have been with us for a very long time. And will we start to see that in our longevity numbers as well? I mean, will retirements ripple through the longevity statistic?
I think that it won't, I anticipate it not making as much of an impact as we may think. And the reason is because where we see most of our movement is within our 1 to 5 years. That's the biggest chunk of our movement. And so we're not seeing a mass exodus of retirement, but has increased and it's a factor. And so I don't know that it will actually impact our numbers that much. And I think we've looked at our longevity number, and it has adjusted a little bit, but not a ton in the last couple of years. But we will continue to watch that. It appears once we have staff for about 10 years, we tend to see them for quite a bit longer. And so it really is that 1 to 5 year that we see kind of what we call like a churn or more movement there. So I think that answers the question. One piece to point out is we started tracking a while ago supervisor turnover, and one of the reasons is that supervisor turnover tends to be of greater impact to department stability. So we preferably would like to see this number going down. I guess holding steady isn't terrible either, but we did see a bit of an increase. And part of that, I think, is that as we saw the movement within the directors, there was sort of some promotional opportunities that opened themselves up. And so some of that turnover is from people leaving the organization as well as moving up within the organization. So there's some opportunity there as well. I included a graph in your packet. I think it's just an interesting piece where we look over at not just the turnover, but the position changes too. And so that's where we see a lot of those promotional opportunities. So we saw a lot of promotional opportunities in fiscal year 21 where we were looking to fill our positions. And we're seeing that in 22, but primarily we're focusing more on apparently new hires. I don't know it's so much a focus as it is we're just bringing a lot more folks into the organization now than promoting from within. And it's not, I don't think it's because we aren't looking at folks from within. I think that we just have that sort of newer supervisor level already. And so maybe folks aren't quite prepared for that next step yet.
What is the category position change temporary?
So these are things like where maybe there's a project or we have an interim situation where we're going to bring someone in for a temporary period of time to work on at a higher classification level, right? So someone might be working as maybe a specialist level, but we have maybe project work or we have a vacancy and we want to evaluate kind of the workforce planning around it. And so temporarily we're going to bring someone in to that analyst role to fill that while we evaluate kind of how best to fill it or how best to do that role. And it may be that we determine the department determines that's how they do want to move forward with filling it, and they will post the position then to allow the person to roll into that, or post it with a competitive process, depending upon kind of the situation around it. But that's what that one would refer to.
We've been asked to make some decisions about changing status in the health department, quite a few positions there. That's not what we're talking about here?
No, those would be, I think what you're referring to is the limited duration to regular. Yeah, and that really has to do with limited duration, I think defined by our personnel rules, identify someone as having a discrete revenue fund with kind of a finite date. And I think that, at least in my conversations with the health department on many of their positions, is that while it is a discrete revenue source, that there's not necessarily a finite date all the time, or those tend to get flexed further out or continued, and the ability to recruit for those can be difficult. And so I think that's a little bit more what they're talking about. This is really someone stepping in to fill a role at a classification or position higher than what they're currently at typically, right? So that's what that's referring to.
Do you have any information about those positions in terms of how hard it is to maintain a person in a position with that categorization?
The limited duration? Yeah, I would say that we do tend to see when folks who get into a limited duration role, unless it's a particular piece of work, there's going to be those certain situations where that scope of work is what they're here to do and that's what they want to do. But oftentimes, folks are looking for, getting into that role. And when a regular job opens, we see them move to those regular positions. And so sometimes limited duration can be more disruptive, right? Because they'll get someone in to do grant-funded work, for instance, which may have a certain specific time frame. And if you have a lot of movement there, that can actually cause some disruption. And so I think the discussion or argument is if we bring it on as regular, then we'll have a better chance to keep the person in the position or even to hire or recruit for it. The alternative to that, though, or the piece that'll have to be discussed is that when and if those resources do end, we have to be prepared to address the staffing. And that could potentially be right sizing based on those services no longer being funded or supported. And so those can be difficult conversations to have. So looking at our recruitments, with the turnover, of course, we see an increase. We also have been adding a few positions each year, so we have that number's been increasing. And HR for years has been running at about the 150 recruitments a year. In FY20, we saw that tick up a little bit, and in FY21 is where we really felt that and asked for the position. And in FY22, we are up to 299. You may remember that I said we've done over 300 recruitments. I'll point out that these are specifically recruitments of positions. The other recruitments that HR supports are internal transfers or for special assignments, and so those actually run through HR as well as your committees or your volunteers. And so those aren't included in these numbers. So these are specific to position changes. And you do have the full table, actually not on the recruitments because that's actually a very big table, but of the turnover metrics in your packet at the end. Just want to point that out. So one of the other pieces that I will point out here is that we do have a decrease in our applications. So these are a couple of metrics that we track: number of recruitments, total applications received, and we kind of just keep track of applications per recruitment. And not that higher number of applications equals better applicants, but it's just variety can help. Quantity can help when doing that selection. And so as we start to see less applications, oftentimes that means that departments may hold the position open longer because they're looking for a specific skill set that they didn't find. Some things that we're looking at to address this, we are actually partnering a lot with our PIO and our new position, not PIO, position that Whitney is titled something else.
The digital.
Yeah. We're actually thrilled about that concept because we are increasing kind of branding, advertising, and candidate sourcing through social media, some additional platforms there, our recruiting efforts. And so we actually, timing-wise, we're so thrilled to bring on that admin and assistant to help with those recruiting efforts. And mainly because we were pretty much at capacity with one recruiter for 150 positions. Now that we're running at 300, we're pretty near that capacity again. And we are looking at, I think one thing that we just recently did is we updated the job posting language to highlight Deschutes County as an ideal, live, work, play community. And we actually see this new language get picked up quicker with a lot of the ad sources out there. And so this, I think, is really we don't have data yet to sort of measure this, but we do anticipate that this being a good impact in terms of sort of getting Deschutes County out there. And we've been partnering with hiring managers on kind of alternative sourcing ideas. So looking at if we have an immediate need and we have some urgent situations, can we do temporary staffing? And in fact, HR will be conducting the temporary staffing for the fair this year. So we used to outsource that, but we're finding that with rates out there this year. We're going to try and do it internally for at least the same cost, but hopefully less. And also grow from within programs. So certain programs, certain positions require like certifications or licensure, and those are actually becoming pretty difficult. Building inspector is one that I can think of. And so we're looking at partnering with the department to create programs in which we may bring someone on as a an entry level and support them in obtaining that certification or licensure, right? And then internships as well. So bringing folks on to kind of get a taste of the position.
First of all, this is a great stat to track. It measures in very, very nicely. And a couple questions on it. Are you seeing any difference in applications for new positions versus vacated positions that you've noticed?
I wouldn't have the data to answer that, yeah, but that is an interesting.
And the other one would be, are you seeing any difference in applications from remote versus local?
Right, so that's actually something that we recently started, putting on the posting, if it is something that applies, if a remote capability is.
That's actually good to know. I meant it a different way. Are you seeing people from out of town apply
got it.
more or less?
In state versus out of state, I don't know, and sometimes it's difficult. I don't think that we've been tracking that either in terms of, I think hires, we probably would be able to have that data. It would be curious to see if we could get reporting out of our system that would drill down to that, and it would be based on the address that they supply at the time, so sometimes those can be a little outdated, but that would be an interesting piece to track as well.
And I'm just going back to what Commissioner Chang was talking about earlier in terms of maybe there's a need for housing that would come in on something like that. That being able to track number of external applicants, that would be coming over, and then the pickup rate on that based on their ability to find a house.
It's true, yeah.
Would probably be a big deal.
Yeah.
Well, and we know that from firsthand. We've heard about that. We had an applicant, we had made an offer, and they decided they couldn't do it because they couldn't find housing. We've heard that a few times recently.
Yeah. I was waiting for the right time during the presentation to bring this up, but
Well, I queued it up for
we
you.
did.
Go for it.
Here you go.
I think Commissioner Adair mentioned the employee survey that was done recently, and one of the questions in the employee survey was, basically, are you having trouble finding housing for the existing employees? And the overall numbers were, 7 or 8% said they were having trouble finding affordable, like a rental housing. 26% said they were having trouble finding a house to purchase or a home to purchase. But when I asked the staff to kind of go back and break it out a little bit by longevity, and the numbers for 1 to 5 year employees, 5 to 10 year employees, and under 1 year employees are way, way higher than 7 or 8% and 26%. We can't, Kathleen talked about turnover. I mean, that's not enough evidence to say, to directly connect those things and say, if 75% of our employees in the 6 to 10 year range are having challenges purchasing a home, that immediately translates into resigning and leaving. But if 75% of our employees in the 6 to 10 year range are having trouble purchasing a home, it's a pretty alarming statistic.
Well, when I was going to the first question, I was in terms of the exit interviews or whatever, that's where I was trying to suss is, are we seeing any, I'm taking the opportunity to take my money and run, coming from some of the employee base.
We do see some of that. I mean, we definitely have, I would say we've seen both, right? Folks who've determined that just this housing market is not one that they're going to be able to participate in, and they decide to move to one in which they can. And then we also find folks who are leaving employment and selling their house and moving somewhere else and reaping that benefit now. And so we do see both of those. I'm not, the data that we have in terms of the exit interviews doesn't point to that as being the number one factor, right? But it's definitely a factor. And in fact, we rolled out the Landed program. We partnered with an organization And it supports folks in the, and it's specific to public sector employees, and it supports them in initial home buying, not just education, but also actually in dollars. There's a little bit of a loan program, not to get into the weeds in that program, but we rolled it out, and we weren't sure if anyone, I will say it's not for everyone. It's for a very specific set of folks who would benefit from that. And I actually just heard back from an employee who did benefit, and we are going to set up some time to talk to hear about their story and evaluate kind of how best to promote that to that group. I think with housing, it's not going to be one answer for everyone, right? We're going to have to find all of these different ways to support folks through their housing needs. But I think that is one component, and it's definitely another one in which we're looking to explore other opportunities. And connecting with other counties who, actually this is something that we recently did, we reached out to talk to a couple of other counties who are in high-cost areas and kind of talk about the programs that they have or what types of supports if they do. I think for us what's especially difficult is that this came on pretty quick. In terms of folks who have been in this type of housing market for years. It's kind of known, whereas, we kind of came into it, I think we were at a nice low in which we saw a lot of people coming in, and then with it going back up, it's definitely a big factor there.
Are you benchmarking any particular communities when you're trying to go build that plan?
We have reached out to a few. We don't have the benchmark yet. This is like just starting in terms of our work here. And so, I know Pitkin County is one in Colorado that we're working with. And then we're talking to a couple in California, but looking for the right one that would kind of mirror us. We're isolated, which is different than some of the areas in California. Mm-hmm. Right. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's and that's a very valuable point. There's really not a workers community that is within a reasonable drive. When you look at something like Jackson, Wyoming, you always got Driggs, Idaho, and our closest equivalent to Driggs would be Brothers, and I don't think they have a whole lot of space there.
So it is a piece actually that we are looking at, recognize that it's a component to our ability to recruit, and I would say beginning to think about how we can support that. Because we do recognize that it does impact our turnover, and then of course our vacancy rate, which is the next piece there. And when we look at our vacancy rate, we're currently FY22 at 10.26, and while in FY20 and 21, you can see that these were, 5.64 and 6.52. I would say even for Deschutes County, these were some of the lowest we've seen. We used to sit around closer, a little bit higher than that. And so these are pretty low. The 10.26 is definitely higher than we'd like to be, although it was it was trending slightly down, but it wouldn't be enough for me to claim it's trending down there. A couple of things that we've done to address this is there has been some interest, and we've actually done some sign-on retention bonus programs, which each of these do come with a 24-hour or a 24-month stay agreement. We did the employee survey to kind of really get at hearing from the employees directly what would make them leave and what is it that they value. And then the other piece was that we did establish an actual remote work policy rather than just a response to COVID remote work policy. So we are looking at addressing kind of some of those interests or needs that the employees brought up, which one being flexibility in the workplace.
From a retention bonus standpoint, when do you accrue? So do you accrue that you're paying out the bonus? Or do you actually hold that money in abeyance and then fund it back if it's not used?
So a little bit of both. And the reason is because in Oregon we have the Oregon Equal Pay Act, and we have there's actually, the bonuses count as compensation. And so the legislature put together a particular bill that allowed us for a temporary period of time, not just us, right, allowed this particular component of compensation to be removed from that calculation. So it could be, we could provide it to, say, new or incoming folks, sign-on bonus. Otherwise, there's a potential for it to be of issue. And that was actually extended. And so in order to kind of be within those deadlines that they provided us, we gave a sign-on bonus up front. And then there was a retention bonus that came based on when they were hired, ideally to essentially the last day we could pay it out and still be in compliance, which ended up being for, at most, not quite a year, spaced apart. And then the idea is that you stay within the 24 months, and if not, then there is a payback period that we collect.
Kathleen, did you say that about 25% of those additional bonuses, they were still leaving?
Yes. So what we found was, in terms of the sign-on when advertising, this brought us to probably about, when we look at our competitors, many of them are offering sign-on bonuses as well. And so even to get someone to click on our jobs, we found that advertising that sign-on bonus was kind of a necessity in some of those areas. The retention bonus program, which we offered to existing staff to stay for 24 months to shore up some staffing, we found that it's about a 25% rate of folks leaving, and even regardless of the retention program and paying it back. So it is effective. It's not the magic key, though. Okay. So operational goals, coordinate a review of human resource policies, rules, and rules to reflect county practices and priorities. So these are ripe for review, let's put it that way. And we've actually have a plan that we're working on now, engaging with departments to get their feedback, their pain points, to evaluate kind of what needs to be changed. So we're actually in that process now. We hope to close it out within FY23. We do hope to issue an RFP for 457 deferred compensation program. This has kind of been put on the back burner for a while, especially with COVID, but it is time to reevaluate that program. Establish paid family medical leave program in compliance with Oregon's new requirements, which do come out in, it'll impact us in January of 23. We have to start collecting at that point, so it isn't within the budget, but we also need to establish our program. Revamp our performance development, evaluation, recognition programs. So this is really work that we know needed to be done, but was pretty loud and clear through the employee survey that this is a priority of employees. Support departments as retention and recruitment continue to impact the county. So just being creative with departments as we address their needs. Specifically, I've written down here housing, wages, work-life balance, career development, and then supportive management. Some additional goals: create supervisor supports and networking opportunities. What we found is with these new supervisors, we're looking to establish some opportunities for them to create networking within our organization. It's oftentimes we kind of work within these silos, and so there are some really great things coming, in one department that another department could benefit from, and so really creating that connection, supporting the connection, is one of our goals for next year. And then we have increased client consultations for retirement, workforce planning, leave of absence, employment concerns, investigations, and ADA processes that do occur within HR. Review processes to improve greater automation within and compliance within our HRIS system. And then, of course, we have 3 unions contracts that are up for negotiation in 2023. Okay, so significant budget change, pretty much status quo most years, all the time. But this year, we are, in the proposed budget is the addition of the FTE for the HR manager, total cost, and really we're, like I had mentioned, the complexity of the work requests from departments and their impacts on HR's work plan requires additional capacity to support the level of decision-making needed. And so really evaluating this manager role, I think, would be just kind of a strong position within HR. We currently have some really fabulous analysts, and I hope they apply. I think adding this HR manager role will provide them actually with additional support as well. Any questions on that before I head into Fund 675, which is our health benefits?
And just briefly, this seems like a slam dunk to me. It's when you've got an 11% vacancy rate and the job's getting any help that you can to try and fill that. It seems like a priority thing from a budget standpoint.
I agree.
Yeah, I'll just
They're the
offer.
ones that need to agree.
I'll just offer, during my transition with our retired county administrator, Tom Anderson, there were a couple of key positions that we said are just absolutely essential going forward, and this was one of those that we discussed last September. So I was really pleased to see Kathleen include it, and I was certainly pleased to include it in the proposed budget.
Kathleen, I mean, yeah, I'm supportive of that requirement, but I mean, we just heard, looking back over the last couple of years, we've got, we're suddenly in the middle of, staggering turnover numbers, staggering recruitment numbers. I mean, do you have any feel for, whether, I mean, if you went even farther back, I mean, would these numbers that we're facing this year still be staggering, and, proportionally speaking, and B, like, how long it'll last, how long it'll be like that? Is it that just the way it's going to be for years to come, or are we, Jim was talking about the lump in the snake earlier. Like, is this a lump in the snake moment, or?
Right. Those are the questions. Yeah, and I don't have the answer, but I would say that smarter people than myself, who I've been, reading and following in terms of, economists and how we're doing and where we're going, we getting back to normal is not going to be the case. That this is at least our new normal for a while. And so I anticipate this to be difficult. I don't think there is one answer that we're going to do here that's going to fix it all, and we're going to be back to those lower numbers. And so with that, part of what HR is working on is with departments on well, if you had 7 people doing that before, how are you going to do it with 6 or even 5, right? And let's look at what that looks like. Is there a way to do it differently? Is there a way for us to reconfigure the work? It's actually those questions that I think are add more value to today, while we look to recruit for those positions or try and fill those positions. And I will also recognize that I think it's easier to say that than to be, I don't want to devalue kind of some of the urgent situations that exist out there in departments in terms of filling their positions. And the work that we're doing to try and support that, and the work that they're doing to try and fill those vacancies. But I don't think that this is going to be something that's going to get better soon.
And I guess that the other question would be, we're employing all of these tools right now, to try to address recruitment and retention. Some things that we are, just experimenting with the last couple of years. Are there, besides having more horsepower in your office to move all of these recruitments? Are there other things that we can be doing, non HR department human resource related to, add tools and capacity that we need?
In terms of addressing kind of recruitment and retention in particular, yeah. So some of the pieces that I think came out of the employee survey, which we saw, is that folks are looking for career advancement. They're looking for opportunities for growth. They're looking for support and feedback from supervisors and their managers. And so, our work plan, which includes addressing these program areas, is an effort to try and sort of help support or shore up those areas, especially, our evaluation process. We definitely could be doing better there. And meaningful feedback was something that we actually heard in the employee survey quite a bit, as something that they're looking for. And so if we in HR can be supporting departments in providing that, creating the environment in which that employee who, if this is something that would make them consider leaving, if we can address that with them, if they have the stable housing and if wages are not an issue, if that's the reason that they would be considering leaving, if we can support supervisors and managers in filling that need, I think that will impact our retention. And I think part of that is the branding piece too, is that, getting the information out there on the type of employer that we are, the type of environment in which we are. These are pieces that I think will help with the recruitment effort, right? And so those are, more than just the posting it, but those will also take time, right? In terms of training supervisors or managers on how to provide the supportive and effective feedback, right? How to address issues. I think one of the other pieces that we heard in the survey was not addressing performance when it exists is just as much of as an impact as maybe addressing performance, right? So,
Kathleen?
Yeah.
We are running over time, and we didn't allow enough time for this. So I'm just wondering, it looks like you're doing legal.
No, Dave is here. Dave will.
Is he going to be here then?
He will be here, yes.
Just wondering what we can do to.
See, you jinxed it. As soon as you said we were running ahead of schedule, we blew you out of the
That's
water.
how it works. I'm just wondering if we can reslot one of these, Dan.
I can cut the finance presentation down to 10 minutes out of 20, but the fiscal entities presentation will probably have some conversations around general fund and TRC.
Okay. Can you do yours in 10 minutes, balance?
I think so.
Okay.
Depends on your questions, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
No. And so health benefit fund is kind of where I'm heading next, in terms of our health benefit plan. And probably if I would have redone my presentation, I would have started with a better introduction to our plan, because I realize that most of you may not be aware, although I think Dan did a great job in terms of talking a little bit about it for us at the beginning. So essentially, we run a self-insured health benefits plan through HR with support of administration, well, actually lots of people, and finance, and our employee benefits advisory committee. And so all of us together, we work to create this plan. We are self-insured. We do have an excess insurance. We have, in my opinion, one of the highest on the books, which is at $500,000. And so we pay all claims up to that amount, and then insurance kicks in. We partner with a TPA, so third-party administrator, to process all of those claims. Those aren't run through HR. And then also with a PBM, which is a pharmacy benefits manager, to manage the pharmacy side of our insurance. And we have on-site clinic, wellness services, and that pharmacy. So that's how the plan is sort of set up. We do have a reserve fund, which we have been attempting to sort of spend down. We have, through some evaluations, determined that it was too high. Don't worry, I will get us there this coming year. So a couple of things is that we made the determination sort of early on that a 0% increase to our rates right now, to continue to use that reserve to subsidize the rates for departments, was the plan, and that is what's in the proposed budget. We have to use those reserves in accordance with ORS 731, so they do kind of have some rules around them, and we are by subsidizing. The budget that you actually have in your book, I will say, has been impacted recently, even from when we submitted the budget to today. We have had some significant claims increase, some significant costs. And so we actually, I think in the proposed budget, we end up at about 11 million. We're actually looking to be closer to about 8 million at the end of FY23, which hits about where our policy, our policy goal is. The difference is it's about a year sooner than we thought, and so we had anticipated that being a little further down, but these are claims that we did not anticipate. And this is what insurance is for, it's high-cost claims. But we definitely will see an increased spend in the last couple of months, and that is attributed to a couple of things in particular. So we had a couple of high-cost claims, and we also had a couple of, what we're seeing is sort of an impact of the pent-up need for medical care when it wasn't necessarily available during COVID. And that was attributed to be closer to about the 8% spend. We're actually seeing that to be closer to about 20% increase. So that difference is pretty significant. We're hoping that that actually trends down and that there was just things opened up a couple of months ago and we were able to get a lot of people in, but there was definitely an increase there. We don't see those, when we're looking at that claim type, we're not seeing those as necessarily being ongoing, like chronic condition care. It's more like, the shoulder cortisone shot, the, knee scope, et cetera. So things like that, hopefully we won't have multiple times. And then also some, there are some chronic conditions that are being cared for. And then also what we found in our claims, which I'm kind of jumping ahead a little bit here to keep this short, in our claims, we see that we are trending higher than we want to be in the, lower in our preventative care utilization. And so what we're finding is we actually would like to see that number be a little bit higher. We realize that folks just didn't do as much preventative care maintenance during COVID. And so we're actually doing some awareness on getting back in to do your preventative care. We don't, the lower preventative care, what that ends up translating into is maybe higher cost chronic condition care, missed care down the road, right? So it's not like someone's going to say, oh, I didn't go get my, wellness exam for 3 years. I'm going to go get 3 wellness exams. What that means is they didn't get their wellness exam. And so they're now realizing that A1C number may be a little bit higher than they thought it would have been after 3 years of COVID, right, or 2 years of COVID. So, that's kind of the impact that we're seeing now is the cost of that. It's true that our population, we actually have a pretty decent healthy population, and our costs in terms of the actual care they're receiving, when we benchmark those, we have a couple of benchmarks that we use, aren't outrageous. We are actually kind of meeting the norm, or in certain areas below the norm. There are 2 areas that we tend to be above, and that is in our mental health care. One, Pacific Northwest in general is higher than, quote, national norm. And then actually the cost for that care in the Pacific Northwest is higher as well. So we see that as a kind of a large cost, larger than normal on our plan, but at the same time, folks utilizing that tends to be, reduce any kind of chronic condition needs later on. So we actually want to support that higher utilization. We did see that our pharmacy spend is quite a bit higher, and part of that has to do with some of those high cost claims. They are our pharmacy costs associated with a couple of conditions. So we expect those to be there based on what we're seeing in terms of our claim utilization. I've included some additional utilization, and there's just a chart that we track, and we have benchmarked the charts pretty, easy to read. I think red is where we're above norm, green is where we're below. Usually we want to be below, except for, like I said, that wellness routine visit is in red because we're below the average. So we are going to, our operational goals this year is to review cost-saving opportunities with our pharmacy benefit manager. I say new, we didn't change, but they were purchased. And so we were able to renegotiate our existing contract a bit to see some cost savings. We hope that with the new pharmacy benefit manager, we will see additional cost savings because it is a larger organization. And then the plan would likely be, which I don't think it'll be in FY23, but we will evaluate going out to bid for that service. That will be a big disruption if we do change. And that doesn't mean it's the wrong thing to do. It's just that there will be, disruption when that occurs because we do change the pharmacy benefit, and that always comes with formulary changes and access change. So it will be something that we will have we'll want to make sure that it definitely is the right decision financially before we make that recommendation to go that route. Let's see, work with plan partners to address the claims utilization. We are going to increase our employee assistance program awareness to address some of those mental health, behavioral health utilization, make sure folks are getting in and using that program as well. We benchmark and review employee premium contributions as the plan costs are beginning to increase. This is another area where we haven't increased department or employee cost shares in quite a few years, actually. Haven't increased employee costs since before I've been here, so definitely some time ago. And review processes to improve greater automation and compliance within our HRIS and vendors. So just looking to hopefully not increase workload on HR, but actually have some of that become automated.
Could I ask Wayne? Wayne, do you remember when we just started charging $90 for a family? Was it sometime
When did we do that?
Mm-hmm.
That was, I think the rate was like $70 back in the early 2013 area.
Yeah.
Seemed like, I think the $90 was probably put in 14 or 15, something like that.
Yeah, it went up $10.
I think it was just before that, because that's just when I started, Wayne, so yeah. Mm-hmm.
14 years ago, it was $35.
Oh, was it? Wow.
Yeah.
That's for the whole family, just like we're doing now?
Yeah, we've never broken it out.
It's always been just one rate, although the dental piece is.
Yes, yeah.
So you're thinking maybe in 14 then we did it at 90?
I would say it's probably just before that, because that is when I started commissioner.
Okay,
Yeah.
so 13.
12 or 13 would be my guess. And I can actually find that information and provide you with that detail, but it was right around that area, that time.
I mean, when you talk to people in private industry, what we offer for our employees for the entire family, most companies privately, they cover the employee, but the family has to pay, and it's really huge numbers in comparison, like $500 a month or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But our costs for the program is what, 1,500 something, 1,500?
Yeah, just under 1,600 when we put both pieces together.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Monthly.
Correct.
Yes.
But it's a self-funded pool with a long history. So just like we're dialing in the opportunity to keep it in place for long term.
Great. So, plan for next year is to promote our preventative care utilization and then our PHA, which is our personal health assessment. And that program itself is actually built into the budget. And so getting folks back into knowing what their numbers are and kind of at least at minimum that annual check-in on their health is kind of our focus and plan this year.
PHA is the personal health assessment. I think
Correct.
I slipped right through that real fast.
Yes, that is. That's where we do a biometric screening and then kind of a questionnaire and connection with our wellness team.
And that's offered to spouses and any covered person on the program, maybe it.
18 and over. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so spouse or adult children.
Mm-hmm. Correct, yeah. And so recommendation is no increase, but knowing that we will be recommending an increase next year to the department costs, and that's really because this is the last year of using some significant subsidy. We'll see.
All right. Thank you, Kathleen.
Thank you.
Bill, you're up.
I can do this in 5 minutes or less.
Okay.
All right, there we go.
No pressure.
Yeah.
Nice job.
I'm gonna sit to hear this 5 minute.
Calm me out.
All right, next up is information technology, and I'll turn it over to Joe.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, committee members. Joe Sidoni, Information Technology Director. I'm just going to give a very quick, brief overview of the Information Technology Department. Our department sits solidly in the background of county operations. We deal strictly with departments, and we have very little, if any, citizen-facing services. We support the infrastructure and services and network that is utilized by county, the different department operations, and we allow them. We provide services so that they can become more effective and efficient in their operations through the use of automation and technology. In fiscal 23, overall of the County 4 funds, which I'll not go over, we have requested to operate under a $5.8 million request. Of that $5.8 million, we have $3.65 million in internal service fund charges. I am going to go right to the last slide to be efficient here. So the IT budget is up over 9% over fiscal 22 and fiscal 23. And that's about $500,000. The increases come from the addition of an FTE in fiscal 22. It's not a new FTE, that was a transfer from the finance department. So we went from 18 FTE to 19 in fiscal 22, about halfway through. Also, built into that $500,000 increase is the countywide increase in, basically the COLA plus 2%. And we have a request in Fund 660 to fund cybersecurity services. And we are working on an RFP, and we were requesting those services to be able to better execute and expand our internal cybersecurity program. On the topic of cybersecurity, investments in cybersecurity are ballooning. Just not just for the county, but it's just across the board. There is so much growth in that industry, and the market is scrambling to come up with services to meet the demand of organizations not being able to find employees with cybersecurity skills. The last number that I got from a conference that I attended is that there are 600,000 open position requisitions in the United States alone for people with cybersecurity skills. That's a lot. And what that tells us is that we're not going to be able to find people. The competition is so stiff. And so what we're going to try and do is tap the services market to fill the need for personnel services to expand our cybersecurity program. Cybersecurity is a very labor-intensive business. If you're ever interested in finding out what goes on in there, but it is extremely labor-intensive, and and the market, the software industry, and the services industry is playing catch-up with the requirements for organizations to meet cybersecurity regulatory requirements and just to be able to protect their assets within their organization. In fiscal '23, we're going to have some staffing challenges. I know of, for sure, 2 staff that are going to turn over. It will likely be more, it will more likely be 4. That's over 20% of our staff in the department. That's going to present some challenges in fiscal '23 in terms of being able to refill those positions and develop those skill sets, but that is something that we're going to be working on heavily. Any questions?
It's a peanut thing.
Sure.
But the dog licensing.
Yes.
The donations were a couple thousand short, and they were saying that somehow that online form doesn't allow for people to actually donate when they're licensing their dog.
Okay, I'll take a look at that.
I know, it was just, I know.
No, it's all right.
We're talking $458,000 on cybersecurity. Eric just told us that our bill is tripling. I'm telling you about $2,000 we didn't get for the dogs, so.
Sure.
Yeah, donations. So, yeah, Joe, they said that there was something going on there, and anyhow.
Sure.
You can just take a, like, maybe it's a 3-minute look or something.
Yeah, not a problem.
You mentioned cybersecurity skills in high need.
Yes.
What skills are those specifically?
What is it?
Yeah.
That's
I
part-
think of being careful clicking on emails, you know, that's my job. But yeah, what skills would the task?
That's part of the problem, right? The market, the industry, what cybersecurity is still emerging, right? What we have are a set of standards that are built off of a 2017 federal publication that recommends here's what you should do, to protect your digital assets, and so the focus is that. But in terms of, where people get training, how they get certified, what those skills actually are. It's still, that's still being developed.
Well, and it's fast moving, I'm sure. I mean, the bad guys
Yes.
are out there just seat of the pants making things happen, and how do you put a program together as it's happening? So, okay, understood.
Well, and you do have some additional problems. If you look at the contracted cybersecurity services, I think it's somewhere in the range of about 15% of the cybersecurity contract personnel are actually Ukrainian-based, and they're a little busy doing other things right now.
Yeah, right.
So there's actually a dearth in the contract market that's going to further hit you from some of that.
Yeah, it's slightly a mess right now, but it's certainly necessary, something we have to take seriously.
So maybe I missed it, because I was thinking the $400K that you had for contracts and services was actually based on the 365 transition. But you're saying most of that's going to the cybersecurity piece?
Yeah, the 365 transition is actually built into the budget already. It was built in a few years ago.
Okay.
Just a note, since you brought it up, about $460,000 of our material expenses is related directly to cybersecurity annually, right? Which is about 29% of our material expenses in IT. I mean, that's a lot, and that number seems to be growing year over year.
And not that you had a ton of choice, but did the 365 transition save you money or cost you money?
Cost us money.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. Anything else? Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Joe.
For the record, I could have geeked out and asked 20 more questions, so you're welcome.
Joe, stick to his 5 minutes.
You would do that, Dave.
Oh, boy.
He's already started with the finance dig.
All right.
I'm gonna-
Start with this finance dig?
Yeah, he want to give us one copy. Said we'd have to share. Oh, no, I don't need it.
Where you going?
We're sharing it.
Next up is legal counsel, and I'll turn it over to Dave.
Great, thanks. I'll be very quick. I know you folks are running a little behind schedule. So what is the county legal department? Well, we have 2 paralegals. We have 4 assistant legal counsel, 2 of which are vacant right now. Fortunately, one of those will be filled by June 13th, and we're working on filling the other open one. And then there's 1 legal counsel, that's me. What do? We provide full-service legal advice, support, and representation to all county departments. So for the new budget committee folks, basically anything that the county's doing, typically legal gets brought into at some level at some time. We handle all transactional and litigation work for the county. We don't do bond work, that's by state statute requirement, and Risk has managed workers' comp. So even though we can do workers' comp, we don't do workers' comp. Everything else from public meetings, public records, real property transactions, dog board hearings, we do all that. In addition, the office provides general counsel to Deschutes County 911, the Sun River Service District, and the Black Butte Ranch Police Department. What are our workload challenges and staffing? Well, workload continues to increase. It's increased about 5% annually in the time that I've been here, and that's just a little over 8 years now. The health department obviously has been a big user of our services and our time in the last couple of years. Early on, we're pretty much 24/7, all things COVID, and that's tapering off now of late, but that was quite a run at the beginning. Like most county departments, we're adjusting to a workplace where pre-COVID, everybody was in the office. COVID hit and just about everybody was off in the wind, and now we're adjusting to sort of a hybrid model with a little bit of both. One benefit to that, I think, is it should reduce some office space needs, and there might be some availability for office sharing. Of the 4 lawyers, assistant lawyers I have, when we were fully staffed, they were remoting probably the last year, at least 50% of the time. A couple of them were remoting probably closer to 90% of the time. So I do think there's some opportunity there for space needs to reduce those. Like every other department you've heard from or will hear from, we're going to have staffing challenges in the area of recruitment and retention. Now being a good example, we have, as I said, 2 open attorney slots, 1 relocated out of state due to a spouse and some job issues, but the other one was hired away by a private law firm locally that I can't compete with. I can't pay that kind of money. And while the health benefits are nice, when the pay is 100% more, that doesn't cut it. So those are issues to deal with. The budget that we're proposing or that's in front of you is essentially a status quo budget. The increases are associated with wages and PERS and maybe a tiny bit on materials, but that's essentially it. Our future needs, which I believe will be covered within the existing budget, would be to upgrade our case management system. We need to incorporate a document management system, and it needs to be cloud-based. A lot more of what we're doing now is remote, it's Zoom-based. Hearings, we rarely go to court anymore for anything short of a civil commitment. Things are more and more done remotely, hearings with the court being one of those. Civil depositions are now being done remotely almost exclusively, and I don't know that there's going to be a change back to fully in-person in those areas. Jury trials will remain in person, but again, even with the 2 additional judges, the civil system is at the very end of the line, so the criminal cases get priority, domestic cases get priority, and you're just run-of-the-mill civil cases where someone's suing someone for money is at the very end of the line. So typically those cases are 3 to 5 years old when you get a courtroom. And as a result, a lot of times they get settled because one party or the other finally decides it isn't worth it, and those civil cases get settled. I'm not a big fan of that. I was a trial lawyer in my earlier years, and I think there's a real benefit to trying cases, and civil cases don't get tried at nearly the rate they should. It's unfortunate. And then finally, it wouldn't be, well, I'll certainly field any questions you folks might have, but Wayne always asks me to tell an accountant joke or two. And
I've never asked you to do that.
You know, so what do you call an accountant without a spreadsheet? lost. And this is my favorite. Have you heard the one about the fun accountant? Me neither. Okay. Just for you, Wayne.
Can I have a rebuttal?
Oh, that's certainly,
Yeah.
we have the equal time.
So these two guys showed up on orientation day at the country club, and it was a resort area, and so they got seated together for lunch. One was an attorney, one was an accountant, a CPA, in fact. So the CPA asked the attorney, so what brings you here? He goes, oh, well, my house burned down, and with the insurance money, I was able to buy a nice condo and a membership to the club. It was really great. And the attorney says, well, how about you? He goes, well, our house got flooded, and so I got the insurance money, and we, bought a condo here and a club membership as well. And the attorney says, well, how do you start a flood?
Touché.
I rest my case, Your Honor.
He was prepared.
As I knew he would. Happy to answer any questions you might have, or I'll get out of the way and let you get back on schedule.
I'd like to say thank you, to you and the department, and I know it's really just a function of would there be another lawyer needed someday. You mentioned 5% each year, and I'm sure that compounds out, but let's get it fully staffed and, keep it highly productive. So this is just a special thank you for everybody that, provides legal services for us.
Yeah, everybody stepped up with the, with the openings and is doing extra, and we're getting it covered, so it's working out.
I'll add, having historically been on the receiving end of some of the county legal services through the Sun River Service District, this is a top-notch organization, and I really appreciated everything that was done for us at the time.
Thank you.
Dave is amazing. He answers emails like instantaneously. I mean, we're so fortunate to have you. And also your support staff has been great.
Grateful to be here. We got good folks. Well,
Thanks,
if
Dave.
no other questions, I'll step out. You're back on time.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks a lot, folks.
Well, looks like we're going to turn it back to finance.
Okay.
Dan?
Yes, thank you, Bruce. So we're going to go quickly over the finance department here, probably take about 10 minutes, and then we'll launch into fiscal entities after that. So the finance department can be found on page 151 of your binders. And the finance department encompasses 3 divisions. We have accounting and payroll, we have the budget office, and then we have the tax division. Accounting and payroll are responsible for general accounting, accounts receivable and payable, financial reporting, capital asset records, payroll, the annual comprehensive financial reports, and the audit. The budget office manages all aspects of the annual budget, including Oregon local budget law, which Wayne spoke to briefly here, personnel projections, internal service fund allocations, revenue and expenditure forecasts, appropriations and transfers, balancing the budget, and communication and coordination. The budget office, in conjunction with the chief financial officer, is also responsible for the agency's long-term financial projections and risk analysis. The budget office also manages the American Rescue Plan Act currently, which we will discuss in greater details through the fiscal entities portion. The tax office conducts all aspects of the distribution of property taxes to all taxing districts. They manage the collection and administration of transient room tax and supervise dog licensing and administration. The chief financial officer oversees all facets of the finance department, including cash management, investments, and fiscal management of the county's long-term debt. So just really briefly, I want to go over some of the achievements this year in finance. In the tax department, we implemented the ability to receive property tax statements and dog licensing renewals online. This was really huge for us. It eliminated mailing costs, no lost or misdirected mail. It allows customers to receive their statements sooner and gives them the direct link to pay online. The county also implemented a new software to administer the county's lodging tax in July of 2021, so the beginning of fiscal year 22. This system has been a big improvement as it locates properties that are being advertised on various media, which allows the county to get them registered quickly, and will also track if the advertisement is in compliance and listing the certificate of authority number on the ad. So those have been really huge for our tax department specifically. The accounting department once again completed a Government Financial Officer Association, GFOA, recognized annual comprehensive financial reports and a popular annual financial report, which we were lauded on and is geared toward our local community to help them better understand our financials. One of the innovations that our accounting department is doing is they're purchasing Debt Book, which is a debt and lease management software to ensure financial reporting compliance with GASB 87 requirements, and to expedite financial reporting and improve financial planning for future years. The Budget Office completed a first very detailed long-term forecasting model of the general fund, the general county reserve, and to some degree the transient room tax funds as well. This will also increase the county's ability for long-term planning of operating and capital expenditures and financial risk evaluations. We also implemented Workiva software this year, which automates large portions of this budget book. Betsy Tucker, again, was huge in that implementation and very instrumental. And so it utilizes automated tools for fiscal reporting, graphics, and linking narrative development from our financial ERP system in Munis. So, like most departments in a rapidly growing county, the finance department is facing some challenges and having to evolve, and in some areas expand to continue to meet the service level needs of internal departments and our community. Rapid population expansion can be seen in the increased year-over-year budget. 3 years ago, the fiscal year 2020 revised budget was $150 million less than the $583 million budget you see before you today. Accounting and budget have seen a proportionate increase in transactions and fiscal complexity associated with this increased budget. The tax department has seen a gigantic increase of approximately 1,200 new tax accounts each year, as well as an increasing number of TRT accounts over the past couple of years. The tax office has also not added any FTE in a decade, and a special request by the department for a regular duration 1.0 FTE tax specialist to meet the expanding need was deemed necessary by the director for continued departmental functioning and is included in the proposed budget. And so again, that special request is just to allow us to meet the very basic needs of the increasing property tax accounts and transient room tax accounts that we've seen over the last few years at least. Our fiscal year 23 challenges include continuing to improve efficiencies in the administration of the TRT program. The TRT program needs to develop new workflow protocols, coordinating efforts with the CDD department to identify properties with unlawful ADUs in the initial registration process. We also are reviewing and updating the transient room tax ordinance to better align with the state's third-party intermediary requirements, and we're correcting a lag in payroll by aligning the time collection period with the pay period. Finally, we want to continue to improve on our long-term forecasting analysis and continue to provide additional decision support to the Board of County Commissioners based on the long-term forecasting analysis. And in terms of financials, you can see that our total budget in finance right now, we're looking at a 3.87% increase in finance and a slight decrease in tax, but that's because we shifted some personnel from tax into dog control because tax also works with dog control. But other than that, it's been a pretty minimal year. We've tried to keep it pretty conservative in this budget for you with respect to finance. Are there any questions?
So the additional FTE is just to do more of the same work that current people can't get done.
That is correct. We have a staffing problem, and if you can read our tax manager, Judy Haas's, her special request is on page, let me see here, 202. And I can attest to the fact that during tax season, we have multiple staff working 7, 8 o'clock or later at night, just trying to process the collections at this point. And as is mentioned in this special request, they have not updated their staff in 10 years for that tax department. And obviously, if you look at our general fund property taxes or our TRT, you can see that we really have an increase in work because they're doing all that collection and distribution. So that is the reasoning and the data behind their asks this year, which is included in the proposed budget.
And one thing I noticed this year was the fact that, it goes by the postmark, and people in Deschutes County don't understand that a lot of times mail is not postmarked in Deschutes County. It goes to Portland. So then they get the penalty. So if everyone, maybe another little public service announcement, we can remind people, please, if you're relying on that postmark, you're mailing your property tax check at the last minute, make sure you walk it up to the counter and get it stamped. She had a huge box of people that had that problem. So, and it's, it's significant funding, and I only want it to be fair for them. Oh, Dan, I do have one silly question. It's about Fund 200. I thought the ARPA funding was $38,400,000, but when you look at this Fund 200, the 400,000 isn't there. It just says 38 million on it.
Sorry, Commissioner.
So I was figuring it must be showing up somewhere else.
158.
It's on page 158.
Sure, just taking a look at it. Oh, right, for fiscal year '22. Yeah, I think in our munis budget in fiscal year '22, we were unsure of if it was going to be 19.2 million or 19 million. So we put in a budget of 38 million, but we can update that now because we're still in the fiscal year to reflect 38.4 million.
Okay, so it is 38.4.
It is, right.
Okay, because that's an extra 400,000, right?
Right. And we are down to the remaining less than $1 million, so it's a big deal. Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just also to speak to what Bruce had asked about, some of the ideas with this additional tax specialist, they'll be able to work with the efficiencies we were talking about with the CDD program and kind of interfacing with them. That position would be able to do that and work on better aligning our TRT ordinance with the state's third-party intermediary. So there's a couple extra projects involved in that as well.
So Dan, I know in finance, and I'm not an expert at what you've done in there, but it seems like there's been a fair amount of automation that's happened over the last few years. So we could assume that FTE would have been significantly more requested, or what's the impact of automation?
I would, so from the budget perspective, which is where I am, and I would say that our Workiva budget book that was a special request last year has already taken off at least a week from the proposed budget, or 2 weeks. The adopted budget will likely be 3 to 4 weeks less time in terms of, and that'll be year over year over year. So it definitely is going to more than make up for its cost. On the accounting side, we have the debt book software coming in, which I spoke to Jana Kane, who's our excellent accounting manager, and she believes that will also, over time, pay itself off. And then we have, in the tax division, they recently got new tax software that allows them to look at short-term rentals, I believe, in more detail. And I don't know all the details of this, but I do know that it has been a big win for them in terms of the efficiency of their process and speeding up time. So likely they would be asking for more manpower if they couldn't use some of these software programs. Yeah, I think that's a fair statement. What about you, Wayne? Have you seen a few differences since you left in 2019 with the automation?
I don't know how you guys do anything without paper anymore. Well, I think it is interesting that the newest TRT software, it seems from Judy's explanation on page 202 that the software actually goes out and hunts for ads for rentals and then correlates the areas or the addresses to our database and allows us to send them letters saying, hey, you're renting a unit, you need to register with us. So it's kind of a voluntary system. And it's always been hard to find people who are renting and not paying. And so I think our software has helped with that. But it's actually generated more work for employees to then go and get those folks registered and then process their payments and so forth.
It certainly increased collections, and should you run into something like that in the past, you have to, kind of go over it all manually. Now it's just in the software, which is nice. But I think the only downside is whenever you're implementing software, it takes a long time to get it up and running. But we're at a stage in finance where Workiva and the TRT software is up, and we're really feeling pretty efficient at this point in time.
just recognize what a huge lift it was to take what used to be a Word document and convert it into Workiva, and all the work you guys have done in, really training staff across the organization of how to use this and supporting them through that first year. That was a big lift, and this looks great. So I know that it's been a huge runway to get here, but I think it'll pay off, as you've indicated, for us in the long run, and a great pivot for us to take. So thank you for all that work.
Thank you.
Just briefly, you threw out the little bon mot and the fiscal issues, talking about taxpayers may be impacted based on cost of living and the rest that might result in more delinquent taxes or foreclosures. Do you have are you seeing any trends in that? Are you seeing any benchmark counties that are already experiencing that?
Right.
It's there, I'm just
It is,
questioning what it
right.
is.
And I will reach out to Judy Haas, our tax manager, and see if she has any data on that with benchmark counties or just trending down in our county right now. I know it's something that we're foreseeing, especially with some of the economic factors, but I don't know if we have any specific data.
Yeah, I remember you and I talking about it, and you said you hadn't built a model or anything around it yet, which is fine, because I think you need to understand the trend before you start predicting doom that much. But if there is doom out there, it would be really good to predict it.
Yes.
Even during the recession after 2008 and the recovery from that, the county saw its collection rate drop down to, I think, 93% perhaps, 94%. But
That's still pretty good.
But yeah, it's still real good. And I think earlier it was at 96% or so now. And what happens, and I think people expected that to go down to 85% or something, but in the end, folks that lose their homes, banks pay the taxes because it's a cheap way to keep that value on their books. And so we don't see a lot of property taxes just not ever getting paid because of that. So banks do step in and pay. And so it's not as, it doesn't float with economic conditions as much as you'd think, tax collections. So it's pretty robust.
I've just seen it. I can remember reading some things around, especially in the Midwest where there's a high rate of reverse mortgage, that there were a lot of people that were running out of the reverse mortgage things, not paying their property taxes and getting hit there. I expected that wasn't happening here because they were probably selling to get out.
Yeah.
Dan, you're going into another section?
Yes, yeah. If there's no more questions regarding finance.
We take a quick 10-minute break.
Sure thing.
Okay.
It's getting turned into the Dan show.
Yeah.
label fiscal entities. Entities on that part?
Yeah, thank you, Bruce.
Can I see the cord? Because I needed some time. It's time to plug
Yes,
in.
we have everyone.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Stamina.
Oh, you don't have one?
Oh, yeah, go for it.
You know Whitney.
All right, I think we're gonna keep going forward here. This is the fiscal entities presentation, and we will probably run over 2:25. My guess, there's some pretty big topics here to cover, so we'll just dive into it right now. So across the county, we have multiple fiscal entities or funds that are financially managed or monitored by the chief financial officer or finance department staff. Some of these funds have major impact on the county's operations and capital growth, such as the general fund, its associated reserve fund, Fund 060, and the TRT funds. So I'm going to jump in right now with the general fund. The county general fund summary can be found on page 30 of your budget binder. The general fund itself is made up of multiple departments. It includes the assessor's office, the clerk's office, the Board of Property Tax Appeals, the district attorney, the tax office, veteran services, property management operations, and the medical examiner's office. The general fund also supports some of the operations for other programs, such as health services, community justice, juvenile, victims assistance, dog control, and the Board of County Commissioners via transfer out of the general fund. The general fund is 64% funded through property taxes, with 23% funded through beginning working capital. So that beginning working capital is important, and we want to make sure that doesn't shrink over time because it is such a large portion of that general fund. And the beginning working capital is unspent contingency from prior years. And the remainder of the revenue comes from departments within the general fund. One of the issues that we'll be looking at is that there is a decrease in clerk's revenue in the general fund, and the clerk will have his own presentation and can speak more to this, but it was a pretty hefty decrease, and that is lowering our overall general fund revenue, which is kind of eating into our ability to make transfers out and continue operational growth. The proposed budget shows the general fund transferring out $20.4 million in funds to departments outside of itself. Those funds I just spoke to: health services, community justice, juvenile. This is a decrease of $1.7 million from the year's prior transfer out. But if you look on page 31 of your binder, you can see the transfers in detail there, and the transfer in FY23 to the general reserve is $5 million in fiscal year 23, which is $2 million less than what was transferred to the reserve in fiscal year 22. This means we have seen a drop in general fund excess revenue from fiscal year to fiscal year 23, and this is the reason the net transfers out of the fund is lower than fiscal year 22. So,
Excess revenue?
excess revenue, right, maybe that doesn't
Excess.
sound, yeah, excess,
Oh.
yeah. So the general fund, which is Fund 01, if the revenue is greater than the expenditures, then that revenue flows out into our general capital reserve, and that's how we balance the general fund, and then that excess revenue is used to fund capital needs or even ongoing operational needs. What I'm saying here is that we've had a decrease of $2 million in excess revenue flowing out this fiscal year, but we've still been able to maintain our operational transfers to other departments from the general fund. Overall, I would just say the general fund remains fiscally healthy, albeit operational expansion needs are slowly eating into the general fund excess revenue. And we can look a little bit into this. Let's turn to your general fund supplemental materials packet for a brief overview. That's this one.
So excess revenue is funds that was budgeted, didn't get spent because of, well, personnel costs, maybe.
Yeah, well, excess revenue is generally, we have those departments that are built into the department, into the general fund, assessors and clerks and whatnot. And yes, vacancies could be a reason for that, or not spending as much on materials and services. But then we also have operational transfers out to subsidize programs like health services, community justice, juvenile. But what is often the case, or every year is the case, is that our property tax combined with our beginning working capital plus our interdepartmental revenue within general fund is greater than all of those expenditures. And so the remainder, we'll call that the operating revenue excess, then flows into our capital needs fund, which is our general county reserve, which is Fund 060. And that's what increases the level of our general county reserve, getting that consistent $2 to $3 million excess. And excess is coming from the general fund, but it's really a strange word because it goes into the capital reserve and is then used for capital. So excess may not be the right word, but that's the difference between the revenue and the expenditures.
So people that don't favor funding government activities would criticize the fact that is this kind of like zero-based budgeting where you say, well, we used that last year, so we need that, plus we need some more this year.
Well, I think.
Would you go back and say, well, we collected too much? And
Yeah, I think what we're really talking about is, there are two things. There's operations, which is funding out of the general fund, and there's little additional over operations, right? But that little bit additional then goes to capital needs, which are just, what I would say is it's a fact of life that we need to have capital needs at the county. We have maintenance, we have buildings that are getting older, and not only does that fund those capital needs, but it also funds future capital needs, like the Warrior Park redevelopment out there, or North County expansion, or the adult parole and probation expansion. So we were able to use those funds, those property taxes that went into their capital reserve, to fund those straight out of cash reserves, which means we didn't have to take on debt. If we hadn't used those for cash reserves, we would have had to take on debt, and in any case, we would have had to apply those excess revenue to fund the debt, plus have a reserve level greater than the debt, because your general obligation is then to pay the debt off, so you need to make sure that you have a reserve policy that accounts for not only the debt, but some additional amount. Plus, in some ways, that general county reserve is left there in case we had something like 2008 or even a minor recession. If CDD wasn't able to cover their, they have healthy reserve now, but if they spent through it within a year and we were still in a recession, funds would be transferred back from the county reserve into those departments to continue operations if that service level was still needed.
well, I know like CDD, we've been planning for a downturn because we went through that before, so we're hoping to have reserves there. Other areas where we know we would be in trouble if we didn't have reserves, we anticipated that. And so this would be, in my opinion, excess reserve. I'm kind of getting back to Commissioner Chan's starting out discussion about lowering the tax rate. I mean, if you want to say we've collected too much, let's lower the tax rate, that would be a good argument for that.
Yeah, and I actually think that this capital fund, that we shouldn't call it a reserve, in the same way that, the CDD reserve, that's for when the disaster comes. This capital fund is literally, we're just saving up money for the big capital projects we know we're going to have to do. So to call it a reserve, that you need, just in case, I don't think is an appropriate label. It is the capital fund that we are trying to build so that when we get to a big project, which we know we have to do, we don't have to borrow it all.
And I would say, because it stores the excess from the general fund, historically that's been true in recent years, that we have funded it for capital needs, and from our reserve we then transfer it out to our capital projects, right? Fund 463, Fund 90. But if there was a recession, or like 2008, we would use those reserves potentially to subsidize operations as well, which we haven't had to do in quite some time, obviously. And we've had the luxury of kind of just paying for capital needs out of that. But
so not to beat it to death, but just my final thought on it is, if we, rather than having an unexpected bunch of funds that we call reserves, we would budget for reserves and know exactly what we're expecting to get.
Certainly, especially if we were going forward to have to take on debt, right, for the courthouse project, we will have to have a reserve policy, a reserve level that we will need to budget for. So, and some of that will go over this general fund supplemental material. So,
well, but I think the question is, would you do that project by project, or would you do that with a general assumption of how you were going to grow, how our needs were going to grow over time?
I mean, right now, we've been looking at the 5-year long-term forecasting, and we need to, in terms of capital projects, and we need to fine-tune that. That's one of the things that, in this presentation, we need to continue to look at, and Lee Randall will speak to it at some point for the facilities presentation, but, right, there would obviously be a mix of some assumptions of county growth, operational growth that would be needed, and then capital growth as maintenance of facilities continues. We do have some buildings that are getting older, and also if there's square footage needs for departments to increase. And so that's something that we have to look into further, and will be part of what the finance department is hoping to offer to the Board of County Commissioners as decision support in fiscal year 23 pretty heavily. Okay, so we kind of had a little bit of this conversation just now, but on the general fund supplemental materials, page 1 here, you're going to see the operational resources graph versus the operational expenses. This is essentially the county's general fund resources without its beginning working capital in there, compared against the county fund's expenses without its contingency and its excess transfer to the general fund capital reserve. So assuming, you know, if there had been no general fund access there. The gap between the two is the year-over-year general fund excess that we continue to transfer into our capital reserve. As you can see, the county's actual historical general fund revenue continues to be greater than its operational expenses, including transfers out to other departments such as health services, community justice. If we flip the page here, flip around. This graph is the historical general fund excess being transferred out into the capital fund, and it represents the difference between this black bar and the red bar that we just saw. And you can see that the general fund revenue excess over operating expenditures has somewhat grown over the past 6 years, although it is declining right now. However, we do predict that the excess will continue to somewhat decline in fiscal year 23 and future years, giving standard operational growth, special requests that are related to general fund, and inflation, which is currently outpacing property tax growth in future years. The above excess revenue has historically been put into the general county reserve and used to fund our capital needs over the years. We've been blessed to fund future capital needs primarily with cash reserves taken from the excess. So then we're going to move on to the historical general fund excess versus actual capital needs graph. However, as this graph shows, actual capital needs have been much greater than the general fund excess revenue over the last few years. In the last 2 years, the capital needs have been approximately $5 million greater than the excess revenue we have been depositing into the general capital reserve, and that is obviously eating into the capital reserve balance. And it has impacts to the general county reserve levels. And so with that, I'm just going to kind of move into the fiscal entity presentation with the general fund reserve, and flip the page here. You can see that our general fund reserve in 2019 hit a peak of over $11 million. Wayne Lowry takes all the credit for that. And then Wayne left. No.
Look what happened.
Yeah, no.
Go away for a couple of years. And
I know. Oh, we brought you back. You can.
Now, the reality is that we had a lot of capital needs, and we did not evaluate, or we took the money straight out of the reserve to pay for those capital needs, including the North County expansion, the public safety campus, the parole and probation, and that's the dip that you see in 2020. And we continue to see a dip, and now we're at $2 million in the general fund reserve in 2023, which means that the organization's total expenditures, cash reserve funded capital, has been far greater than the revenue we bring in from the general fund itself. And I think it's important to note that a declining reserve is not necessarily a sign of a weakening agency fiscal position. However, a decline in overall reserve level at this rate is definitely a new phenomenon for the county, and will require some active fiscal management and policies. And I think that's, the conversation that we're all having in this budget committee, and certainly in the next one as well, is how to work within the limits of this new reserve. So I'm going to ask you to turn to page 5. And page 5 is kind of those capital needs that Jim was talking about. That's the 5-year capital needs year over year. This is an early projection, and obviously one of the things that folks will need to analyze is how important each one of these needs are. But early projected future capital needs do continue to be much greater than the general fund excess revenue, and attempting to fund them in cash would drain the $2 million general fund reserve by fiscal year '25. So that's kind of the different position we're in. We're not going to be able to just fund them out of cash, and so that's the conversation. And included in the capital needs graphic is roughly $2.7 million of the future estimated capital expenditures paid as a debt issue for the courthouse for 20-plus years to come, depending on the terms of that bond. So, and then you see the black line there is the future estimated excess for operations and capital. We do see with operations and inflation, like we said, that it is kind of eating year in, year out into that excess. I would say that this graph is maybe not as accurate because it doesn't include any special requests for the general fund, which will need, or operational FTE in any of the general fund departments. It likely will be, without an infusion of some other revenue source or whatnot, it likely will be less than that.
I mean, we're looking at $750,000 of unfunded general fund special requests this year alone. And
that's correct.
You know, whether those all get approved or not, it's still, those are things that are going to come back at some point or another as well. So I'm with you that it's going to require a lot more management.
Yep, and I would just say that, you know, even some of this capital is definitely necessary, at least the court debt payment. And so right now our general fund reserve is sitting at $2 million, and if you think about our capital payments maybe being $3 million in debt, then we would probably need a reserve policy of, I think Wayne has suggested in meetings, 150%. So we would probably want at least $4.5 million in that reserve year over year to make sure that we can maintain that full faith and credit. And so those are some of the questions: is how do we balance our operations with our capital, or do we increase revenue? And those will be good conversations to have now, and also on Thursday's deliberations. So, generals, in order to appropriately manage the general reserve level, the finance team, in conjunction with executive leadership, will need to provide fiscal analysis and ongoing forecasting and decision support to the Board of County Commissioners, and examine potential solutions such as optimizing revenue streams, transferring unallocated TRT into the general reserve to bolster reserve levels, and provide operational and debt service contingency in the near future, increase revenues or decrease expenditures through analysis of necessary capital projects and operational needs. Due to declining reserve levels and increasing operational capital needs, future large projects will likely need to be funded through debt financing. Debt funding will also require more intensive financial management, a slowdown in operational growth potentially, as the county will need sufficient reserves, which I just spoke to cover future principal and interest obligations. And just to stress one more time, overall the county does remain in a strong fiscal position, but it is a different position, and one that will require more fiscal management and exploration of kind of all the options there: future revenue, expenditures, and financial structuring. So I guess before we head on to TRT, now would be the time to have a general conversation, if there is one, or we can move on. Hello?
Yeah, and I was wondering, the list of capital projects, do we have that in our binder?
I don't believe so. I think we were going to wait for facilities to present on that, but it's something that we can get to you.
That'd be helpful.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wanted to provide us a little bit of background. It's my recollection, I came here in 2013, so that's kind of my window, 2013 through 19 or so. My recollection is that the county, prior to 2013, had just come off of using its excess general fund revenue to keep CDD running with staff. And I believe that was like $5.5 million over 3 years or so. And then after that, in fact, at one time, I think there was an expectation that was going to get repaid somehow to the general fund, but of course that didn't, there was really no way to do that after that. But CDD kind of grew back, and it is what it is today. And I think we started putting this excess away into the PERS reserve, thinking that, there could be an opportunity for a lump sum payment at some point to make to PERS. And I think that ended up being a pretty good idea. We didn't know it at the time, but we actually got our side account payment subsidized by some state money, I think. And so that ended up being a nice return on that investment. And then I think once the PERS reserve was kind of taken care of, this excess existed before we had any ideas about capital projects. So it wasn't like the projects came first and we found this excess revenue to pay for it with. We had the money first. So we started putting it aside in the general fund reserve. And then we started transferring it from there to certain capital projects. So I think using it for capital projects is not what it was kind of intended for from the beginning. It's sort of what we found we could do with it pretty effectively, and it solved some other space issues and a variety of other things. So I just wanted to point that out, that this, the fact that we have this problem is because our property tax base, if you will, grew really pretty dramatically coming out of the recession and generated a lot more revenue than anyone anticipated it would do. And so it was a real luxury to have this extra money from property taxes. And I think the feeling was in 18 and 19, and some of you commissioners who were here at the time might comment on this, but the idea there was, we're getting a lot of revenue here, and should we really be holding on to taxpayers' revenue, or is there an opportunity here to lower the burden on taxpayers? And that was coming out of the recession as well. So there were some reasons, pretty good ones, I think, for maybe reducing the tax rate at the time. That happened 2 years in a row, 3 cents each. So that's where we are today, and that 6 cents generates about 1.8 million or so, if that were to come back in. But again, most jurisdictions don't really have this kind of luxury and this excess general fund revenue. Most general funds are strapped, and we've had the opportunity here to do some things with that. And so looking into the future, maybe not building projects with this, but paying debt service on money we borrow to build projects is probably what, is the more normal thing to do with this kind of revenue. The other opportunity, of course, is to go to the voters for tax-supported debt on large projects. The courthouse could be looked at that way, and maybe some other projects. Anything over, $10 or $12 million kind of makes sense to think about that option. But in our case, we've already got excess property taxes, so it's kind of hard to go ask for, additional taxes when we already have the taxes. So in our case, I think the using it for debt service is something we need to really think about in the future, and that then gets into the fiscal management of those resources to make sure that if we make a 20-year commitment on debt, we can pay that out of that resource for the full 20 years to maintain our full faith and credit. So.
Which is where when you start debt funding, then you just need to be a little bit more cognizant of your operational expansion and whatnot to ensure that you can pay that debt. And also, within, as another point to the general county reserve, not only to be able to pay the debt, but it also might behoove the county to consider having some operational reserve level on top of the debt payment should we face, an economic downturn or recession as well. Because obviously we've used that to fund CDD or PERS rates in the past as well. So that's kind of the.
So Wayne, I appreciate that review, because that's exactly, I didn't have the detail in mind, but when Dan and I were talking about, excess funds, that's exactly where I was coming from. Is it's not really a plan, it just happened, and here's a good place to put it because it was available. But if we're going to plan for, fiscal needs, that needs to be a plan, not just using excess funds to fund that. So I like your scenario better, because that all of a sudden looks like a plan. and it makes more sense to taxpayers, I think. Plus, it gets us down the road on what our future debt needs are.
Yep. All right.
Can I just ask, Wayne, so in other places, in other jurisdictions, do they typically go into a capital project with nothing? Like nothing saved up to put in on the front end of a project and then just finance the whole thing? And then I also earlier heard you say, that we will need to have a reserves of a certain level in order to even be able to qualify for financing, or maybe to qualify for the financing with the best rates. And so how do other jurisdictions kind of get to that point with their reserves where they can even secure financing at the most favorable financing possible?
Well, the tax-supported financing is the best. You get the lowest interest rate on that because it's a sure thing that the resources will be there in the future, every year in the future, because you have the authority to tax. So full faith and credit means that the government has a certain amount of liquid assets and the ability to raise revenues to be able to, other than taxes, to pay that debt off in the future. And so the county then demonstrates it's got reserves, it's got sound financial management, it's got GFOA certifications for its budget, it's CAFR, it's audited, it's all these things. We're a good risk for bondholders to take to loan us money because they know we can pay it back. And so, certain other operations like a sewer district or a water district, they have rates, the ability to set rates. And so that's almost as golden as taxes when it comes to repaying debt. But full faith and credit, it's the county's ability to raise various revenues or to use the resources it already has to repay the debt that stands in first place other than taxes. So most jurisdictions don't have any excess revenues from really anywhere. And so there's not that much full faith and credit, I think, for a city or for other types of jurisdictions that are more general in nature than, say, a district that has a specific function. And so, my experience is that if a city needs some road improvements, it goes to the voters or a tax-supported road bond of some kind, or parks or libraries or whatever it might be, whatever service it might be. There are full faith and credit issues, certainly from jurisdictions other than us, but their revenues that they have, maybe they dedicate a portion of their room taxes to repayment, so it turns into almost a revenue bond of sorts. And so they dedicate certain pieces of revenue, or if they make this investment, they expect increased fines or fees or permits or whatever, user fees, those kinds of things. They dedicate those things to repayment. In our case, we already have the tax revenues. They're just not designated for debt service, but they could be. So does that answer both your questions, maybe one of them?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just a comment. It gets a little dicey because then every time that you want to do something, you're asking for the voters' permission to do that. And, obviously, I think quite a few people would say, yes, you really want to get the voters to decide whether they support that or not. But then you're hanging on by your fingernails trying to decide, okay, is the vote going to go through? Is the vote not going to go through? What's our contingency plan if it doesn't? Not that I just lived this last week or anything like that. Yeah. But you have to go sweat that out to go build that debt service. So there's that dicey piece that comes out of that. It does, however, work a little better because why would you pay up front for something that effectively is going to depreciate for 30 to 50 years? It's not really a good use of the taxpayers' money to spend today's money on tomorrow's on tomorrow's funds. So there's a balance one way or another. It's just really what the county wants to, or how the county wants to pursue and what their operational philosophy is.
You also have different users in the future, and you want users currently to be paying their fair share, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you spend it all out of money you collected from the last 10 years, those are different users that may not even exist during the life of this asset you're creating. So sometimes the pay-as-you-go is just a better matching of the cost and the revenue.
There's got to be a blend. If the property taxes get up too high too fast, that's actually a negative for a lot of people that might otherwise be interested in moving in. So it creates a downstream problem for you.
Yeah, and we're not, I don't know how many jurisdictions outside of school districts these days really go for big dollar tax-supported debt. You think about a school district, they really have no other option. They just don't have any revenue. They get it all from the state, and it's all for operations. And so they have to go to taxpayers for, school improvements, adding new schools. I mean, and they're hundreds of millions of dollars usually for a district our size.
Yeah, and again, as we've seen recently, that works out sometimes, that doesn't work out sometimes.
Yeah. So anyway,
This isn't necessarily about capital projects, but I mean, in the history of taxation in Deschutes County, we have seen how certain kinds of services that people are able to very clearly and directly understand have been spun off into their own districts.
Mhm.
Sheriff's got districts, libraries got districts. And a lot of what's left connected to the general fund is things that are more intangible to people or harder to understand. And the assumption is just, well, we will take care of those things out of the general fund, out of the general property tax base. So I guess that, that if we're suggesting like that some of the capital projects that we need to do could be funded with, like a special measure, that would be one of my concerns. I mean, explaining to people the importance of parole and probation services is not as easy as saying, do you need a park? Do you need a library? Do you need a jail?
Right.
Do you need 911 towers? So that, I guess, I will express that concern about kind of the approach.
Yeah, I don't think tax-supported issues work very well for the county because of what you did. I mean, we already have public safety off the general fund, kind of on their own two tax levies. We have 911 that would otherwise be a general fund function. That's off on its own. And so we don't have any real direct services that really affect everyone other than maybe the health department. And there are health service districts, county health service districts, so that's probably an opportunity or an option at some point. But you're right, from a capital perspective, it's tough to imagine something that would make sense doing it that way.
And so if that's the case, then, I mean, we really, to me, we really need to make these capital projects happen out of general fund property tax collections, so.
Kind of existing revenues. Yep.
Okay. And obviously there'll be more, it sounds like there's a couple budget decisions around this, so we'll have more conversation on Thursday for deliberations there, so. I'm cognizant of the time. We actually covered a lot of what I was going to talk about in Fund 160, which is the TRT, Transient Room Tax Fund, already in terms of the board discretionary projects, our healthy reserve level of $7.5 million, and kind of the volatility of those revenue projections. So I'll just say with respect to TRT, there are kind of first two decision points for the Budget Committee on Thursday. One will be, as we discussed already, is the potential transfer of approximately $3.5 million from the TRT reserve fund to the general fund reserve to increase the general fund reserve levels and provide near-term contingency for fiscal year 24 debt payments. At least $4 million of unallocated TRT reserve needs to remain appropriated in the TRT fund due to future payments of that amount to Sun River Public Safety. This can be deliberated further on Thursday. The second discussion, which we'll hear more about in a couple days, is related to the Central Oregon Visitors Association contract, which comes out of the TRT fund and has increased in value from approximately $2 million in 2020 to its current proposed value of $3.67 million. It's based on a percentage of TRT collections and therefore has grown quickly over the last few years. There's some conversation regarding, potentially changing this contract, as we spoke to with the sustainability fund and whatnot.
And you said they're coming in to make their case, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'd love to know what they do with it if they get it. I mean, there's probably a lot of very good things that COVA could do with it to enhance future TRT options, but that's a lot to put in there, especially when you're starting to look at some of these questions of we might need a few $1 million, or tens of millions of dollars to go do projects.
They did a wedding guide last year.
It was lovely, I'm sure.
It was, yes. I mean, I'm just thinking about all the different, means that they reach out to the world.
And I was going to say it before, while we're talking about TRT, I mean, one of the things that you can do with transient room tax, if you're spending it to market back, is you can actually even out some of your attendance. We haven't had the problem with, lack of housing rentals in a pandemic era because people were coming over in February and March because the kids were out of school. But if you look at BCT, the Ben Cultural and Tourism Fund is one of the things that I look at. They actually incentivize people to try and come out of season, which is something that COVA could probably do well if they were given the direction or if they had the interest. So it's not a matter of whether they get the money, it's what they do with the money and how they actually make it beneficial to turn into more TRT and get that keep that growth rate solid.
My understanding is that much of the marketing efforts that COVA and Visit Bend have been doing the last couple of years have been focused on shoulder season. Emphasis on shoulder season. The
Visit Bend piece, for instance, but just as an offhand, it's really hard to get Visit Bend to spend any money on something that's going on at the fairgrounds because it doesn't benefit Bend. COVA has a larger mission, and what are the things that we would want to attract at the fairgrounds that would pull people out in spring and in fall to actually again spread some of that room rental and room tax out. We're going down a rat hole here. I don't want to take too much away because we've got other things to do, but I think this is a good conversation to have around the COVA discussion.
We can grow them in a couple days.
You mentioned the wedding business in western Deschutes County is huge.
Oh,
heck yeah.
$50 million annually.
It's unbelievable. And all those weddings were postponed, so, we're playing like catch up.
Hey, did you catch the elf theme wedding last night on the other side of the Great Hall?
No, I didn't. They told us to come in the other door, remember?
Stay away from that, yeah.
That makes sense. Okay. So there's also the Transient Room Tax Fund 170, which is the 1%. All of this fund, both allocated and unallocated, goes to the Fair and Expo Center, as I was saying before, for marketing respectively for the allocated portion and the unallocated portion to capital needs and maintenance and improvement of facilities, which is something that is big on the Fair and Expo director's mind. They're going to be moving that direction shortly. We're moving on to Fund 165, which is the Video Lottery Fund, which Boris Gundrich does such a great job of doing. Yeah. This fund provides support to board discretionary grants such as Mary's Place and a variety of other local entities and nonprofits. The revenue can be variable, so it remains a good place to invest in one-time expenditures to ensure that future contingency is not depleted by ongoing commitments, coupled with lower revenue potentially in future years. I just want everybody to take a look. The Ben Chamber has a proposal here from Katie Brooks, their CEO, for workforce housing development. This will also be the first issue that we tackle on Thursday with deliberations at noon. I've asked Mrs. Brooks to be on the phone to answer any questions that the Budget Committee may have regarding this proposal, but it is a workforce housing initiative where they plan on, doing a lot of kind of surveys and guides and having a workforce housing position. And I'm sure I'm not doing it justice, and that's why she will be here on Thursday at 12. But they are asking for $50,000 out of the video lottery fund at this point in time. So that'll be something that I'm sure she would appreciate if you read it prior to the Thursday meeting, and we can ask questions at that point.
And it's for matching. It's a matching.
Yes, it is a matching, I think, between the city and Ben Chamber was going to put some of their own in, as well as private sector businesses. So we covered debt in our earlier introduction to the fiscal year 23 budget, so I will simply remind committee members that aggregate debt amounts can be found on page 27, and that starting in fiscal year 24, the county will increase its total debt payments by $2.5 to $3.1 million, roughly for 20-plus years on the courthouse expansion project. The project development and debt reserve page is also on page 157, and this fund specifically pays for all of our debt issuance here at the county for county facilities, along with related rental revenue from those departments that may pay rent. All right, our last fiscal entity here today is the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, which is Fund 200. You can find it on page 158. This fund represents the largest pass-through of federal funds to state and local governments ever. Deschutes County was a recipient of an award of $38.4 million. There are stringent requirements for how these funds can be used, and eligible projects must be in support of the impacted or disproportionately impacted populations within the community affected by COVID-19 and the ongoing pandemic. And those populations are broadly defined by the Treasury Department. The Board of County Commissioners has allocated over $37 million of the $38.4 million in American Rescue Plan Act funds. And if you turn to the handout that I dropped off on your desk, this, the right-hand column here that says BOCC approved, is a list of all the projects that have been approved by the Board of Commissioners to help this community recover from COVID-19 and the impacts of the pandemic. There's some broad general categories there. The board's approved $7.8 million in affordable housing, $7.6 million in child care, $3.5 million in food assistance, $6.389 in homeless support and homeless services, as well as $5.8 million for public health response to the pandemic. So we've been able to do some great work, and $2.6 million for small business and nonprofit assistance to those that were able to show that they had a net impact, net profit loss due to COVID. And one of the highlights of the year, I think for the county, was the President, Joe Biden, called out Deschutes County on a televised presentation as an example of a county that is doing good things with their ARPA fund allocations. And it's always, I think, nice for everybody to feel that we're getting some national recognition for the work that you all have done so well.
But then, Dan, the state awarded, what was it, $8 million to Central Oregon for childcare.
Well, I wasn't going to say that, but yes.
I know you were going to say it, but I was.
So President Biden did speak to our child care allocations that the board, I believe, had done $7 million to help get more child care up and little kids learning centers and whatnot, and education centers. And then, yes, the state did come in and give an additional package of money for that on top for this region.
We hadn't allocated nearly enough to fix the problem, so it'll be great to see what the federal and state money combined can do.
All right, yeah, if you see your handout here for any more details, it looks like we have $977,000 left in the balance of ARPA funds. And are there any questions on ARPA or any of the last few fiscal entities?
And I've asked about this before, and I have not remembered. I think that this is an potential eligible expenditure of ARPA funds, but double check it now, and it might be useful for the budget committee members, all of us, to hear. So we have allocated a certain amount of ARPA funds, as reserve or contingency for health services for COVID response.
Correct.
We may or may not need to use all of those funds.
Mhm.
And one question that I've had, particularly as we're thinking about our capital investment needs, is whether if we don't use those funds for a COVID response, whether we could reprogram them to address some of the North County Health Services facilities expenditures that we're going to be incurring in the next couple of years to help to reduce the amount of, reduce the amount of money that we'll need to borrow for our capital projects.
Yeah. So capital projects in general, unless they support the pandemic, are not eligible. However, one of those disproportionately impacted communities is anyone seeking mental health treatment or public health treatment due to COVID-19. So I believe that a capital project or many of the expenses associated with the North County building would be eligible.
Because they expand access to health services.
Exactly, because they expand access to health services, which has been shown by the Treasury Department, backed up by data, to be needed due to COVID-19 and the pandemic.
And the contingency or reserve that we're holding right now for COVID response, about how much is remaining at this point?
About 1.75 million, I think, around there.
So one's called consequences and the other's called a contingency, but we can just put them together?
You can put them together.
Okay.
Wasn't there a relaxation of rules saying there could be up to like some $10 million number for counties just to cover costs? I mean, like, it was real generic, the first 10 million or something?
Yeah, so.
Lost revenue.
Right, exactly. So there was in the final rule, in the interim final rule, they had given us a formula to calculate if we lost revenue. We did that formula, and as a county, we found out we didn't lose any revenue.
Okay, so.
Right. And
that's
then,
good, though. So
yeah.
some counties were able to utilize that, but not.
They were, and probably ones that didn't churn in the interim final rule, because then the final rule said that it didn't matter, you didn't have to do the calculation, you could use up to $10 million if you felt that you had lost revenue, but of course, we had already done the calculation at that point, so, right. But those were for broader capital needs, which we aren't eligible for. Okay. That's it, thank you.
Good job, thanks. Next up is property management.
We have more than we need.
Oh, you asked me a question? Oh.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Christy Bollinger, Deschutes County Property Manager. In the back of the room, we have Deborah Cook, our property specialist. So Deschutes County Property Management is made up of two people, Deborah and myself. So we're happy to be here and provide some information. So Nick had, stressed that he didn't necessarily want us to, I think, jump into the weeds on our programs. We wanted to kind of look forward, but I think it's important, and I think Nick supports this, to try to provide some context to the committee on what it is property management does. I think that we're sort of a unknown commodity to the county, like all the different aspects that we touch, and we interact with pretty much every department. And so wanted to kind of just provide some context to that, and then get into the budget information. So with that, we have a little presentation. So what we do, we provide support and implement board initiatives. We're constantly, working with the board, mostly related to real property. We manage county-owned property, and we'll get into some numbers here in a moment and what that looks like. We try really, hard, obviously, to mitigate risk and maintain or improve value of the property. It's really challenging these days with the Martin versus Boise ruling that prohibits publicly owned properties to remove encampments. And so we're seeing some challenges on, a number of our properties that we manage. So we try what we do what we can. We work with our administration and with our board and keep them informed of what's going on. We're currently developing a policy on what we can do to manage encampments that maybe are proving to be troublesome, like fires and things like that. We evaluate property for long-term holding or disposition. We acquire property for the county. We support our departments, and we also so we have internal and external customers. So we get a lot of calls, we get a lot of emails from our constituents, and we respond to those. All kinds of requests, from easements questions to just general property questions. We implement and manage leases, licenses, and permits of entry for the county. And we completed a lot of real property-related transactions, from conveyances to easements to property line adjustments. And we're really proud of our relationships that we have with county departments and outside agencies. That's, again, like I mentioned, we touch pretty much every department. We have a great working relationship with facilities, county council, of course, administration, the board, our sheriff's department. And we also have strong relationships with outside agencies like the cities, of course, canal districts, DSL, ODOT, just to name a few. So some of our goals and initiatives that we've been worked on or have been working on, just kind of general snapshot. Again, we support board goals and objectives. We worked very behind the scenes on completing the Veterans Village transaction. That included executing a memorandum of understanding and a ground lease. We're working really closely with administration and the board to bring Oasis Village to fruition. We've worked very closely with our facilities department as well as our board and administration on the downtown campus parking expansion. We're on the landfill siting work group. We're completing a 7-year, we're so close to completing a 7-year transaction to do a land exchange with DSL. We're also working really closely on the Core 3 project up there with the Old Rod and Gun Club at the in the city of Redmond. We support the Lapine industrial endeavor that is mostly led by the city of Lapine and SLED. We handle those transactions mostly internally, and we've had a record year in sales there. We evaluate property for disposition and work really closely with the board so that they can make informed decisions on that. We evaluate space needs leading to property acquisitions. We acquired 2 buildings last year. One was $2.2 million and one was $2.45 million. That increased our portfolio by almost 22,000 square feet. And then property lease and inventory project. This is sort of a sub-project. It's not necessarily a board initiative, but we believe if we were able to better inventory our properties and our leases, that we'll be able to provide better data to the board for decision-making purposes. So that's something that we're working on slowly but surely with our partners in IT. So just to kind of give, our new committee members especially a snapshot. So county can acquire property through direct purchase, donation exchange, land patents, and tax foreclosure. Our most common form of acquisition is tax foreclosure. So after 5 years of a non-payment of property taxes, the county is able, all counties in Oregon follow statute, and we are then at that point after 5 years able to take property by tax deed. So we generally put those into 3 categories: asset, park designation, or tax foreclosure. So just some information. I think this helps provide, again, some context. There's roughly 685 properties in inventory. 73 of those are park designated. Our largest properties, about 1,800 acres. Our smallest is .001. We have what we call a number, about 100 sliver or nuisance strips. There's another name for them. It's often they're just survey errors. And we have we are slowly starting to kind of get to those. This last year, I think we conveyed maybe 3 or 4 to City of Redmond, City of Bend, typically to dedicate to right-of-way. Deborah went back a year or so ago, and she kind of did some research back to early 2000s and determined that the county's designated about 64 acres so roughly not quite 20 years to low income and affordable housing, and that's provided for, or will be providing for, about 625 affordable housing or low income units. And again, we manage leases and licenses for the county, and as the county is a landlord and the county as a tenant, that's about roughly 40 of those documents. This is always, we're very proud of the auctions that we put on. It's a tradition in, Deschutes County to have annual auctions. Not all counties do. And they're very popular. We have a lot of reoccurring customers. So we just wanted to share, this is just a really big, it's a cool thing to share, and we wanted to do that. So last year in October, we had 12 properties at auction. We had about 100 attendees and about 20 volunteers, and that was fair staff, facilities. We had a number of folks from finance, sheriff's office, community justice. I'm sure I'm missing some, but always so thankful for the help that we get. There's no way that Deborah and I could do it up by ourselves. And out of those 12 sales, we had 1.336 in proceeds, 1.336 million in proceeds. So that was a banner year. Last year, our expenses were about $98,000. This year, we're budgeted for about $145,000, and we're not going to hit that mark. And I'll talk about that a little bit more when we get into the budget numbers. So this is just an example. This was a tax deed property that we took tax deed in 2020. We had to do about a $10,000 cleanup. That's a lot of help with, working through the legal logistics, because when we take a property, we are technically the owners, but it doesn't mean we have possession. And this is a really good example where there was a number of individuals unauthorized living on the property, so we had to go through the judicial process to gain possession of the property. So we just wanted to share this with you just to kind of give you a view in the life of the day of Deborah and Christy. So again, collaboration with county council, the sheriff's office, code enforcement, facilities, and a number of contractors. And we sold this property in our 2021 auction for $128,000, which was pretty exciting. And the neighbors were very happy about getting that cleaned up too. So here's an example of last year we brought a number of properties. I think there was 6 or 7 that we kind of went through inventory and administration and property management, and we brought these to the board, and we're just going to share a few with you. So this is a 1.14 acre property that after much consideration by the board, the decision was made to convey this to Housing Works. And so this will provide for 30 to 40 additional affordable housing units in Bend over on 27th and Connors. And this will be adjacent to other projects that are also being constructed by Housing Works. So it's just a nice addition to that area to provide affordable housing to our community. This is representative of 2 what we call quadrants. I'm not going to go into great detail on what that all means, but this is down in Lapine. And we went through with the board a very extensive process, and it was determined that we would develop a request for proposal to ultimately find a developer to disposition the properties for development. And so we went through this long process, and D.R. Horton was selected as the developer, and so we're going through the negotiation right now for purchase and sale agreement, but the amount that they offered to pay was $10,070,000, which is amazing. They came in higher than the other proposers on that item, and that could provide for roughly 190 single-family homes. And the proceeds from any sales in our Newberry neighborhoods down in South County, the proceeds go to the South County Groundwater Protection Fund. Again, I'm not going to go into great detail on that, but we'll have an opportunity at the end for questions too. And then we have the Simpson Avenue property. This has been another one that we brought to the board and asked, kind of work through the process. What do we want to do with this? And it was determined again to draft a request for proposal. We received 5 responses on this one, and Housing Works and Core Community Land Trust were selected for a purchase price of $1.3 million. That would provide 18 multifamily units for rental and 30 cottage-style homes for purchase. And we're currently in the negotiation process for the purchase and sale agreement on that transaction as well. Okay, I think I did that all in one breath. So anyway, I'm happy to pause here and answer any questions you might have on this.
I have a question on, you had mentioned that over 20 years, was it, the 64 acres have been donated?
Yeah, about 18 years, I think it is.
Do you track out of the 625 units of affordable housing that will generate, how many of those are currently built?
We do have a kind of a white paper, that we could provide. I don't know off the top of my head.
That'd be great if you
Yeah,
could.
happy to do that.
Some of you can see big chunks of those in a few large projects. Right down there in the Newberry neighborhood in La Pine, there's both a Pacific Crest affordable housing project for seniors and a Housing Works project, and I mean between the two of those, must be over 100 units. Could be approaching 200 units. It's a lot of units right there. So. That all just goes to say, my impression is that, from the land donations for affordable housing that I'm aware of, a lot of it's already built.
Okay.
I mean, there is stuff like this Skyline Village project in Redmond, which is still a ways out, but.
And that's 485 units.
Well, 240 of which are.
Well, I don't know if that's included. Is that included, Christy? Because there's 485 units that will be done in Redmond, between apartments and cottages and everything they're doing.
That's my understanding. Yeah.
Is that in the
and
600?
half of that is affordable.
I believe that number is in there. That's why I want to double check, because I started to and I ran out of, because I honestly anticipated that question. I ran out of time and I didn't get to that, but I will forward that information.
So we were talking about a different context, but I figured I'd ask the question, are you seeing an increase or a decrease or a steady state of properties that come on your radar? Through foreclosure or through, tax avoidance, anything?
That would be applicable for affordable housing?
I'm just
Or
saying,
in general?
coming across your desk in general.
So tax year, or last year, 2021, we had 0 tax foreclosures. And so that does happen here sometimes. Right now, I just talked with Judy Haas last week. We have, I think, 5 pending, but we're anticipating payment of, I think, 3. So in the end, we're hoping we're just going to get 2 slivers. So traditionally, the county doesn't get a whole lot. There's a lot still in inventory. A lot of the property that we have in inventory for tax foreclosure is in South County, and there's a lot of challenges with those properties, like property line issues and high groundwater and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
So typically, when we go to auction, we're pulling some of those properties from an older inventory. But when we do get properties like that one I showed you on River Pine that had net proceeds of $128,000, that was from the 2020 tax year.
Okay, so, but overall, it's pretty scattershot?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any additional questions?
Well, thank you, Christie.
I would just offer that the other thing, one of the other big projects that, of course, is not referenced in here that Christie's also spending a lot of her time on are the encampments on county properties. Working with emergency services, working with adjacent property owners. There's just a phenomenal amount of coordination. I mean, from the North Park, with coordinating with COID and the city of Bend and cleaning that up, and working with legal counsel now on an ordinance to address property cleanup. So there's a lot of other things that are not generating revenues at this point to to coordinate on houselessness issues. And that generally falls within the board's category of other board goals and policies and objectives, but I just want to recognize all of your work in that realm as well.
Thank you.
I would add to that and say that to the extent that the county is engaged in homelessness issues and also affordable housing issues, in many ways, I feel like property management is carrying a lot of the load of our work, addressing those issues, and I greatly appreciate that. And I also wanted to ask, I think that there's do you have a special request or an FTE request for this year? And I mean, we'll get to that when we get to special requests. But I mean, you just told us about how massive the workload is for property management. I mean, do you want to just take a moment to carry that thought to, and that's why we need more staff.
Thank you for setting the stage. Just to Nick's comment for a second, yeah, I mean, we're very involved in encampments, and Deborah and I, there's not a day that goes by that we're not dealing with something on that, and I'm really pleased with the partnerships that we've been able to create. Like Nick referenced the North Burn Park. A lot of people don't even know it exists, but when I think you're coming in on 20 and where it intersects with Division, there you'll see the big letters that spell out Bend and Bushes. That's a park. Who knew? So we own a portion of that, and so does ODOT, so does COID, so does NUID. So we did a collaborative cleanup, went through the process to remove some encampments there because the canals were empty at the time, but in March, they were going to be filled, and literally folks were camping on the edge. I mean, stuff was falling. That's how close they were. It was falling down into the canals. And so just for safety reasons, we went through a process and worked together to remove those encampments, and it worked out really well. So.
Where does the funding come from for the other? Is it general fund?
It's a project development fund. We'll talk about that in just a moment if that's okay. So property management, we have 4 funds that we manage, and Dan and Nick kind of touched on this earlier. So property management is a division of administration. So we are under the general fund, but we're fortunate to have some funding that comes from the project development fund, and we'll talk about that more. And then also through foreclosures. So the state statute provides for the ability to make the county whole in terms of maintenance and supervision of tax foreclosed properties. So we are able to do some transfers from different funds over into the general fund to help support property management in terms of personnel and materials and services. So jumping in, we are asking for special requests to provide us with an administrative analyst for the next fiscal year. This would affect our budget going into that, all in. So, personnel and our salary and benefits would be about $129,000. And then estimating about $8,700 for technology and new furniture to support that person. And so I mentioned that we have the ability to transfer from different funds into the general fund. So right now we transfer $50,000, or the county transfers $50,000 annually from Fund 090, which is the Project Development Fund. And that gets transferred over into the general fund to help subsidize property management. And then additionally, annually, we transfer $100,000 from tax foreclosure sales over also to the general fund. So the general fund is subsidized currently about $150,000 for our program. So to help cover the increase in salary, we're recommending a increase from the 090, which is the Project Development Fund, from $50,000 to $70,000, which provides about 17% of property management personnel costs. And then also $100,000, going from $100,000 to $145,000, which from tax foreclosure sales, which would provide for about a 35% for property management personnel. So it's not covering us completely, but it's helping to subsidize. Let's see here. Just one other thing I wanted to point out. Our ISFs increased only 1%, but so county council's our biggest ISF. If you take county council out of that, our ISFs actually would have increased 35%. But seeing that county council, our fund went down a little bit, or our ISF went down a little bit, it's only a 1% increase. So I'll pause there and answer any questions you might have on our special request.
What page is that special request? You know?
203.
Okay, so it does say facilities, but it's
property management. There's still some, so property management facilities, as you know, used to be one department, and then they separated back in 2014. So, but you'll still see things from time to time that say property and facilities.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure, because the numbers match with what you're saying, and I'm going, but it says facilities, so, all right. And I do want to mention that I had a small contractor come to me about a month and a half ago and say, gosh, we really need some small projects in South County. Please, we need to stay busy. And so, we're doing this D.R. Horton thing. It's a lot of money, but do we not want contractors in South County to have jobs? So I immediately passed the message on to Christy, and she said, and I know she's swamped, but she said, Patty, I'll put it out there. So I really appreciate all that you do. I know that, well, you were just at the homeless meeting the other day. So yeah, it's a daily issue, and the fires are quite, they're a real concern.
And just so people don't get the impression that the only thing that Christie deals with in the realm of homelessness is dealing with encampment cleanup issues. Christie's also spent a tremendous amount of time with various homeless service providers trying to get them sites to set up various kinds of shelter or transitional housing projects. So there's not just dealing with trying to clear out unauthorized encampments, also trying to create the places for people to go.
Okay, so moving on to the next fund, 090, which is the Project Development and Debt Reserve Fund. So this is the fund where the county receives in a lot of lease income and also land sale proceeds. And this is to your question earlier, Judy, this is where if it's what we consider an asset property and we had a cleanup like the Northburn Park, our portion of that was roughly $5,000 that came out of this particular fund. But if it was a foreclosure fund, if it was a foreclosure property, it's a different fund. So just depends on the type of property it is. So again, we're making the recommendation that the transfer from 090 over to the general fund, we're recommending that increases from $50,000 to $70,000 to help subsidize property management. Let's see here. We also budgeted in $50,000 for encampment cleanups. We've generally had some in the budget, but seeing that we're developing a policy that's going to help address managing and potentially removing encampments that cause a public safety issue, all to be determined on how that's going to look. We did put in some funding to help address that. So if we're having to hire contractors to assist with that process, we would have some funding for that. Let's see. And we do anticipate, just with what's been going on in the city of La Pine in terms of development in La Pine Industrial, excuse me, not so much development at this point, but purchasing property in Lapine Industrial. We did increase that. I think last year we budgeted pretty minimal, but we increased that this year, anticipating more sales. The county has an IGA, intergovernmental agreement, with the city of Lapine, so any property that's sold in Lapine Industrial, the county and the city split the proceeds roughly 50%. And then the other thing I just wanted to bring to your attention, Dan and I were emailing about this over the weekend, the sale of the Simpson property to Housing Works and Cork Community Land Trust. I anticipated originally that would probably close in this fiscal year, but it's looking like it would close in next fiscal year. So technically, we would probably want to adjust the budget to have that in the 2023 proposed. So just wanted to bring that to your attention. It's not in there right now.
We'll put that in the notes and make the change in the approved budget. Thank you.
I can pause there and answer any questions you might have. Thank you. The next fund is Fund 140, which is the foreclosed land sales. So this is the fund that we manage, when we do cleanups or if we have utility payments or whatever for foreclosed properties, that comes out of this fund. Again, so what happens when we have an auction, the funding ends up in it's basically a holding fund, 802, it's not a budgetary fund. And so we do a transfer from this 802 fund over to the general fund to help subsidize property management. And so that's the one where we're requesting going from a $100,000 transfer to a $145,000 transfer. Really, that's the biggest. I think the thing that was really popped out to me going through the budget process and really just getting into the numbers and looking, we have done so much more in terms of asset properties this year. Property management's been much more, active, would be the right word, with asset properties. Like I mentioned, the transactions, with Lapine Industrial, selling property there, and property to Housing Works and whatnot, buying property, the Kingwood properties. So much more going on in that fund, where in the tax foreclosure side of things, we haven't had the resources in terms of us, people, to really get in and execute as much as we would like to. And so our hope I know with a third person, it's not going to solve all of our problems, but it's going to definitely create a more of a balanced workload, and also just provide for us to be able to do more analysis, to give information to the board, to make more informed decisions. It would help us be able to implement a database so we can actually wrap our heads around what does our portfolio look like. We do have, access to Dial, but beyond that, we have paper files. We don't have a real digital system beyond Dial. We have bits and pieces, but, having a third person, I think, will help us get there. And also, I think what's really important is getting us in a position, getting our division into a position to be more proactive. I feel constantly like we're reacting to things, and it's just not a sustainable model. If we can get into a position where we're able to cross-train and just have a deeper bench, I just feel that's going to be better for our county and better for our constituents. Let's see here. And also, the boards always, we have a very, a board that wants action, and we love that. We love our jobs, we love what we do, but we want to be able to support them more and support their initiatives. And there's times where, Nick and I will have a conversation, and I'm like, I'm happy to help on this, but we can only do so much. And we don't want to let people down. We want to be realistic. but provide the support that our board needs. And so we just feel a third person will help us get there. Any questions on that
Christie,
portion?
I just want to say, it's so outstanding to see the spreadsheet on how many properties we own, how many of those properties are parks. I mean, all those details that I don't really think we'd gotten that kind of detail before, and it's definitely very helpful.
Good, thank you.
I don't mean, yeah.
Yeah, no, we started that, Deborah, when did we do that? I think for Commissioner Chang's orientation, we actually put that together. And then when Nick came on as county administrator, and then we shared that with him, and then also County College. So this was like our fourth time, and we're updating it each time and trying to fine tune it. But yeah, I think it provides a good snapshot, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, I love the snapshot. I think it really helps. I mean, before we knew the county had property, but no idea.
Good, good.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then the last fund is Fund 132, which is the Park Development Fee Fund. This is the fund where if a developer is developing outside of, developing in an unincorporated, so outside of city limits, they would be required, and I don't know all the specifics, Nick could probably help fill in some of that, but basically, they're required to pay a fee in lieu of park development. So we had a huge spike this year. Typically, it runs anywhere from like 4,000 to maybe 10,000 a year. And we had some development fees come in for the Caldera Springs Phase 2. And that was about 30,000 that hit this fiscal year. And so in corresponding with Sherry Pinner in Community Development, she did let me know that we're going to have an additional almost 52,000 come in for Caldera Springs 2 next fiscal year. So that's something I should work with Dan probably to adjust. And then one of our questions that came up during our pre-budget meeting was, would Thornburg affect this fund? And the answer is no, because they're in the Redmond Area Park and Rec District. So, and that's all I have.
Christie, one of the things that that I bug Christie about, which she doesn't have time to deal with because they're only a two-person shop, is this concept to do a county park on the north end of Bend on 500 acres, where we could have a campground, and which I think would be a good revenue generator. But this park development fee fund program, I mean, is that a potential place for us to pay for some of the feasibility study and design and planning for said park from this, from those revenues?
My understanding is yes. And then there's also a second fund that actually falls under Lee Randall that he'll probably touch on, I imagine. And that's Fund 130. And that's, I don't know much about that, so I don't want to say too much about 130, but there's some funding possibility in that, I believe, too. So
that's the one that's more connected to RV sites. Yep. So it would be, if we have RV sites in the campground, that would be inappropriate.
That's my understanding.
Did you say 5 acres?
500 acres. So we county owns a 550 acre piece about a mile north of Cooley Road, straddles Highway 97. Most of it, 500 acres, is on the west side of the highway. Beautiful views of the Sisters and Mount Washington, and it is park designated. So I can't remember exactly what the zoning is, but we have an additional layer where a prior county board of commissioners in the 90s designated this and a couple of other properties as parks. But right now it basically just sits behind a barbed wire fence, and the people of Deschutes County don't really get to appreciate their park. So another place we could put TRT funds.
Create
Favorite
TRT.
tab.
I was going to say create TRT funds,
Yeah.
depending on how you run it out.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you actually get TRT from camp
You do.
sites. Okay, great. Well, there you go. We
You can
can,
build quite a few yurts on that thing.
if we got any TRT left.
All right, thanks, Christie.
Thank you.
Nice job.
Do you want to take a 10-minute break, or you want to keep rolling?
I'm fine with keeping going.
Yeah,
Okay.
all good.
All right, Lee?
Press on, Captain.
One last one, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, with that situation, apparently the state, they collect fees on RVs. People like license their RV every year. And they collect fees. Based on the number.
That's what I was thinking is, our concentration capability
So literally, there's, it's like we're leaving money on the table. Not only will but we will automatically get.
No break, but everybody wants a break.
Whether anyone's staying in those sites or not. Thank you.
I'm with you, Bruce. I just needed a chewy bar.
Yeah, I'm down to about 0 on my brain.
It's a very nice RV park.
Yeah.
Used it.
It's
There's some parks out there.
but see, that's what places I would know. RV, look at the front, you're talking about the one that's here. So, I mean, if we have it's not because we don't have. It's, that's a
Yes.
human resource choice.
Yep.
Although private vehicle parks can have
25%.
Steal yours. I'm for it.
Whatever you want.
You know,
Pick what you want.
No, and we have some sense of this from some of the like in a ring around the city of Bend, we have, besides homeless on the right, there's just tons and tons of dispersed van life here. And, those people don't pay anything to, use.
Just for taking a 5-minute break anyways.
This could be a meme right now.
They're having to go patrol and they have to watch the dispersed campers, and it's like, okay, you've been there 2 weeks now, now you need that. So they're having to roll by them.
I went with the chewy bar to get me the last remainder. You went with the M&Ms, I get it.
Our border collies.
Generally, I'm not a big sweet fan, but they're pretty tasty, especially the ones with the peanuts.
Yeah, I gained weight over budget week for sure.
Well, I'm running tonight.
Oh, there you go.
Absolutely running tonight.
You have to.
Tomorrow night I will.
I usually just pass around gas RV. A lot of times if I see someone back there who's dispersed camping for too long, I'll let someone know so at least they're driving by. And usually, especially if they've been there.
Okay, next up is Lee with facilities.
All right.
No break.
Nothing official.
It was a break lab.
Well, thank you very much. Lee Randall, Facilities Director, and Jessica Campbell, our Management Analyst, is joining us by Zoom. I have we're kind of divided into 2 sections here today. First, we'll talk about Fund 620 and our operations, and I have a PowerPoint to go along with that and an overview of the Facilities Department. And then I think the second half of our discussion will be related to capital projects, and we'll discuss the funds that are related to that. So thank you again for the opportunity, and I'll start with an overview of the department.
So first, on our administrative team, we have a maintenance supervisor, custodial supervisor, a project manager position, which is currently unfilled, that we're in the middle of a recruitment for, a project coordinator, a management analyst, and then I round things out there. Here's a blow-up of our organizational chart. On the building maintenance side, our custodial supervisor, Brian Hayward, has 11 staff that report to him. And then our supervisor for custodial, Jason McCullough, has 7 custodians that report to him. In terms of our budget, operations and maintenance falls under Fund 620, and that includes the things listed there in the slide. On the general county project side is Fund 070, which basically the cutoff is for work that's over $5,000, typically falls under Fund 070 with those items that are highlighted there. And then finally, the other funds, one of which was mentioned earlier, Fund 130, Park Acquisition and Development related to RV license revenue. Fund 040 we share with IT related to court technology. There's some overlap there. And then Fund 463 campus improvements. So we're located in 4 cities across the county, approximately 40 buildings, around 500,000 square feet of office space, and then as well as I haven't tallied up things like road department sand sheds that we may assist with from time to time. More operational space is not included in that number, as well as sheriff's office space like the jail, and then Fair and Expo is not included as well. Square footage, as I often point out, has doubled since 2004, and so we've been in a growth pattern. And related to that, our personnel and staffing numbers have really stayed fairly flat. And beginning with my predecessor over in the last 10 years, this is my 6th opportunity presenting to the Budget Committee. But prior to that, we began an effort to hold our staffing flat and work toward finding other solutions for performing some of the services that are part of our department. So custodial services and then on the maintenance side, looking at, rather than increasing our FTE, look at opportunities for using local contractors for some of the services that we provide. And so as our square footage has increased, our FTEs remain fairly flat. And we've worked toward becoming a department that manages facilities and is focused on management and less focused on self-performing those maintenance activities ourselves. So we look for opportunities where we can more effectively perform maintenance and custodial services with contractors in the community, and we've held our staff size fairly level. We do feel like we've gotten to the point now at 25 FTE where we will need to grow incrementally to match county growth as it matches some of our activities that we've identified that really are best performed by our staff in-house, and I'll touch on that in a little bit. There's a larger map here of our footprint. So I'll talk briefly about the services that we provide across the county, and then we'll move forward into budget-specific items. So maintenance services, on the left there you see a example of a work order. We have a electronic work order system with building liaisons in various departments that enter those as they come up. Our goal is to address as much of the work as possible in a preventative and proactive manner, but there are always things that come up where we rely on folks in the buildings to help us out with that information. This is an example of a planned maintenance work order, and it looks like it's related to HVAC. On the right, there are some of those items that fall under maintenance services, building systems, the envelope, roof replacement and repair, et cetera, the interiors of buildings, and then groundskeeping. So A lot of those maintenance services fall into 3 primary categories: preventative, as I mentioned before, compliance, things that are important that we need to do that are mandated, like elevator maintenance, as well as our responsibilities under our DEQ water pollution control permit. And then fire and life safety, things related to making sure that folks are notified and can get out of the building in the event of an issue. And so those are all items that, for instance, that we take care of. Most of our fire and life safety work, for instance, is contracted out. And that is one of those opportunities that we've identified clearly that we would rather utilize a contractor for that work rather than having our in-house staff perform those types of inspections and certifications. Custodial services, on the left, just an example of a checklist that we use for clinical space and exam rooms within health services. Our teams really work in a full spectrum of types of buildings and cleaning. So everything from health services, exam rooms, to office space, state courts, and 911 dispatch floor comes to mind as a pretty unique place to perform custodial services. And there's a list as well of the work that entails. So within custodial services, we have contracted services, we have our facilities team. And one thing we've done over the last 5 to 10 years is really focus on opportunities for using outside contractors where we can gain efficiency. So that includes outlying facilities, large-scale carpet cleaning and hard floor polishing, exterior window cleaning, emergency biohazard cleanup. Our team is focused on places where we have security concerns and where when you have where you may have a turnover among contracted staff, it's helpful to have consistency within our team. And so the courthouse, public safety campus, and other downtown campus buildings. So we've really identified our 7-person team as kind of the sweet spot for us to provide services in those buildings. And that is an area where we recognize with the courthouse expansion, which we'll be talking about later, as well as expansion on the public safety campus, that an incremental expansion of this team would make sense in the coming years. Currently, we're targeting FY 25 for an expansion of this team, which would coincide with the courthouse expansion. And then, of course, every department within their business, daily business, has challenges related to COVID-19. And for us, that's been related not only to custodial services, but also HVAC systems, filtration, providing calculations for air exchange rates to the health department, for instance, in meeting CDC guidelines for clinic spaces. And so that's something that we've spent a lot of time on over the last couple of years, and feel like we've learned a lot, which has been great, and we're prepared moving forward with a treasure trove of information as it relates to air exchange rates.
So just briefly, you talk about that, the specialties. So some of that is going to be certifications like CJIS certs or other things like that. Are there other things that you look for in that? Is it obviously a clean background check or other thing? So there's just a set of criteria you do and you say, if I need this, then it's my team, otherwise I can contract it.
Correct. And so, for instance, with CJIS, we do have contractors that work in CJIS required buildings. And so there are places where we work with them to make sure that they're certified. So Sheriff's Office substations are a good example. That's an area that it falls within our criteria for wanting to use outside services because it's in Lapine. And then we save on that drive time for our staff going to Lapine, but it also has some of the requirements that typically we'd be looking to perform it in-house. But did that answer your question?
Yes.
That's a few of those things.
And what was that acronym you used?
CJIS, Criminal Justice Information System, sorry.
The criminal justice, yeah.
And so, for instance, all of my staff, and myself included, we've all passed that training and have that certification. We have a certain window when we bring staff on for them to pass that. I believe it's 6 months. But it becomes a challenge. It's something we deal with regularly. For instance, another good example is fire alarm inspections. So we usually meet that by escorting those contractors. And finally, general services, so facility management, all the things related to those items that are parking, signage, utility bill paying. Our department handles the utility bills countywide, appliances, mail service, and we also provide a great deal of election support to our county clerk's office. And then all those things that come with owning and operating buildings like flag maintenance, keying and access control, furniture, window coverings. So moving into capital maintenance, kind of 3 big areas: flooring replacements, furniture projects, capital maintenance, and we'll talk a little more about capital maintenance when we touch on Fund 070. Project management. So these are kind of just the 3 big phases that we always encounter within a project, from development through project execution and then project closeout. And those are all items that are critical to that building being turned over then to our maintenance staff and to the end user, whatever county department that may be, and making sure that during the project development stage, we're really understanding what those end user needs are and that we're designing a building that's going to best meet their needs. During the execution stage, making sure that we're in compliance with solicitation processes and pay applications, and that we're managing it in an efficient manner. And then project closeout, making sure that that project we turn over works well for the county for years to come. So major projects, we're kind of wrapping up the presentation part of our time together here today, but major projects coming that are underway or coming up. Adult parole and probation, that's a rendering there on the left of a project where we're currently digging footings and moving forward. Public safety campus, there are some other projects that came out of our 2018 master plan that we're still wrapping up. Projects that we previously completed are the stabilization center, which really was the driver for the consolidation of the Bend offices for P&P into a single location. So the stabilization center was a remodeled parole and probation building. And at that time, parole and probation was operating out of 2 separate sites on the public safety campus. Consolidating them into a single building helps their efficiency. It makes it clear for the public knowing where they need to go. And so that project's currently underway. The other remaining projects on the public safety campus, the other one we've completed as well as the community service shop. That program was housed in the building that now serves the stabilization center. And so a separate new shop building was built to support that program. Projects, moving on to projects that are currently underway, secure parking expansion. That is driven by the parole and probation project, taking up part of a parking lot. The juvenile first floor remodel is to better utilize the space in the first floor of the juvenile building. And then master plan update and sheriff's office projects. So we currently have a design team under contract for the master plan update and for designing the sheriff's office projects up through schematic design that came out of our 2018 master plan. So we're at the 5-year mark and will be at the end of FY23 to update our master plan and to begin addressing those projects that were identified as midterm projects, which are now in the near term. And so our kickoff meetings are the first and second weeks of June. The design team's been working behind the scenes, preparing for that kickoff, and our goal is by next spring to have a master plan finished and presented with kind of some updates to the board in the meantime as the process proceeds. North County campus remodels, quick update on that project as well. The two buildings that were purchased on Kingwood Avenue, 236 and 244. We're very close to submitting permits, and I'm just coming off of a week away. I believe we submitted for permits last week. That was the plan, but I haven't gotten the update yet for the 244 building, which will be primarily behavioral health, and then the 236 building will be shared by public health, and then a separate suite for shared departments for the clerk's office, veteran services, and possibly some other departments. And then the second floor is being targeted for a backup 911 dispatch center.
Lee, what about the medical examiner?
Yes, that is the other. They are part of the programming for the 236 building on the first floor. Yes. And then finally, the courthouse expansion, which
You need a new one, right?
I'm sure we'll be discussing in some detail here to come. That's the overview of our department. I wanted to give especially our new committee members, and by the way, welcome. Look forward to getting to know you both and as we move forward in this process and in years to come. So we appreciate your service on the committee. So I just wanted to provide that kind of overview of the department. The one final thing and then I'll just open up for questions from there related to Fund 620, and then we can transition into capital projects.
So Lee, the North County campus remodels, we purchased 22,000 square feet, is that correct?
That's very close. I don't know that I have the number off the top of my head, but I would say that's probably accurate. Yep.
Okay, I think that was a number Christie maybe just gave us. So does that include all the space, even though St. Charles is like renting some back, whatever? That's the entire building space, right?
Correct, yes.
So do we have a number then on what it's going to cost us to do the remodel?
Yeah, so I'm happy to kind of jump into those numbers in our next.
Okay.
Yep, but we do have, we've identified the budget request for FY23 for 236 remodels. A portion of that project is also going to be funded by 911 for things that are specific to 911. And Sarah Crosswhite has that in her proposed budget as well. And then, lost my train of thought, I'm sorry. And then for 244 as well, for both buildings. Yep.
She was asking about cost of remodeling, is that what you were asking?
Right,
about?
yes.
Yep.
But it's, okay, so 911 will pay a portion of it because that's going to be their backup.
Correct, and there's some, there's some very specific improvements related to 911, and so the design team is kind of separating those out, both from a budget standpoint, and then we also have our construction manager, general contractor on board, and that is SunWest Builders, and so as we move through the project, we'll be identifying costs specific to 911, and they've are budgeting for those costs for next year.
Do those buildings come with generators?
The 244 has a generator, yes. 236, we will be, part of the plan is a generator for specific to 911. Any questions specific to maintenance operations in Fund 620? If not, then we can transition to Fund.
Just a quick question, because you're not adding anybody, but your personnel services are up fairly heavily. Is that a elevation of the people in the org?
Let me just close. Could you close the presentation? Thanks. Just wanted to go away from the presentation since we have Jessica Campbell, should be on Zoom as well. Yes, it's specific to the range of increases, one related to cost of living increases, and then as well as we did add a position mid-year this year that was approved by the board, and so that's reflected in the budget.
Okay, that covers it. Thank you.
Okay, well, I need to hand out some additional information, so Chairperson
Give me a moment, and we'll be right back.
Another 5-minute break.
That's a good time to get ready.
Oh, no, not that again.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Oh, my gosh, you know how bad we are.
Yeah.
And just briefly for the Budget Committee, I'm going to print some new long-term facilities, long-term forecasting numbers and bring them down here. Some of them were just slightly off, so I'm going to do that right now.
Yeah, make those costs go down.
Yeah. Magically go down.
Yeah, just print new numbers.
Yep. Boom.
Work your magic, Dan. I know you can.
All right,
Thanks, everyone.
I'll go ahead and proceed. What I'd like to do, I'll just direct you to, I believe it's page 148 in your binder, which where the other funds related to the Facilities Department begin. And I'll just take the funds in the order that they're in your book. So we'll begin with Fund 070. The second sheet of paper that we handed out that I'd like to point out to you is a memo dated today's date, and it just gives a quick overview of Fund 070 and Fund 060. So you have that as a resource as well. So beginning with Fund 070, this fund provides resources for higher cost facilities maintenance items and for improving and remodeling county buildings. Revenue comes from an approximately 3-cent portion of the county's property tax levy and occasional general fund contributions. So related to this, some of you may remember in the past we had a binder that we would hand out, and the primary part of that binder was related to our facility assessments, which we had done in 2 phases. That began in about 2017, and then we would update it each year. This year, with the inclusion of our project coordinator on our team, we looked at how we wanted to proceed in the future. And so we took a pretty significant direction change, and we moved to what are called facility condition assessments, which are based on a ASTM standard, and it's a more standardized approach. And we moved that in-house rather than hiring a consultant to perform that service. So what that has provided for us is, one, flexibility related to having our staff being able to access those buildings, being able to provide updates to the facility condition assessments on a regular basis. And I'm happy to say that our new project coordinator, Josh Clausen, had gotten through 22 of our buildings since he started last fall. And we have a preliminary FCA for each of those buildings, and now we're working through the data and in order to begin utilizing that data for long-term planning. The goal is to be able to project out maintenance costs for those buildings, capital maintenance costs, so things related to roofs, exterior paint, major HVAC changes, not so much paint touch-up, interior, the kind of day-to-day maintenance requests that we get through our work order system, but capital replacement that we can plan over time. And so our plan is for this coming year's mid-year committee update to have more information to share on FCAs and the usefulness that they will play for our long-term planning as it relates to existing buildings. Within Fund 070 for this year, just to highlight some of the projects that we have coming up, we're planning a replacement for the Gray Courthouse roof, replacement, some additional roof work at the Unger Building or Redmond Services Building, which is Parole and Probation Building in Redmond. Typically, we have fairly significant HVAC replacement costs each year, whether that's equipment or digital controls. Digital controls are an area of specific interest as it relates to IT, because they have been proven to be an opportunity for folks that kind of want to do us harm. So we are close to, we have completed actually our upgrades that we were working toward in order to shore up that issue. So, and we have additional DDC control plans for this coming year. And then,
so you're doing all that control over a public net? You don't have a private, I mean, I can understand why you don't have a private network, but you don't have a private network that runs between all those?
Actually, it's mainly private because we utilize county connections between the buildings. Without going into too much detail, the issue was with some outdated head-end programming.
Ah.
And so that was kind of the critical part to get replaced.
Okay, got it.
Yep. In the public stuff that we have is really over the counter. It's very limited to small buildings that have more residential style systems. So.
Okay, that's less surprising. Thank you.
Yep, and that's very minimal. So,
Before we get too far away, you provided that memo about capital funds 070 and 060. But it's interesting, we had the discussion about the excess funds, right?
Yeah.
But 070 is taking the first 3 cents and saying this is to keep our facilities maintained, or, just scheduling in the maintenance. And then we do all the processing, and then excess funds, general fund, and then it drops out. But that's where 060 comes in, that is it. So, yeah, maybe the terminology, I don't know if it's never excess, because even though we have all this revenue, we're still gonna have to go borrow some money someday. But it's interesting, this is kind of the two ends of that equation. Taking off a little bit in the front, and then whatever's left goes in the back.
and I'll touch a little more coming up in the relationship between, for us, the relationship between 060 and 463, our Campus Improvements Fund. And we'll touch on that a little bit here soon. Related to 070, to kind of wrap up that discussion, also in the memo just referenced, it mentions occasional transfers from the general fund. What we've found over the last few years, and what we're planning to use the FCAs to help address, is some pretty significant roof replacement projects, specifically that were outside of the capacity of that 3 cent tax. And so we have had a transfer from Fund 060 to Fund 070 to cover some very specific projects. So for this year, it was the roof for this building, actually, the Deschutes Services building. Next, as part of our request for next year, it would be related to the courthouse roof and other roof projects. Our plan for the FCA process is to help project that further out into the future, so that the Budget Committee will have information out 5 years and 10 years for those types of replacements. And that's something that we hadn't had the opportunity to do in the past. And that's also what the staff position, the project coordinator, has been very helpful for us to help produce that information. So to kind of wrap up 070 and the kind of projects that it addresses, things like fire alarm replacements, fire sprinkler major maintenance, seismic upgrades, those are all items that fall under 070 that we have planned for this upcoming year. Underground injection controls. I provided some information last year, and then in a separate presentation to the board. In the past, our consultants had projected costs as high as $2 million in order to make the upgrades needed to comply with our permit over the 10-year life of the permit. That permit, we have approximately 5 years left on the permit. I may have misspoke, actually approximately 4 years left on the permit. And the good news is that there have been significant technology advancements for retrofitting existing controls, and that number has come down significantly. And we're now, we're projecting to spend, or we're requesting or planning through 070, $50,000 for next year, and we will be close to having all of our compliance work done. There's some additional work that the road department will be performing, and some at the sheriff's office, but the $2 million is more in the range of $300,000 to $350,000 in our projections now. So that has been some great opportunity, basically due to some advancements across the state in how to retrofit in a more efficient manner. Finally, there would be some remodel projects within our request related to some additional safety improvements for this building, for front office staff, and then as well as potentially for health services, and then the remodel building. We're finalizing a remodel that of the warehouse facilities, IT and property management warehouse, which will add additional office space within, convert some warehouse space to office space for specifically for facilities and property management. And that project is currently underway and will be completed in FY23. So thus a request from this year as well as for next year, crossing over the 2 fiscal years. Any questions on 070? And then we'll move on to the other funds. Okay. Let's see. So following the next fund, the Park Acquisition and Development Fund, Fund 130, we have, I think the main number to highlight is an appropriation for capital outlay. We, as part of addressing downtown parking concerns related to the courthouse expansion, we are in the process of bringing on an engineering firm to address downtown parking generally. One of the options that has been considered is improvements to Worrell Park as it relates to the park itself and accessibility and safety improvements on the streets surrounding the park, as well as adding parking. So potentially for the park-related, if that project were to move forward, part of these funds could be available for park-related work as part of those improvements. It would be a small portion of what we project to be the overall project, and the overall project is within Fund 463 campus improvements. But this could potentially contribute to those costs as well.
Lee? We've talked about Worrell Park a couple of times today, or it's come up a few times today. Just for the record, can you be clear what we've hired the consultant to do with that project? Because this could potentially be used for Worrell Park, but if we can just back up for 30 seconds and just share what we've asked the consultant to take a look at for parking.
Sure. So it's kind of two-pronged. So we have an owner's rep firm that is that is helping us manage the RFP process and bringing on an engineering firm. So on the owner's rep side, we're looking at work specific to downtown parking and how we can manage that. The RFP that is, I believe the responses are due in the next week or so. That's specifically for a civil engineering firm, and it's kind of has a few different related components. It's specific to downtown parking and looking at options. One of those options is in redevelopment or improvements to Worrell Park and the surrounding area, which would affect both the park and parking. The second is to look at other options that we hadn't considered previously. There are some options within code to look at other ways to address parking needs within the City of Bend parking or planning code related to a transportation and parking demand management. That there's an opportunity for possibly addressing what we project as the code required parking requirements needed. We did, as part of the expansion, we had done an analysis of our downtown parking prior to COVID. And so the third part of that ask to the engineering firm is to do a new analysis, an actual use analysis that would take into account things like remote work and also things like the addition just culturally of more Zoom meetings, more remote ways to conduct business. So that firm, our goal is to have them look at kind of all of those things as it relates to the needs that we had projected prior to COVID. On our analysis then on using the prescriptive path within City of Bend Planning Code, our estimate was that based simply on the code requirement, we'd need around 48 parking spaces. Now that took into account all of the exceptions within the code that you can possibly get. So covered bike storage, being close to transit lines. Basically, we used all of those opportunities to kind of buy down the requirement. So without those, the requirement would be around 75 parking spaces, and then we utilize those credits. We didn't do a formal pre-application meeting with the city, but we did meet informally with a senior planner just to make sure that we were using kind of that they agreed with our approach in theory, and that we weren't missing something. And so part of the what's the word I want? Part of the continuation of both the courthouse project development and our analysis of downtown parking will be to actually proceed with the pre-application process, developing concrete plans that we can move forward with. Does that address? Okay.
So just to be clear, since I'm not ankle deep in this yet.
Yep.
So we're trying to create ankle deep after you go in head first. So we're trying to create parking both for downtown and for the courthouse. It's a mixed use thing.
That's partially to kind of expand on that. We, as the county downtown campus was developed, we utilize a campus approach to parking, and so we have. I didn't bring those exact numbers, but for sake of discussion, in the neighborhood of 650 to 700 parking spaces that count toward our totals. And so it's kind of two-pronged. One, any redevelopment or addition of space on the downtown campus triggers the need to add parking per the prescriptive path within code. And then secondly, we want to make sure that we're providing sufficient parking to provide services to the public. And so specific to the county, our needs are often somewhat different than the City of Bend needs, because we provide services to folks that have to drive for those services from outlying areas of the county. And so that kind of changes our approach a little bit to make sure that we're not just taking a code prescriptive approach, but we're also analyzing our actual use to make sure that we're meeting the needs of the public.
So, and just, again, I'm trying to understand, of the parking spaces that are allocated to the county or that the county utilizes down here, how much of those are used to store like fleet parking? Approximately, I'm not going to hold you to a number.
Even an approximate number would be tough. Within the prescriptive code, we're not required to delineate the uses apart from accessible parking. So accessible parking has to be accessible parking. Beyond that, how we designate the individual parking spaces between visitor parking, permit parking, and fleet parking is somewhat up to us and to meet our use. So the fleet parking uses in terms of numbers, I almost hesitate to hazard a guess. It's over 50. And we can come back tomorrow and get specific.
You want to just point out where it is? That might help people visually.
So within fleet parking, we have on the Wall Street lot on the other side of the park, there's maybe a half dozen spaces. There's a significant number in what we call the north secure lot, which is visible from the parkway. And then we also have a secure lot that's shared between facilities, IT, property management, and community development that's on the south side of Lafayette. And then there are also a few fleet parking spaces related to the courthouse and some health services buildings. So it's kind of there's a few kind of large footprints and then some other fleet parking that's kind of scattered throughout. And then associated with the courthouse, we have some designated secure parking for both the sheriff's office and the courthouse.
Yeah, I mean, and I understand it's not a one-for-one, but, realistically, you're saying I'm trying to find 50 spaces, and I've got 50 spaces that have a really weird use pattern, but mostly are sitting occupied at the wrong time of the day or the wrong time of the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just trying to grok what the real problem is.
Right. And typically, our use is sort of opposite of use that benefits downtown in terms of visitors who are coming after hours or on the weekends. And our parking lot can be utilized, and it often is to benefit the city of Bend in our off hours.
Well, in, just offhandedly, which is fine, as long as Ben doesn't decide, well, that's the way that they solve their parking problems and take out a bunch of parking spaces.
Yep. So.
Has there ever been any discussion on the parking? The county owns land, I'm sure, outside of the downtown core, which is more expensive. To have the parking combine all of those areas that you currently have it outside, like by the land, I don't know. But
We've discussed that in depth, and we had spent a lot of time leading up to this, looking at those kinds of options. And there are a lot of trade-offs, and without getting too much into the details, there's the challenge of staff time for transport, if this is their place of work, to go 20 minutes or longer, especially as traffic increases. That's a challenge if you were to locate all of the fleet parking in another location. And certainly the downtown parking that's fleet, it's visible, but it's really a portion of the county fleet countywide. And so there are a lot of county fleet vehicles that are located at places that are in lower cost real estate areas. It happens that the fleet that is on the downtown campus is fairly visible, but it doesn't represent all of the fleet needs for the county. But the staff part, I think, is one of the challenging things. Are we paying staff to go pick up a vehicle, or does it make better sense in terms of staff time to have those vehicles located more closely? So it's,
I would just say, here in the downtown county campus, we got code compliance officers, we got assessors staff, we've got health services people who need to run out to, collect data or serve clients for a few hours in Redmond. Like, I don't want to make them drive 20 minutes out to Public Works to pick up a vehicle to drive 30 minutes to Redmond if their office is here. There are that all just goes to say there's a lot of county staff that are right here and who need to go out and serve the community.
any other questions?
Well, so the kind of the message or the conclusion is that we gave direction on redeveloping Worrell Park with this kind of high-level sketch about making it nice and flat and putting picnic tables out there. We got quite a bit of community engagement and pushback on that, and now the message is it is being reevaluated, and the final version was never done anyways, but we're going to get to some point with a mix of parking needs, and the facade of the old stone building is going to possibly be put over there. So a lot of moving parts there still. But we were at a Rotary dinner last night in Sun River, and somebody asked me about it. What are you doing with that beautiful park? And, I don't even know if she knows where the park is. But it came up again last night, which is fine. It's wonderful for people to be, advocating. As I say, I'm hesitant to think that there's more than a few people really know what that is even when they speak about it, because it's got a life of its own online all of a sudden.
I mean, the fun challenge could be, what are you doing about that beautiful park? Well, I don't know. I'll tell you if you can point to it on a map.
Exactly. That's my point. Yeah. But it is an undeveloped historical location.
So to kind of take us to, I think, our final discussion, Fund 463, and then as it relates to Fund 060, I know there was a discussion earlier on Fund 060, General County Reserve. But you also have in your handout that we passed out a few minutes ago, a summary of the Fund 463 list. And so I'm happy to just kind of walk through that specifically, and then that will take us back to Commissioner Adair's question about North County campus costs. So courthouse expansion, the $3 million requested there is related to project development and design and some early cost work. That, in terms of the status of that project, we're still the design team has been selected, and we're close to finalizing a contract with them. Last week, we finalized the selection of the construction manager, general contractor. And so we will, this week, be working through contract negotiations with that firm as well. We're underway with further development of the concept and conversations with the design team, and we expect, with the design team contract, hopefully to have them under contract here in the next few weeks. That we're finalizing the negotiation of their fee. So the $3 million represents really project development work over the next year, leading up to an anticipated potential construction start in July of 2023, just over a year from now. And those dates are dependent on a lot of factors, so I'm hesitant to pass those out as hard dates, but we are moving forward with the project.
What's the estimate once you use the first shovel on how long it's going to take to complete?
Around 18 months. And so
That's fast.
What we're looking at is kind of what we've said throughout this process is around 3 years from the time we have the design team under contract, so roughly 12 to 14 months or so, and that's a flexible range, 12 to 16 months for design development and permitting, and then roughly 14 to 18 months for construction. So our target at this point, and I have to do the math in my head here quickly, is winter, spring of 2025 for completion of that project. Second guessing myself already, but it's somewhere in that range. So, the A.J. Tucker building removal and site restoration, we have a request there. Worrell Park redevelopment, that is really becoming more broader in scope to really relate to downtown parking. And so we could probably just correct the language related there, but the number would remain in the same amount. Public safety campus improvements, adult parole and probation expansion, as I mentioned, that project is currently under construction, and these are primarily construction costs for next fiscal year. Safety campus master planning, we're sharing that cost with the sheriff's office, and so this is specific to the other departments and offices that are on the campus. Public safety parking, that is related to the secure parking expansion. That's really an outgrowth of the parole and probation project. And then North County remodels. So to Commissioner Adair's question, this encompasses both buildings as well as site improvements, and does not include costs related to 911. So some of those 911 related things are some seismic upgrades to improve the resiliency of the building, and then their radio communications, et cetera, things that are specific to 911. Juvenile detention, that's a remodel that I mentioned earlier. And then on the planning side, we're one of our what's the word I want? One of our initiatives, don't know why that word escaped me, is to establish specific, first with the downtown campus and then countywide, space planning over the next 5 and 10 years. We have a countywide space plan from the early 2000s, and we really want to look back at that plan, kind of look at what's changed, update it, and then be able to provide both the Budget Committee and the Board of Commissioners with information related to how we can accommodate things like growth in health services and growth in other departments, and anticipate that growth in the next 5 years, 10 years, and out to 20 years, recognizing that 20 years is often hard to plan for, but at the same time, it's good to have that conversation and know what things could look like as we look forward. So Fund 463, again, in terms of a summary, it's a fund that has been around for quite a while, And actually, before Wayne, when he was with us previously, Wayne and I had the discussion of just repurposing it for a variety of projects as they come up. The name hasn't changed, and the use is really the same. It's just what projects are allocated within the fund. And so the campus improvements can relate not only to the downtown campus, but a variety of other projects. And so, as you can see in the list, it kind of encompasses a lot of geography across the county. Any questions related to Fund 463?
Is there a restriction? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I just have a question. So Worrell Park is now 5.7 million? I missed that on this this sheet right here. It's got 2.6 for year one, and then 2.9 for year two, and then 200,000 for year three.
Sorry, I think no, that's an error, and I did this sheet just now. The 2.6 was budgeted for fiscal year '22, but we didn't end up using it, I don't believe, so it got deferred, and now it's 2.9 in fiscal year '23, I believe.
And then the 200,000 the next year?
That's what we have on the long-term forecasting, I believe so.
Okay, so the 2.6 should be taken out then?
So it's 3.1, not 5.7.
Right.
Okay, all right. I was like, oh gosh, was I not listening very well here? Okay.
Lee, my question is, so we were having a discussion earlier about whether, in terms of capital projects, we're seeing a lump in the snake right now.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things I want to get a better sense of is this a lump in the snake, or do we have a lot of really big capital projects 3 years from now that we, like a next wave that we need to be thinking about, because we were just talking about, well, how much do we have to pay for now, and how much can we incur debt for, and if we have a lot of near future projects, then the less debt we can incur now, the more more leeway we have to work with later. So I'm just, can you share with us your best understanding of what some of the large capital projects in the next 5 to 8 years might be?
Sure. And I think I'll approach that in two ways. One is, that's precisely the reason why we would like to revisit our early 2000s master plan, so that we're not addressing space needs on a department by department basis as kind of one-offs, which can lead us to wondering about that lump in the snake and asking the very question you're asking. So partly we would like to, I guess my first response is, we want to get a better grasp of that and have the data in a collected in one space where we can come back with good information that the board can take action on. The second part, I guess, is more just a intuitive response based on the interactions that not only I have with other departments, what we see in terms of space usage, and what Christy and I regularly work with other departments on. In the big picture, I mentioned earlier that across the county, not including Fair and Expo, Sheriff's Office, and others, we have around 500,000 square feet of office space. It's not an exaggeration to say that we currently do not have any flex space. And by any, it really means any. For instance, we're currently utilizing the A.J. Tucker building. There's a couple thousand square feet that will be going away that we don't have a way to accommodate, and we're working through how we'll address that. For organizations of our size, typically you would be managing between 3% and 6% of extra or vacant space at any given time, and that's kind of the industry standard as to be considered. to be within good operating parameters. And the reason for that is so that if you're doing a remodel, if you're doing an expansion, if you're displacing staff, you can kind of have a flexible, fluid way of addressing those space needs in the short term. And so that's the first. Just intuitively, we know that we're lacking space. The second part is growth through COVID. So not only were there more people working remotely during that time, but we know that those folks are coming back. Not all. We have a remote work policy. It's very helpful, and we know that the workspace, county workspace, moving into the future is going to look different than what we have today. But related to that is also countywide growth that we know is going to continue, and that will require folks to be in place to provide the services that we provide. So I see it more as a sort of short-term plateau in our space needs. But so that kind of brings me to the last part of your question, looking out 5 to 8 years, and to talk to some specific needs that we know are coming. Within health services, for example, we know that they've currently outgrown some of their spaces. And we're going to be working actively with them over the next 4 to 6 months to identify specifically what those needs are, work through programming, and then come back to the board with some information in terms of requests and opportunities for decisions. So within health services, we know there are needs. On the public safety campus, we're looking at, in terms of 5 to 8 years, when we look at some of the needs on the campus, we'll be identifying those through this update of our master plan. But certainly the sheriff's office is out of space for some of their activities and programs. And they were honestly out of space for some of those activities 4 or 5 years ago. But we prioritized certain other development on the public safety campus, including the stabilization center. The really positive outcome of the planning process in 2018 was that we had multiple departments with different operational parameters on that site come together and agree on priorities. And from 911, community justice, the sheriff's office, and health services, and the priority was the stabilization center, and we were able to move that forward and create that. It didn't mean that there weren't other needs in 2018, and there were some really pressing needs for the sheriff's office from a space perspective, and those are the needs that we're looking to address now. So over the next 5 to 8 years, if I were to summarize it, health services, we see continued growth, public safety campus related needs, to provide some more specifics. We have buildings, typically, what you see as growth happens within a building. Your goal is to plan when you build something for a minimum of 5 to 10 years, hopefully 15 to 20 of incremental growth, and yet utilize that space in an efficient and appropriate manner in the meantime. So oftentimes what we see as we grow is we start taking over conference rooms, and folks do a better job of scheduling conference rooms in the future. That's just a minor example. That we've reached the extent of our ability to do that in some of our buildings. So hopefully that wasn't too much information or too much rambling, but that's kind of how I see it as the big picture going forward, is that currently we're operating at a deficit in space, I would say. And when we look at the projects that are currently in the pipeline, the courthouse expansion and P&P, there are deficits, current existing deficits beyond what those projects will address. So I think I really want to finish the lump in the snake analogy, because I just thought that was great. I think we'll see some digestion happening over the next 3 to 5 years, but it's a hungry snake, is I think how I would summarize.
So there might be a couple months.
Yeah. And hopefully we can kind of spread the lumps out and they can be a little more smooth, but,
I mean, it's interesting because you start talking about a 5 to 8 year plan, 8 years, and I didn't sit down and look at it, but 8 years from now, based on FTEs, you could have another 600 people working for the county. And I mean, on the bright side, you'll probably have an old landfill that's got plenty of space that you can do some stuff on. But I mean, that's going to be a very interesting site plan. I didn't say the landfill itself. You just got all that drive-up area.
So, and we certainly, that's information we want to work really hard over the next 6 months to a year to gather and be able to bring back for decisions. So, I think the final thing I wanted to touch on, I just wanted to follow up on the discussion related to Fund 060 earlier, and we'd provided that summary of 060, kind of how a perspective from the facilities perspective, and having been a part of some of the discussions over going back 5 years plus, I think there was, to a certain degree, an intentional setting aside of funds with the idea that potentially we could fund many of our capital projects specifically with revenue. Now, how those decisions are played out, is really up to this group and the commissioners. But when we would, looking back 5 years, typically we would provide a list that projected out potential projects related to Fund 060 that funds could be set aside for, things that we saw on the horizon. And for instance, going back to last year's list, within our discussion of 060, we talked about adult PMP, the courthouse expansion, and North County campus, both the acquisition and the tenant improvements. So many of you have been here longer than I have, but from my perspective on the facilities side, I think at times for the Budget Committee and the Board of Commissioners as well, there was thought toward intentionally utilizing those funds toward projects. And then, of course, we're now experiencing major, I don't think we can overstate the cost escalations that we're seeing in construction and project development. That has certainly changed the picture of how that looks. But I just wanted to revisit the 060 discussion with that in mind. But that's all that I have for our discussion related to facilities, both on the operational side and capital improvements, and happy to respond to any questions or provide additional time for the committee. So.
One of the statements I heard, I think I was in downtown Prineville when I heard this, is about 120 years ago, the citizens, the leadership at the time in Crook County, which was Crook County here, who decided to build the big courthouse, and it was going to be $250,000. And it was a huge number, and there was people very upset about that, and probably some people in Bend that were like, what are they doing over there with our tax money? So $250,000, and now we're just times 10, as we talk about these things. But one of the big picture items I think of is, this building. This was early 2000s, I think, in this building. So there's a, kind of a 20-year cycle, because there was debt associated with this, but the partnership with the state also really helped us get there. So this is just one of those big steps in time. We need to be bigger. We need to have more buildings. We probably spent an average about $15 million last year and this year with this, this spreadsheet that we're looking at here. 16 minus 2.5, and then 18.9 minus, averaged out. We're spending big money, each year we're doing that. And we just happen to have another $40 million expense. Well, part of this is that $40 million expense, but another big capital expense on the horizon on top of it. So it is a point in time. The last 10 years has been kind of working our way up out of a recession where we didn't take anything like this on. The jail was $11.5 million, and I think that was a full faith and credit debt play, knowing that we were going to make a payment, but the sheriff's office rate is the other part from the general fund on that, so that's how it got to that point, so. We can look at it from all kinds of angles here.
Yeah, and I would just say, it sounds like Fund 60, our general county reserve or capital reserve, has had a long history of funding operations in 2008, when there was recession, funding PERS rates, when we were concerned about that, and last few years funding capital needs. And the way that this sheet right here plays into the general reserve supplemental fund, because this is, that red curve for future capital needs is based off of this forecasting right here. If you were to take the courthouse expansion and just deduce it to its debt payments of $3 million out. So that's kind of how you can compare those things too.
It also puts in perspective the big commitment we did make for Sun River and that $8 million. I mean, that's capital that's going to public safety, but basically, you know, a different jurisdiction. It's in the county, it's an urban unincorporated community, but that's the same money that could be going to a courthouse too. So it was great to be able to make that commitment, knowing that there was a big need, but now we're going to be paying for it another way.
Well, historically, though, Sun River had contributed 2/3 to TRT. I think it was down to like maybe 51% now. Truly, they have been the big contributor. And it was payback time. They've been very patient.
Okay, Lee, looks like we got there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good job.
Are there any other comments, anything for tomorrow that we need to know about?
So what's roughly on the agenda for tomorrow?
Tomorrow, we'll be hearing from our public safety departments, and then health services at the end of the day.
Christie said
Okay.
it was 465.
Public safety, public health, got it.
All right, if there's no other discussion, we'll continue the Deschutes County budget meeting to Tuesday, May 24th, 2022.
I just tried to put
I know.
his presentation.
I know.
Yeah, it really is